Since the earliest ages, magic stood apart, feared and revered, claimed only by rare hands willing to face its depth. Legends called it a gift from the divine, yet truth stayed hidden, suspended between faith and elegant illusion. Magicians were nearly unseen among the people, until history shifted inside the burial empire. A mage crowned king for the first time. Many thought magic would fade, but fate moved another way. Deep underground, a dungeon breathed quietly, torches trembling against stones soaked in shadow. Crouched low, the guard mocked magic, saying only frail, low beings relied on such power. Before him lay a youth bound by unbreakable shackles, escape stripped from every possibility. His wrists were tied, skin torn and weary, white hair spilled across stone. His name was Yang. Irritation edged Yang's voice as he told Crone nothing had changed, answering the stare with a bitter smile. Confused and hostile, Crone demanded meaning, sensing deceit behind every word. Yang recalled childhood beliefs, magicians born low, thinking Crone once only warned him. Back then, he was told to hide his gift, or face exile and disgrace within the estate. Now Yang saw jealousy instead, and when spoken aloud, the overseer froze in shock. Rage broke loose. Crone struck him hard, ordering silence as fury spilled free. Yang fell to the floor, drained. As Crone claimed, power decided everything. A boot pressed down on Yang's head. Crone vowed to erase him completely. With cruel eyes, Crone said death was desired, steel drawn with cold resolve. Claiming mercy as kin, Crone promised it quick. Yang stared wide at the blade. Wind rushed through halls. Flames shuddered as hurried steps cut the dark. A servant arrived breathless, announcing urgent orders from Duke Hillen. Teeth clenched, Crone turned away. Furious his end for Yang was delayed. Leaving Yang on stone, he promised return and strode for the exit. Alone, Yang sat stunned, unable to accept this was the end of his struggle. He reviewed his life, hoping someone might remember his name. Duke Janvaroshan echoed in thought. Strength faded, vision drowned in haze. From fading awareness, a voice called out, "Your Highness," pleading for him to wake. Yang opened his eyes to see Neum, asking how she came. She urged escape. He stopped her, admitting she shaped his path to magic and empire, moonlight framing iron bars. Head lowered, tears fell. He said he would stop fighting, letting fate stand. Neum asked if he forgot the old mage building near the Second Imperial Palace. She reminded him he once hid there, promising survival awaited if he ran. As children, he trusted her, studying magic texts together, chasing ancient truths. Gripping his shoulders, she said she believed he could endure whatever came. A sudden yellow blaze filled the room. A barrier formed. Yang asked what was happening. He saw blood along her arm, symbols forming across the cold stone. In fear, he begged her to stop the spell, warning of ruin. Neum said it was too late. Blood bound the ritual beyond interruption. Light exploded. Thunder followed. The space shattered under magic force. Crone stormed inside, shouting in terror at the sight before him. Strange magic flooded the dungeon, brilliant light rising as the spell awakened. With a calm smile, Naum said that God never sends trials beyond endurance. As the servant behind her swung his sword, in a heartbeat, dark blood spread across the stone floor, seeping between slabs and freezing everyone with silent terror. With a single strike, Crone ended her life, and Yang watched as her body collapsed onto the dungeon stone. Staring at the still form, Nam felt detached from reality, as if trapped inside an endless nightmare. Raising the stained blade, the servant warned the young man to pray he would never see daylight again. Blood stained the floor once more, this time meant for him, though the hero did not know it was only the start. Yan's thoughts echoed with her final words about God, hardship, and belief, now sounding disturbingly prophetic. Memories shattered through his mind, recalling how he once rose as an emperor ruling a vast empire. He remembered time with Naum in a hidden magic mansion, before ending in this dungeon without knowing his crime. His final image was her smile, erased in seconds, leaving only a painful afterimage behind. Wrapped in magic, he drifted in weightless silence, sensing his body fade as his soul reshaped itself. Facing his reflection, he saw a younger version of himself from long ago, stunned by the impossible sight. Sunlight filtered through pine branches, washing the forest in warmth and an unnatural sense of calm. Within the woods stood a grand mansion, its wide grounds lined with gardens, fountains, and blooming paths. The Count's harsh voice thundered through the corridor, striking stone walls with sharp authority. Staring at John, he shouted that the boy could barely walk and ordered him up without hesitation. Nearby, the Countess and the boy mocked him, saying he was kept only out of pity for his mother. The lady asked if the Count called him his son, but he cut her off, warning her not to speak before Sir. Struggling to rise, Jan felt dizzy and confused, asking the Duke where he was, only to be ordered up again. Standing at last, he scanned the unfamiliar room, asking who they were and why their stares felt so cold. Catching his reflection in a mirror, the hero froze, seeing himself reshaped into an unfamiliar form. Eyes wide, the young man looked around, unable to accept that any of this was real. With scorn, the Duke told Yang to stop shaming his father and behave before Sir Molan. Yang did not understand which emperor was meant, but stayed silent, choosing not to question. Angered by his reaction, the man produced an imperial decree, thrusting it forward as proof. He claimed Yang never saw it due to illiteracy, yet Yang knew he had signed no such decree. Stunned, he stood alone in the corridor, wondering who replaced him and whose body he occupied. His eyes widened at the date, confusion crushing him as his understanding of life collapsed. Reading the decree marked 1100. He realized this moment occurred 98 years before his birth. Suddenly, the document was torn from his hands, leaving Yang frozen as events rushed forward. It was Chell, snapping that his brother wasted time studying papers he could not read. Walking away, the Count said he must summon the central administrator for the ceremony. Behind them, maids whispered that this was unprecedented, wondering what Yang would do now. Glancing at his watch, he grasped that it was the year 1100, and the Emperor was unknown to him. In the mirror, he saw a stranger's face, disbelief striking as reality twisted against him. He imagined the girl holding the watch, time reversing violently as his mind searched for meaning. Remembering Neum's spell, he understood her magic had rewound time, casting him into the past. Outside, summer ruled, sunlight flooding the mansion and framing a carefully kept green garden. Before him sat a plate of meat and vegetables, steam rising with a rich and tempting scent. Yang cut a piece, tasted it slowly, and felt how distant it was from the food of prison. The Countess and Chell stared at him in shock, eyes wide, as if reality had suddenly shifted before them. Wiping his mouth, the young man felt lost. Prison hunger had trained him to eat slowly and sparingly. Smiling calmly, Malin raised his wine and remarked that such behavior showed proper table manners. Noticing the goodwill, the Count asked Molan to speak with the Emperor, and the knight promised he would. With curiosity, Malin noted philosophy was in fashion and asked Yang for his thoughts on the subject. As if recalling something, he turned to Chell and asked which philosopher he preferred, leaving him flustered. Chell strained to recall a single name, but his thoughts tangled and came up empty. Watching closely, Yang realized Molan was testing the family's education. To save the moment, Yang said he admired feline, surprising Molan with the answer. Yang added that the sage's humanist views shaped a ruler's path, clearly pleasing Molan. The Countess ate in silence as the Count joked that the praise sounded almost too easy. Growing serious, Malin said such intelligence would draw attention from emperors and barbarians alike. Hearing this, Yang assumed they meant the night barbarians, feared neighbors beyond the borders. Only one land was called Brack, where clan warriors stood against the empire's edge. Lost in thought, Yang asked if the family had truly signed peace with that warlike clan. His father's hand on his arm pulled him back, cutting through his heavy thoughts. Smiling, the Count said Yang would become a symbol of peace, though Yang recalled his grim future. Hiding his doubt, Yang smiled and agreed, even as his heart resisted. Outside, the mansion stayed serene, while inside tension cracked the family calm. Chell shouted at Yang, claiming blood alone made nobles and accusing him of humiliation. Yang answered evenly, saying exile would have claimed Chell if blood truly mattered. Furious, Chell seized a vase, shouting in outrage as he swung wildly. The vase slipped free, smashing across the tiled floor as shards scattered. Yang watched in silence while Chell screamed insults about his mother and demanded obedience. Rage swelled in Yang, resentment burning for the disgrace his mother endured. His eyes lit strangely, and for the first time he desired revenge. Calling Chell arrogant, Yang released magic, yellow light flooding the room like sudden fire. Blinded and shaken, Chell shielded his face, stunned by the sorcery. He collapsed, staring wide, witnessing magic and Yang's power with disbelief. His mind rejected it, insisting this had to be madness or a dream. Yang coldly warned Chell to mind his words about their mother. He added that such a tongue could be silenced, threat heavy in his gaze. Terrified, Chell cowered, begging Yang to stop and stay back. A sound at the door made Yang turn sharply, sensing intrusion. Molan entered calmly and suggested tea, ignoring the chaos. When the door opened, Yang's magic still filled the room, thick with tension and light. Molan froze, stunned by a sight he had never witnessed. Soon the Count and Countess arrived, but Molan stood speechless, shaken. Bursting in, the Count demanded answers, his voice heavy with authority. Chell trembled on the floor, struggling to rise, fear stealing his words. Stepping closer, Yang patted his brother's shoulder and smiled, saying he only meant to warn him to be careful with the vase. He then turned calmly and told Chell to stand up, while Chell kept staring in shock and disbelief. Extending his hand, Yang offered help, as the others watched in tense silence from the doorway. Losing patience, the Count ordered Hannah to take John to his room, saying he could endure no more. The dark-haired maid rushed forward at once, silently accepting the command, too afraid to protest. As she guided him away, she scolded him for acting clumsy and strange, lacking noble dignity. Hearing this, Moline stiffened, sensing danger and realizing the situation could turn ugly. They moved slowly through the second building's corridors, smaller and plainer than the main estate. The room inside was modest, only a bed and wardrobe, wooden walls bare of decoration. Opening the door, Yang saw at once how plain it was. Nothing here resembled noble living. As he stepped inside, the girl suddenly spoke, and he turned back, puzzled by her tone. She said she carried a letter from his mother, explaining he cried daily and begged to send word. Feeling pity for the boy whose body he wore, Yang understood he lived trapped like a prisoner. Calmly, Yang told Hannah he would not cry again and said she need not worry anymore. Suddenly, she asked about his food, leaving Yang confused by the sudden change. Bowing deeply, she explained her 5 siblings survived on what Yang gave, asking for mercy. Unsure of his duty, Yang stayed silent, weighing choices and their consequences. After thinking, he agreed to share his food, but only under one condition, shocking the maid. Smiling, he asked Hannah to help him when he needed it, and she agreed without hesitation, saying she would return that evening. She thanked him sincerely and left Yang alone. Once the door closed, Yang grabbed his head, cursing quietly at the mess he faced. Knowing magic returns one to their origin, he questioned why he woke so far away. Thinking deeper, Yang realized he stood in a time before his birth and needed answers fast. He knew only the Imperial Palace Ministry of Magic could reveal the truth. He struggled to imagine entering such a guarded place, yet knew failure meant losing everything. Suddenly, a warm glow filled the room, like a setting sun touching the walls. Raising his palm, A small flame formed, heat spreading through the quiet space. Closing his fist, Yang sensed this body could wield magic and endure its force. He realized this body carried immense potential, destined to become a powerful mage. Remembering his past as emperor, he noticed they shared the same name, unsettling him deeply. Confused, Yang struggled to accept such coincidences could truly exist. Hannah's voice came from outside, offering food, and Yang told her to leave it there. Afterward, he opened the door, saw the tray, and sighed at how much had changed. Bread and milk sat on the plate, and Yang saw part of his meal had been taken. Even so, he wondered if such a small dinner could truly sustain him. He recalled lunch with Mayor Mullen, remembering abundance he now deeply missed. Even then, he noticed no ghoulie fruit was served and realized its absence. That fruit sustained burial for centuries, saving countless families from famine. Once seen as a weed with poisonous seeds, safe use later cut deaths by 85%. Holding the tray, Yang realized this discovery lay 50 years ahead, unknown to all. He thought that teaching proper use of gulu might have spared the empire from famine. He entered the Count's office, where news came that advisors from the capital would arrive the day after tomorrow. Yang answered seriously, promising to act properly and not shame the Brock family before such figures. His father then said a package had arrived from his mother, stunning Yang into wide-eyed silence. From the desk drawer, the Count produced a small white cloth bag, a gift meant for his adopted son. He explained it held a few coins and a letter, then advised Yang to ask his teacher to read it aloud. As Yang examined the bag, the Count added that good behavior would earn a meeting with his mother. Yang agreed politely when a servant entered quietly, calling the Duke with urgent news. The Count gave no reply, keeping his face cold and steady while hiding clear excitement. He rose abruptly and left the office, leaving Yang alone with paper rustle and candle scent. The door slammed, and later voices behind the wall stirred Yang's curiosity and unease. They mentioned a cold boy, making Yang stare at the door, confused by the meaning. His focus shifted to a tall stack of papers on the table, drawing him closer. He chose several sheets and began to examine them, hoping for clues. Interest grew as he read easily, despite being seen by others as illiterate. Comparing records, he saw numbers that clashed badly, hiding something deliberate. Yang realized it was double accounting, proof his father skimmed taxes meant for the treasury. The act felt too bold, and he suspected this was why Sir Moline came from the capital. A door creaked open, and Yang's heart raced at the fear of discovery. Eyes wide, he panicked, focused quickly, and prepared to use magic. He cut the lights at once, plunging the office into darkness to avoid exposure. The Count entered, asking in surprise why the lights failed, scanning the room. A servant followed, saying the lamps were recently changed and likely faulty again. When candles were suggested, Yang suddenly cried out, drawing startled attention. The butler apologized, claiming he tripped, and the Count ordered the papers gathered neatly. The man then noticed John, shocked he was still present in the office. The Count moved fast, pulled the curtains wide, and sunlight flooded the room. In full light, he stared at Yang for answers, but Yang stayed silent. Yang stepped back and stood humbly while his father fixed him with a cold gaze. In Yang's hands remained the coin bag from his mother, held like a shield. The Count noticed the papers had shifted, and suspicion flared at once. Angrily, he asked what John was doing there, and Yang replied calmly that he was not dismissed. Sitting down, the Count said the unearthly clan demanded a letter signed by John, surprising him. He called the barbarians troublesome and asked John to write to them, with teacher help. He then dismissed his son, and Yang left obediently, avoiding further suspicion. The door creaked shut behind him, the echo lingering in the space. In the hallway, reading the letter, he heard the Count question why expensive paper was used. Jan read that his mother was well under Durga's care and asked gently about him. Walking on, he studied every line closely, searching for meaning beneath the words. The letter said she welcomed his new family and asked a favor if he reached the distant desert. After reading the note, Yang smiled quietly, his doubts confirmed. Now only proof was missing to seal his suspicions. By evening, when moonlight hushed the sky, envoys from the capital arrived, and the Brock estate hosted them with solemn formality. Bowing deeply, Dagor thanked the Count for the honor, saying it pleased him to share the same ceremonial table. Another guest kissed the Countess's hand with care, naming himself Mac, earning a warm and respectful smile. In the garden, a small pond gleamed with lilies, stars mirrored on its surface like spilled starlight. At dinner, Sir Mullen praised Jan's attire, and the youth replied he long awaited this meeting and wished to hear of the capital. Smiling lightly, Mac asked what stirred such curiosity, interest flashing clearly in his eyes. Yang asked what people truly ate at court, wanting to understand how nobles and royalty lived. Calmly, Dagor said the capital held nothing special. The rich ate well, the poor endured. He added nobles lacked variety, prompting Yang to ask what kind of food he meant. Yang proposed an idea, asking what would happen if a useless food could feed the poor. The table fell silent, guests frozen, stunned by the unexpected thought. Smiling, Max suggested sharing the idea with the prince himself, confident it would please him. Startled, Yang asked who he meant, never hearing of a prince interested in food. Dagor explained the empire had His Highness Gale, known for valuing gifted minds. Yang recalled Gale Varoshan, the one who led the magician's rebellion and fell in defeat. He realized these envoys served that man, here seeking advantage for themselves. They smiled and promised friendship with the prince, while Yang chose caution and calculation. Setting down his glass, Milton remarked time passed quickly and suggested resuming later. He politely asked if his request offended, and the Count agreed to hear him. Milton asked for a private walk, and the Count asked if he meant January. Agreeing, the Count offered Chell to join, though Chell feared staying with his brother. Dabbing sweat from his brow, Chell stepped into the garden, masking tension and fatigue. Mac replied they had nearly arrived, noting Chell's exhausted state. Sensing Milton's gaze, he suggested Chell rest, seeing his condition worsen. Dagor guided Chell to a bench, hoping to prevent collapse during the walk. Yang said he understood, asked Dagor to watch his brother, and continued ahead. Watching the lake, Milton recalled a strange golden light once seen in Yang's eyes. Stopping at a gazebo, he asked directly if Yang was a magician, eyes fixed on him. Silence lingered, and Yang weighed the danger of truth. Choosing secrecy, he smiled stiffly, claiming ignorance, hiding his tension. Milton spoke warmly, saying Prince Gale welcomed magicians, as magic could reshape nations. Yang asked if that was the only reason for such interest, doubt coloring his tones. Confused, Milton asked his meaning, and Yang hinted his power was not the sole motive. Studying his reflection in water, Yang shifted topics, saying the guest had other questions. Milton stayed silent, hesitation clear, as if fearing to speak. When Yang mentioned investigating stolen taxes, Milton grew visibly tense, calming him. Yang admitted he also needed something, proposing a serious mutual deal. Shocked, Milton asked if Jan truly meant Brack's double accounts, papers that could ruin a family. Smiling, Yang asked what Milton would offer, since such crimes could reach him as well. He was reminded that adoption was unfinished. Delaying it spared him duty and forced military service. Yang turned with a calm smile, saying his request differed. Papers were tools, not the goal. He needed protection from judgment at court and land held under his sole authority. He stated clearly he would join the warrior clan even without adoption, to escape suspicion. Milton asked if he truly understood the clan's lands and harsh life. Yang showed no hesitation. Yang explained exposing embezzlement would turn his father against him. He needed safety elsewhere. A warrior clan offered strength. Yang asked if Sir would shield him and his mother. Milton sighed and shifted topics, saying Chell still lagged behind in the garden. Yang agreed politely, seeing the proposal was too sudden for acceptance. Bowing, Yang stayed behind. Sir allowed him to enjoy the view and end the talk. The man left, leaving Yang alone with plans that could shape his fate. Reflecting, Yang recalled this moment preceded the Brock family collapse. Time pressed harder now. Knowing the palace was closed to him, he chose risky chances over waiting. After giving Moline the forged journal, his next move was seizing the estate. He clenched his fist, resolved to stop being a pawn in others' schemes. First, he needed allies. Yang chose the otherworldly warrior clan as his foundation. Lost in thought, he stared at moonlight on water, the reflection urging action. Turning, he saw a woman in a black cloak. His heart jolted in fear. Eyes wide, he struggled to accept the figure before him was real. With her back turned, she held a pot with a red lily, waiting. Yang rushed forward, gripping her shoulder, warmth proving she was not illusion. She cried out and turned, disbelief, joy, and pain crossing her face. Smiling softly, Yang asked how she was. Tears answered before words. With trembling voice, she asked about him. Glad even for a brief meeting. She said Hannah told her to meet him by the third pond. She doubted it. Hannah insisted firmly, promising the meeting was real, and hope won. She cupped Jan's face, searching his eyes. He said he was well. He apologized for few letters. Distance and danger kept him silent. Remembering something urgent, Yang chose to ask now while she listened. Showing the coin bag, he asked if she sent it. She denied owning gold. Yang pressed the bag into her hands, told her to prepare for travel. Alarmed, she asked if trouble was coming, fear already forming. Kneeling, she said if he must flee the Count, then he should run. Tears fell as she begged him to escape hardship and danger. Yang held her hands, promising to protect them both. She noticed his eyes glowing, speaking excitedly as if seeing change. Yang smiled, said he would stay. He had a plan and direction. Holding her close, he asked her to follow every request he made. Hearing Milton call, Yang urged farewell before his mother was seen. As he left, he asked her to carry more guli seeds for their future use. Releasing her hand, he told her to stay safe, but she stopped him, holding back as if to pass something deeply personal. She offered a pot of red lilies, reminding him he once loved tending these flowers with care. Grateful and moved, he accepted them, memories of childhood and home flooding back. The next morning, walking beside Chell, Yang noticed his brother's fatigue and mentioned seeing his weakness yesterday. Chell asked if training truly began today, and Yang answered that their father approved joint practice. Yang reassured him the first session would be light and adjusted to strength, while a stranger nearby listened closely. Standing tall with yellowed teeth showing, the man eyed the young noble boldly, testing him with a stare. Stepping closer, he asked why Yang came, and Yang said he wanted to see where fighters trained. The captain questioned his presence, alcohol heavy on his breath, his arrogance irritating Chell. Yang admitted calmly he lacked form and sought training to defend himself later. Offended, the man moved ahead, inviting them to follow and see the hidden grounds. He showed a wide field, then stores and tents where riders rested after harsh drills. As he spoke on, a loud bang cut through. Yang and Chell stopped, exchanging confused looks. Turning, they saw a whip wielder and half-naked youths inverted, and asked who they were. The captain said they were orphans, adding Yang might have joined them without luck. Chell suddenly told Theo to stop, shocking Yang with his brother's rare defiance. Yang noticed a red-haired youth standing firm, unlike others who collapsed in pain. The guards sneered and shouted, while the captain named the boy Barrick and mocked him. Screams erupted. They recoiled, moving aside to understand the sudden disturbance. Barrick screamed, and Chell sensed danger, deciding distance was wiser. Rubbing his head, the captain said the insolent boy could still be useful. A whip snapped through air, but the man stopped Theo, preventing serious harm. Barrick dropped to his knees, and the captain judged him weak and unready. Barrick glared with burning hatred, thoughts of retribution churning within. Moving on, The man said the boy lacked talent and would achieve nothing. He claimed effort alone fails sometimes. Knowing when to stop matters. Yang and Chell listened, outwardly calm, inwardly weighing their own strength. The captain met Yang's gaze, both silent, reading each other, asking if they were done. Yang suggested resting in shade to continue strong. Looking at Barrick, he said he would not watch his suffering, hoping the boy endured. Sunlight crowned the trees. Yang reminded himself he could have stood there. Approaching, Yang asked if his name was Barrick. The red-haired youth turned in surprise. Smiling, Yang asked if he could rise and continue training. Angered, Barrick demanded his identity. Yang introduced himself and offered help. While Chell, Theo, and the captain watched, Barrick rejected him, showing fierce independence. Grabbing his chin, the man said he would ignore words and watch reactions. Bruised, Barrick broke free and dodged cleanly, showing sharp reflexes and strength. Pressing his head down, he told Yang to leave him alone, choosing his own path. Yang poured a strange elixir into his mouth, knowing magic strained ordinary bodies. Watching closely, Yang waited to see Barrick's reaction and hidden potential awaken. Lying on the ground, the captive felt unfamiliar energy surge through him, spreading heat, tension, and sharp awareness across his body. His pupils flared with light, and Yang sensed weak magic, confirming the orphan held dormant power. It was the force of a magic swordsman, clear and responsive, proving Yang's judgment was correct. In one swift motion, Barrick knocked the flask away, his precision and strength startling Yang. The container skidded aside as rage surfaced in Barrick's eyes and rigid stance. Barrick demanded what was mixed into the water, distrust and anger shaking his voice. Watching closely, Jan answered calmly that nothing was added, studying the energy stirring within him. Seeing the orphan recover, Yang said he had matters to attend to and turned away. Rising unsteadily, Barrick examined himself, stunned by his sudden strength. Confused, he called after Yan, but the hero was gone, leaving him alone with questions. Yang walked off without looking back, while Barrick stared after him in silence. Gazing at the flower, Jan decided to write his mother, assuring her he endured. Recalling song verses, he wrote of moonlight and hope beyond darkness. Carefully, he formed each letter on fine paper, wanting her to feel his care. His teacher sat beside him, correcting words and guiding clarity. Standing to leave, Jan thanked him sincerely for steady support. Watching him hurry, Jan asked if he was always so busy. The tutor paused, confused, and Jan noticed his strange demeanor lately. Hesitating, the man stayed silent, and Jan said answers were not required. Packing his bag, the teacher avoided explanation, while Jan reassured him. Sweat beaded on the tutor's face as he searched for words. The teacher left, and Jan remained alone at the table. Something caught Jan's eye on the floor, a paper left behind. He picked it up, sensing the information might matter. It described climate shifts, details that could alter his plans. Later, he trained with Chell under harsh sun, fatigue slowing them. Running ahead, the coach said 40 minutes remained, unheard by Chell. Pushing harder, they chased pace and endurance to finish strong. Near a fine building, a scream rang out, making Jan turn. Barrick charged with a sword, fury driving his fast strikes. His opponent evaded cleanly, showing skill and discipline. Barrick lunged bare-handed, but the stranger slipped away again. Steel met steel. Blows traded as tension tightened. Neither yielded, each probing for weakness in the clash. The opponent cursed, barely holding defense without overreaching. Barrick leapt and roared, forcing total focus. Stepping back, the man told him to calm down and stop. As he turned away, Barrick called him Mayrail, freezing him. He stopped and demanded how that name was spoken aloud. Holding his weapon, Barrick said the fight was not finished. His eyes burned with revenge and resolve, a fierce hunger to win, driving every breath and thought. Confused, Merrill asked if the boy sought death. testing his resolve and readiness for consequences. Stepping in, he drove a brutal kick into Barrick's stomach, dropping him before he could react. Spitting insults, the rival mocked him for not learning fast enough, laughter rising from the benches. Mayroll warned coldly that such bravado would end badly, his tone sharp and threatening. Slumped near the crates, Barrick said he did not want to fight, exhaustion and doubt surfacing. Silence followed, the sun overhead, until someone suddenly called his name. Seeing Jan, Barrick snapped in irritation, asking if it was that same bothersome boy again. Telling him to leave, he showed no interest, but Yang said he needed a way to defeat Mural. Sneering, the orphan asked if cheap tricks were suggested, claiming he used none, while Yang only smiled. Drawing his blade, the captive threatened to kill him if he kept speaking, fury breaking through. Yang smiled calmly, saying he pitied Barrick, showing concern despite the hostility. Barrick swung, but Yang stopped him with one motion, speed and control overwhelming him. Eyes blazing, Yang said he would help, but demanded help in return, setting firm terms. Placing his hand on Barrick's head, a strange glow flared, freezing the orphan in shock. Power surged through Barrick's body, energy filling him as a slow smile formed. Magical light spread outward, brief flashes sparking like distant lightning. Releasing him, Yang stepped back, watching closely for Barrick's response. Barrick suddenly leapt forward, and Yang expected exactly this reaction. As Merrill turned away, Barrick attacked, his power flaring in a strange, magical form. Feeling wrongness, the man turned, froze in disbelief at the unfamiliar force. Barrick appeared beside him instantly, catching him unprepared and shattering his defense. Magic burned in Barrick's eyes, focus absolute, ignoring Moral's reaction. One heavy strike sent his opponent crashing down, strength far beyond expectation. Grabbing his jacket, Barrick ignored pleas to stop, reasoning falling on deaf ears. Refusing restraint, he continued striking, intent on finishing the fight. Moments later, the ground stained red as Morol failed to defend himself. Onlookers froze, stunned by the sudden fury and strength of a young captive. They rushed in, shouting for Barrick to stop, but his assault continued unchecked. As he swung again, they restrained him, shocked by his loss of control. Dragging him down, they forced Barrick to the ground, struggling to calm him. Lying there, he laughed wildly, fearless, unmoved by pain or consequence. Smiling, he said he waited long for this moment, refusing to leave it unfinished. They pinned his head down again, blows settling him as the captain arrived. The coach ordered Morale sent to the infirmary and Barrick taken away. Barrick caught a gaze watching him and froze, fearing punishment. Turning, he greeted Sir John, who observed silently, emotion hidden. The captain asked if Barrick erred, and Jan said he only followed demands. Sensing tension, the coach ended training as the injured were removed, and Jan agreed. Watching Barrick taken away, Jan asked about punishment. Hearing flogging and exile awaited, shock crossed his face as he asked again, a new outcome forming in his mind. Not ideal, yet acceptable. Weighing the orphan alone, Yang chose to keep Barrick close, shaping him into a tool aware of his own skills. Training ended. Tea was served. Yang faced Milton and the guests, asking if the deal shaping their shared future was decided. The seer bowed his head in silence, while Mac and Dagor stared, lost on how this concerned their roles. After a brief pause, he said the Count knew these games well. Proof was needed. Outside, help required. Jan agreed at once, pledging numbers on grain, mountain minerals, and farmer taxes without delay. Milton smiled, praising the resolve shown, valuing a youth who chose firmly under pressure. He bowed back, certain this moment shaped tomorrow, offering respect while accepting the weight ahead. The young man thanked Sir Milton, knowing his judgment was right, sensing how vital this accord was. Spotting the matching brooch and paper mark, he sensed a hidden pact binding them quietly. Sipping tea, Yang stored every detail, planning moves while accounting for unseen schemes. When it ended, he walked alone, measuring his future, his chances, his need for strength. Without warning, hands seized his jacket hard, leaving no time to react. The stranger dragged him around the corner, strength crushing any thought of escape. A servant heard noise in the garden, dismissed it as background sound, blind to the danger. When asked, the other servant laughed it off, refusing to take the sound seriously. They blamed wild dogs, while behind the wall Barrett pinned Jan with fierce resolve. Calm and steady, the hero remarked on the strange greeting, asking how the orphan came here. The boy stared without blinking, silent and tense, eyes burning with unstable intent. Barrack finally spoke, saying he argued all night, yet the senior butler allowed him free access. Watching him closely, Jan sensed fixation, suspecting Count Brack stood behind this. Grip tightening, the orphan sneered about drugs, admitting unease whenever near the hero. Unshaken, the reply came firm, denying tricks and showing full control. Smiling, he called Barrack brave but dull, said the water was his own, untouched by deceit. Eyes wide, the orphan struggled to understand, shaken by the force of magic within him. Taking his hand, Yang said he would satisfy that curiosity, ready to explain energy and magic. He asked for a promise in return, the gravity of it widening the orphan's eyes. With a quiet smile and bright gaze, he told him to hide his golden eyes and magic. Seeing the glow, Barrack shouted, and the hero warned him to mind his manners. Anger flared as he tried to argue, yet Yang spoke on, ordering him to serve as bodyguard. Touching him, Yang said the sensation was power within, usable through control. A finger touched his chest, light burst forth, revealing energy and stunning Barrack. Fist clenched, torso glowing. He asked about magic, desperate to grasp its source. Curious, Yang asked of magic or sword arts, and at the empty answer, clutched his head. He promised full answers, urging focus, as the boy leaned in, ready to learn. Yang explained that some souls find resonance, and that force is known as magic. He added that Barrack held potential, yet his skills blocked energy, limiting growth. Yang urged him to use those skills, and the orphan asked if they truly sealed his power. He said their path must link body and soul energy to unlock true strength. Barrack rushed forward, eager for guidance, but Yang pushed him back, demanding attention. The orphan pressed on, asking what was required, while the hero warned him to be certain, because protection would be constant and everywhere. The boy saw no issue, saying he had no home or kin, and the hero calmly added that death was possible, which the boy accepted. Smiling, they sealed the pact with a handshake, confirming shared duty and intent, ready to move forward together. Feeling the grip, Yang sensed Barrack's stubborn and careless nature, the very trait that forged strength and survival in combat. Recalling their first meeting, the hero knew he fit the swordsman path, as true strength shapes rare character and skill. Remembering how the orphan fought, he knew such fighters reject defeat and deny enemies any opening through sheer will. Barrack's burning stare revealed fearlessness toward death, the kind that stands firm even when hope thins. Standing still with joined hands, Yang knew a warrior unafraid of death holds unmatched danger and resolve. Slowly, power returned to the orphan's body, a strange glow spreading as energy and potential surged again. Watching the flow settle, Yang realized Barrack could now express the strength expected of a swordsman. Gripping tighter, the hero offered friendship, promising shared trials, shared defense, and mutual survival. At lunch, Yang heard the Count scolding from the doorway, the tone sharp, yet he walked in unshaken, letting the lecture fade. He sighed inwardly, focusing on plans ahead and the weight of coming tasks. As the Count talked and drank, drowsiness crept in, until the ring caught Yang's eye, sparking surprise. He had never noticed Durgi's taste for gems, yet the ring never left his hand, stirring suspicion. He briefly thought it a wedding ring, then dismissed it, as the stone was plain and lacked brilliance. Studying it closer, he sensed the ring served no beauty, but carried another purpose entirely. A strange sound echoed, familiar from the Count's office, when the same ring had been present. Unease grew as he wondered what Durgi concealed, and what secrets clung to that ornament. Catching his stare, the Count snapped for him to eat, while the Countess and Chell stayed silent. The Count asked about the new friend, while the young man repeated Barrick's name, unsure why it mattered. He explained seeing Barrick train with his brother, believing their paths would never cross again. Curious, the Countess asked what followed, and Jan said the orphan attacked another person. Offended by the idea, she questioned such friendship, and the hero replied that it was his choice. Smiling, he accepted his new mother's advice on study, agreeing and recognizing its value. The Count spoke coldly, saying failure to read and write in 3 months would cost Barrick his life. Elsewhere by the fountain, Milton and the tutor spoke quietly, sorting details and future moves. The sister asked if the task was manageable, and the man bowed, pledging timely success. Feeling watched, he turned sharply and caught unfamiliar eyes fixed on him. Holding the paper, Yang asked for the teacher, learning he had spoken with the sir, raising doubts. The man excused himself, claiming brief words, though Yang noted the long absence. Taking his hand and passing the paper, Yang spoke of fading imperial control and his father's stalled conflict. Smiling, he asked how Durgi would react to a capital official meeting his son's tutor in secret. Lowering his head, the tutor called it idle talk, asking if ignorance was truly so hard. Tension lingered as Yang said he could overlook it, but only under one condition. He asked the tutor to speak with his father in the garden tomorrow for half an hour, and the man agreed. Adding more, Yang handed a paper on the desert, requesting a map and late spring climate details. With a faint smile, he said he trusted the tutor's intellect to grasp the intent and act correctly. Bowing deeply, the man confirmed understanding the goal, ready to act precisely and quietly. Magical energy flared again, lighting the space with strange sparks like fleeting fireworks. Yang spread his fingers, gauging the ring's width, memorizing size, weight, and every fine detail. The glow reflected the ring's shape as he judged the stone, then noticed flaws in proportion. Facing blank pages, he struggled to capture the ring with perfect scale and precision. Choosing action, he moved the pen fast, sketching curves and edges to mirror the original. Hannah entered suddenly and called his name, breaking his focus for a brief moment. By then, Jan had finished, and she saw the drawn ring and notes beside it. Studying the page, she said it matched the Count's ring, impressed by the likeness. He agreed, explaining his father never removed it despite disliking diamonds, which raised concern. He praised the maid's sharp eye, noting her skill in spotting what others missed. Still, the choice of diamond puzzled him, questioning why such a stone became a key. Thinking deeper, Yang realized diamonds resist electricity, revealing a crucial function. He recalled the desk's hidden drawer using electric protection, making the ring a bypass tool. Smiling, he thanked Hannah for the insight and asked for a replica ring with a rubber layer. The next day, the tutor entered the Count's office, ready to distract him as planned. Smiling politely, he said the talk would take time and thanked Durgi for agreeing. He led the Count out, and the man followed without suspicion or protest. In the corridor, the Count questioned the reason and destination of the discussion. From the corner, Yang watched closely, steadying himself to execute the plan. They walked toward the doors in silence, aware the talk carried weight. Hannah stayed with Yang, and he asked her to bring the fake ring. She unwrapped the cloth and handed it over, the copy clean and precise. Holding it, Yang confirmed the size matched, the rubber layer securing the function. He paid her with coins, hoping to help her family, and she smiled with joy. Before leaving, he told her to stand watch, and she agreed without hesitation. Turning back, Yang asked if Barrick was ready, testing his resolve and focus. The boy hesitated, asking why he had to do this, concern clear in his voice. Yang held his hand, explaining the guard must block all entry to the office. Eyes burning, Barrack said he would succeed, ready to face the duty. Yang warned him failure would ruin everything, stressing the weight of his role. Inside the office, Yang approached the desk and noticed a strange bowl on top. Feeling along the mechanism, he found the slot and inserted the fake ring. With one smooth motion, the drawer opened, clean and effortless. As it revealed itself, Yang paused, surprised by the device's simplicity. Relief followed as he saw the task demanded far less effort than expected. Inside lay letters from otherworldly warrior clans, written in an unfamiliar tongue, and taking fresh paper, he copied them carefully, planning to study them later. He briefly considered that adding a date and seal would grant authority. Acting without delay, Yang took the count stamp and moved forward. The Treasury would cross-check it with tax records, strengthening its credibility. Finished, he folded the papers, determined to return everything untouched. A voice sounded beyond the door asking for the count, and Yang froze, fearing discovery by an outsider. A servant entered at once, spotted Yang holding papers, and stared in open confusion at his presence. Sensing danger, Yang chose magic, aiming to blur events and dull the servant's focus. Energy surged as pale light filled the room, and the servant's awareness began to fade. When the count returned, he found the servant collapsed, assuming madness without grasping the cause. The butler stood stunned by the table, while Durgi seethed, weighing swift punishment. Slamming the table, Durgi ordered the servant removed, shocking the man who heard it. Durgi shouted for exile and confiscation, staff freezing behind the doors in disbelief. The maid and the boy fled the estate fast, fearing the count's anger and saving themselves. Elsewhere, Barrack ate an apple and asked how the clash between servants and count ended. Yang smiled, saying it was close, while the orphan fumed about nearly dying from the risk. The young man asked if Durgi learned of the search, and Yang asked why it mattered. Recalling the moment of capture, Yang knew his father blamed him for the intrusion. Fulfilling the task, the teacher drew maps and forecasts, marking risks to prepare Yang. He warned of likely sandstorms, stressing caution for the journey ahead. He added a note, and Yang pondered succession and its impact on the future. Studying the papers, Yang sensed their value and the need for strict protection. Realizing the letter had a recipient, he linked it to otherworldly warriors and future moves. Barrack approached, noting black marks were text, white was paper, earning Yang's approval. Wagging a finger, Yang silenced him and asked if orders were remembered. Barrack nodded. Standing straight, Barrack repeated the orders about the key, papers, and message route. He added the task for Yang's mother to leave, hide, and gather gyuli seeds. Pleased by his memory, Yang praised him, while Barrack laughed at the simplicity. At the window, Yang saw a thin horse and a robed servant, watching with interest. Smiling, he asked where Barrack planned to exit, and the boy said the main gate. Spotting the crowd, Yang told him to use the rear exit to avoid notice. Among them stood a man with an eagle, scanning the courtyard with sharp focus. The man noticed Yang and locked eyes, silent and intense. Yang smiled back, telling Barrack the gate would be loud, choosing another path. That evening, guarded in the office, Yang met a stranger on urgent business. The man named himself Balamisan Nurserin, envoy of earthly warriors, earning respect. Yang greeted him calmly, saying it was an honor to meet such a messenger. Cutting pleasantries, the Count asked the reason for this sudden visit. The envoy said the deputy head was critical and peace talks were needed. He stressed preparation was vital and urged them to grasp the moment's weight. He explained the deputy mattered more than the chief, guiding the clan spiritually. As a revered mentor, his death meant a year of mourning and rites. To prevent chaos, they sought peace with Brack before that loss occurred. Confused, the Count questioned why he should heed the Balamists. Calmly, the envoy said the deputy shaped every decision and path of their people. From ancient days, he guided the clan's path, earning deep reverence. his gaze alone granting authority and approval. Without delay, he demanded Yang face him directly, meet his eyes, and prove the weight of his intent. Enraged, the Count shouted about insults to his bloodline, citing promised imperial documents, while Balaam replied he never received them. Refusing to yield, Dergi explained Yan was born of his second wife, and decrees were not granted lightly. The guest questioned this with doubt, asking if such papers truly proved lineage, his tone edged with disdain. Fixing his stare on Yang, he said only the deputy's righteous gaze could confirm blood and truth. As the Count fumed and Jan stayed calm, Balami grasped the scheme, yet questioned the register entry and its aim. At the same time, the hero considered peace failing if the deputy died now, weighing a new registry. Watching his father, the young man tried to read Dergi's thoughts and foresee his next move. Smiling, Dergi embraced him, saying the situation was clear, signaling readiness to proceed. Pressing his shoulder, the Count warned of coming changes and suggested delaying talks until morning. Turning to his son, he smiled and said the butler would escort him, restoring order. Calm and formal, Balami thanked the Duke for hospitality, showing respect and future intent. As he turned to leave, the guest added that he expected a just ruling from Dergi for the Emperor. Entering the carriage, the Count bristled at the sudden visit, irritated by the urgency. Deciding the youth was kin to the clan chief, he ordered documents prepared and told Yan to arrange a fitting welcome. Bowing low, the hero agreed to fulfill every task, accepting his father's command. The gates opened wide, the carriage surged ahead, wheels echoing against stone. Bathed in moonlight, the young man noted how fast his father moved, sensing firm resolve. Night silence settled, and the hero exhaled, relieved the Count was gone, leaving him alone with the envoy. He set the table, smiled, and offered food, noting the road's toll and the need for rest. Servants stared at the spread, as Yang asked a favor and the envoy listened closely. Steady-voiced, the hero requested an escort to the clan deputy, stressing security. The guest replied that only Yang was promised. Others were excess weight. Smiling, yet puzzled, Yang asked what burden he meant, seeking clarity. Barrack stepped out behind him with a pack, saying he was ready to help and obey. At the shout, the envoy burst into laughter, startling everyone nearby. Meeting his gaze, Yang asked why that remark caused such laughter, noting his odd reaction. Growing serious, Balami said the hero spoke nonsense and carried too much confidence. He added that Yang was no different from their warriors, a claim that confused the room. Studying him, he asked if Yang truly meant dragging two people unable to endure desert thirst. Calmly, Yang replied that his partner lacked wit but had strength, and aid was always needed. After tense thought, Balami lowered his hands and agreed to consider, under one condition. With a sly smile, he said Barrack must defeat his men to prove worth. When darkness fell, they moved to a clearing, moonlit ground set for a deciding duel. Steeling herself, Sue said youth had its cost, then granted a 5-minute head start. Eyeing her with disdain, Barrack asked John if he truly had to fight a girl instead. As she warmed up with ease, the boy muttered, noting no crowd came to watch. Meanwhile, the hero warned Barrack that carelessness would bring regret. He knew no one came because the strength gap was vast, and all expected Sue to win. The warrior suddenly spotted a glowing window in the mansion and shouted in anger, losing focus before the fight began. Yan answered calmly that the glow marked Nurserin, god of death, an omen that struck the orphan silent. The boy flared up, yelling that no one could belittle him, while the hero worked to steady his rage. Time for preparation drained away, and the hero said victory required only defeating the opponent. Wanting to help, he invoked magic, his palm glowing softly as power gathered again. The light mirrored in his eyes, pressing confidence and victory deep into his ally's thoughts. Grasping his hand, Yang told the orphan to listen closely, promising the path to triumph. Confused and tense, Barrack held on, trusting his master who claimed to know the way. Clouds slid over the moon as Su loudly asked if her opponent stood ready to fight. She raised the timer, set for 5 minutes as promised, and prepared to begin. Smiling, she said knocking her out within that time meant victory. Otherwise, shame awaited him. Pulling her hair back, she declared that 5 minutes was enough for a flawless win. She showed a rubber band, mocking that even defeat would not make her cry. Snarling, the orphan promised pain and regret for agreeing to face him. He burst forward like lightning, dust exploding as distance vanished fast. With long strides, Barrack closed in while his opponent stood calm and still. At striking range, he hurled his fist, intent on crushing her confidence instantly. Rising on her toes, Su said he would cry instead, slipping aside in one smooth motion. Shock hit as his punch cut air, despite every calculation being right. Using speed and small frame, she dodged cleanly and spun past him. Turning fast, the orphan saw his plan fail, disbelief cutting through his confidence. She darted in to counter, faster than he expected. Enraged, he swung wildly, yet every strike met empty space. Realization struck that her speed matched the impossible, leaving him shaken. She flashed from side to side, teasing him with fleeting presence. Dropping low, she planted her palms, muscles tightening, breath held. Balanced on her hands, she flipped and struck his face, sending him reeling back. Teeth clenched, he cried out, barely slipping away from another jaw-crushing blow. Shaken, he stepped back, fighting for breath and balance. Blood spilled from his nose, wiped away fast as he forced himself onward. Su mocked him, asking how such clumsy moves could ever win. She wondered how he would last 5 more minutes when he already faltered. Barrack smiled back, saying he would not suffer and still had time to win. In the silent clearing, the fierce clash continued, Yang watching without moving. Without emotion, he saw his partner falling behind, strength draining as expected. Su pressed the attack, while the orphan crouched and retreated under pressure. The exchange went on, the girl dominating as the boy struggled to stay upright. Even so, he held her gaze, unable to grasp how such power fit her frame. Smiling wide, Su enjoyed the upper hand, sensing victory closing in. Drawing her arm back, she drove her knee forward, aiming to end it in one strike. Seeing Barrack nearing defeat, Yang chose to intervene with magic, ready to reverse the flow and save the fight. Without sound, he sent a mental command, urging the orphan to endure and fight on, their eyes locking in tension. As Su swung again, Barrack intercepted the strike, revealing raw strength and stunning her for the first time. She cried out in shock and pain, unprepared for the sudden resistance from someone she deemed weak. Using the opening, the boy announced it was now his turn to strike back and prove himself. His voice cut through the clearing, shattering the night calm as dark birds scattered from the trees. Beneath the full moon, Su screamed for release, but Barrack tightened his hold without hesitation. She fought to escape, yet the orphan said he followed Jan's command and refused to let go. With eyes blazing, he shouted that he nearly ended her, his rage so fierce it unsettled even Yang. Face flushed and tears held back, Su cursed in pain and shame, facing defeat for the first time. Watching her, Yang realized Nurserin sent her to prevent bloodshed and ordered her to report the bodyguard's win. Smiling faintly, he said the bruises suited her, giving her a strange and unfamiliar look. Flat on the grass, she accepted that fortune had abandoned her, the loss cutting deep. Nearby, Yang saw Barrack still gripping his opponent as she struggled desperately to break free. A sudden surge of energy behind him made Yang order Barrack to release her, the glowing window unchanged. Balaam observed closely, judging not only the clash but the bond between the two fighters. Meeting his eyes, Yang felt relief at winning the wager, though talks were far from finished. Seeing Su's battered face, the envoy grew angry, this no longer resembling friendly sparring. Seated before him, Yang apologized for his guard, while Su stood aside, Seething with controlled fury, Bellamy asked if Yang dared mock him with such a display. Calm but surprised, Yang asked what blame he carried, since he never entered the fight. The ambassador pressed on, pointing to Sue's bruised face as proof of insult. Irritated, Nurserin asked what might have happened had Barrack struck without restraint. Yang only smiled, while the guest stared coldly, as if probing his very core. Before them stood an orphan. Then Bellamy suddenly laughed, turning the tension into amusement. Yielding, he admitted the young count had admirable resolve and declared him victorious. Glancing at the orphan behind Yang, the envoy said they would take him into the great desert. Bowing deeply, Yang thanked him for allowing a companion, valuing the trust shown. Still fuming, Sue yelled at Barrack for medicine for her face, though her tone hinted jest. The next day, the count met the envoy, announcing acceptance of the proposal and a truce. Bowing, Bellamy thanked Durgi for wisdom and support, speaking for clan and ancestors. Shaking hands, he asked respect be passed to the chief, parting with trust strengthened. A week later, in his room, Yang bid Hannah farewell, embracing as she begged him to return alive. She wept against him, promising Alan would cook for his return, her words weighing on him. His expression hardened as he asked her to listen closely, warning what followed would change her fate. Leaning in, he whispered that she must quit the estate while he was gone, leaving her stunned. Shaken, she asked why, and he said only that it would save her later. Holding her shoulders, he thanked her sincerely, while Hannah tried and failed to protest. Knowing he had cut ties with the estate, Yang chose to depart without delay. Under the bright sun, he walked toward the gate with resolve, ignoring all attempts to stop him. Eagles circled the clear sky, wide wings cutting the air as if escorting the caravan and signaling a turning point. Below them, Bellamy traveled with his allies and Yang, crossing the great desert toward the warrior clan. A massive yellow palace emerged from the sands, long prepared to receive the envoy and his companions. Seated upon his throne, Chief Kokanir greeted the visitors, stating his readiness to hear terms and judge their worth. Raising his hand and bowing, the count spoke for his house, while the hero stood nearby, silent and watchful. Wasting no time, the commander proposed immediate talks and urged sealing a truce to secure alliance. Durgi examined the document with care, knowing a single error could cost honor and trust. Drawing a small vial, he said it held a blood kinship potion meant to prove Yang as his true son. Yang pricked his finger first, then the count followed, their blood merging inside the vial. As the ritual ended, the vial glowed blue, confirming blood ties through ancient sorcery. Bellamy leaned in to whisper to Kokanir, yet the chief revealed nothing, his face unreadable. At last, he said the first advisor Vincent must judge it. Only then could the rite conclude. Remaining composed, the Baron agreed, though he questioned why faith lay more in a shaman than blood. Taking a blade, the chief cut his palm, letting blood fall onto the pact as tension filled the hall. Yang and Durgi watched in silence as blood stained the pages, a warrior ritual unfolding. Using his bloodied finger, Kokanir signed, sealing the alliance with authority and resolve. He clasped hands with his guest, declaring the pact active, as the Baron praised Brock and the clan. A horse-drawn carriage waited outside, sun blazing, guards escorting it toward the desert edge. Before parting, the count embraced Yang, showing rare concern absent in years past. Leaning close, Durgi whispered a reminder of the single reason the young man still lived. Yang replied calmly that he remembered, acting for the honor of House Brock, with no other path. As the carriage vanished into sand, Yang and Barrach watched, sunlight burning against their faces, heat pressed down hard, air wavering, each step through the desert growing heavier. While preparations continued, the orphan complained of thirst, drinking water again and again. Unfolding the map, Yang pointed out Vincent's location, their destination in the coming days. Soon they reached the advisor's castle, palms rising high, peace settling over the grounds. People bowed and rejoiced at the chief's arrival, while Yang and his disguised guard stayed aside on horseback. Sweat streamed as whispers spread, guessing which youth was the count's son. Concerned, the chief dismounted and asked after the advisor, learning she had improved. Turning sharply, Cockanier summoned Yang, gaze sharp, voice firm and commanding. Calm and steady, Yang dismounted and followed, holding his focus. Minutes later, they stood before towering wooden doors to the deputy's chambers. Inside lay an old woman on a bed, the chief approaching as Yang waited respectfully aside. As Cockanier explained the visit, Yang bowed and waited for instruction. Taking her hand, the chief helped Vincent sit, honoring her age and wisdom. Seated, she whispered in her tongue, the chief listening closely and nodding. Turning back, he said she would speak in her language, and he would translate. Fixing her gaze on Yang, the old woman said she must judge his worth and called him closer. With slow, steady steps, Yang approached the bed, sensing fate near. She seized his hand with crushing strength, power far beyond her frail frame. Her eyes flared with light as she asked whether the hero carried Braha blood or came from another line entirely. Alongside Jan's image, visions of the Emperor surfaced, past form and future shape overlapping in her sight. With his palms resting in the seer's hands, the young man firmly confirmed his descent from Count Durgi. Startled, she said his presence signaled peace, and he replied that the Brock bloodline was his only fate. Silence stretched as Vincent kept holding him, their locked gazes heavy with unspoken meaning. At last she released him without a word, leaving a thick silence pressing on everyone nearby. Seeing her frailty, Cockanier announced their departure and urged her to rest and recover. Barrack and the servant waited at the exit, both turning in surprise as Yang emerged beside the chief. The captain strode ahead with purpose, Yang following, his thoughts drifting far from the present. Unexpectedly, the man ordered that the young man and his guard be housed with the clan, showing trust. Turning back, he declared a welcoming feast that night and demanded their presence without excuse. Without further words, the chief departed, leaving the unsettled hero watching him go. Barrack rushed over at once, shouting with excitement, eager to know what the chief had said. Yang repeated Cockanier's words plainly, and the orphan brightened, relieved by the outcome. That evening, the feast unfolded as promised, food, music, and laughter filling the hall. At the set hour, Yang and Barrack entered with full cheeks, then were called out and turned in surprise. The chief smiled, asking if they had rested, with Sue beside him, fully recovered. The guests thanked Cockanier for his hospitality, and he invited them to sit close in clear favor. He praised the desert map Yang provided and asked permission to keep it permanently. Turning calmly, Yang said they could use it freely, as that was its purpose. Lighting a cigar, the chief said Count Brack raised at least one worthy son, honoring the house. Yang's attention fixed on the roll in his hand, alertness rising as he studied it. After a moment, he recognized Garuda leaf, shocked by its forbidden nature. Watching it burn, he recalled its use as a stimulant with extreme effects on soldiers. Memories surfaced of Durgi scheming to acquire the plant, risking everything for profit. His thoughts sank into the past and his mother's parcel, longing tightening in his chest. He recalled a strange note among the gold, shocked that his illiterate mother had written. The letter asked him to bring those leaves, which felt wrong since she never smoked. He realized it was his father's plan, meant to shift blame onto the woman if caught. Cockanier's voice snapped him back, and Yang raised his head, hiding his stirred emotions. Catching his look, the chief warned sharply not to stare at Garuda, leaves meant only for warriors. He added that interest here was tolerated, but nowhere else would questions be allowed. Smiling, Yang said he understood, noting the leader's sharp awareness. Thinking ahead, he knew stirring smuggling rumors could shatter fragile reconciliation. He then felt a piercing stare from one of Cockanier's servants and grew uneasy. Curious, Yang quietly asked Sue about the man, hoping for insight. She said he was Boomer, cousin to the chief's stepmother, overseeing clan provisions. Yang's unease grew as the man refused to look away, tension rising each moment. A servant approached the chief carefully, calling to him without disrupting the feast. Leaning close, he whispered in Kokanir's ear, and the chief's face hardened with sudden intensity. Rising abruptly, he followed the servant toward the exit in silence, offering no explanation, and no one stopped him. Watching them leave, Yang assumed the chief rushed off because of Vincent's condition, dread tightening in his chest. Sue stepped closer and said it was the healer, since no one knew how long the old woman would last. The young man asked calmly if there was truly no cure, shocking her with such a bold question. Sitting beside him, she said there was one method, uncertain in result, requiring a silesque flower. She added the plant never withers, and Yang's eyes widened at the words. Remembering the red lily in his room, he realized it matched the flower she described. Stunned, he grasped the chance, knowing that flower could save Vincent. Night faded, dawn rising over the sands, fire-colored skies greeting a tense new day. In the desert center stood the town of otherworldly warriors, wrapped in myth and secrecy. The first advisor lay unconscious since nightfall, healer and chief waiting anxiously nearby. The clan debated finding Silesque, recalling the last failed expedition, leaving Kokanie uncertain. Seeing the guests inside, the leader snapped, asking why Nurserin brought Yang here at all. Yang stood with Balaam at the entrance, silent, tension thickening the air. The advisor declared the young man knew where to find Silesque, stunning the entire room. Elders and leaders stared at Yang, waiting for proof, the silence heavy. Older warriors whispered doubts, dismissing the flower as legend. Kokanir sneered, asking if Yang truly knew its location, anger flashing in his eyes. He slammed the table, shouting that the boy had no right to meddle in clan matters. Furious, he rose and ordered Yang returned to his quarters immediately. Yang refused to retreat, speaking of a flower that never wilts, hoping to sway them. He asked if Silesque was red, and Kokanir froze at the detail. Voice shaking, the leader asked if Yang had truly seen such a plant. After a pause, Yang said it might be on his father's estate, but he had conditions. He stated Brock belonged to the Boreal Empire, and the Emperor knew of the peace pact. Firmly, Yang demanded safety and respect, not as a guest, but as an imperial envoy. Smiling coldly, Kokanir stepped closer, eyes hard. Near his face, he asked mockingly if he could pose one question. Grabbing Yang's neck, he asked if the Empire would send troops should he die here. Holding steady, Yang said armies were uncertain, but his death would bring severe consequences. Locking eyes, he said the soul of the imperial palace lived on through him. Scoffing, the leader told him not to insult him with such claims. Deciding to settle it, Kokanir dragged Yang toward Vincent's chamber, beads swaying at the doorway. Seeing this, the old woman rose weakly, the healer supporting her shaking frame. Holding Yang's hand, the chief asked Vincent directly if his words were true. She stayed seated, silent, her gaze deep and unreadable. Suddenly, strange magic flared in her eyes, the air tightening with unease. She uttered a sound and pointed at Yang, confirming his claim without words. The doctor caught her before she collapsed, while Kokanir stared in horror, unable to grasp the sudden surge of magic. The woman dropped into a seat on instinct, and the chief froze, still gripping John's hand, stunned and waiting. A pale glow formed above the hero's head, but seeing Madame Vincent weaken, he turned toward her, worried. The old woman broke into harsh coughing, drained and shaking, her breathing growing heavier by the second. She fell back onto the bed, and the leader felt the chilling thought that death was now close. Everyone rushed forward, yet Vincent lay still without response, tightening the room with fear. Grasping the danger, the boy said events aligned and reported that the Silesque was already in his room. The chief instantly ordered them to fetch the flower from John, praying it would save the seers. Barrack blocked the exit, asking in panic why tempers flared and what they should do next. Calmly smiling, The hero said everything was fine, masking deep worry beating in his chest. Thinking of the red lily, he realized it was his first true offering to the clan as an honored guest. Later, he met Balam and Kakantir again at the table. The map spread wide, the plant nearby. Bowing deeply, the chief thanked him, knowing their advisor would have died without his help. The hero replied firmly that what he heard was insufficient. More routes were needed for the remedy. Careful not to dismiss the effort, the chief said Yang still helped greatly and asked about more silisk. After a pause, the young man said he could promise nothing, as the plant was rare and elusive. Touching the flower, he said the pot was his, yet he forgot how to grow it, knowing only one helper, available in a month. He thought of his mother left in the great city, while the chief asked why aid would take so long. Smiling, he explained the journey would take several days, but demanded Kakanir agree to his request. Lighting a cigarette, the leader spoke gravely, telling the young man to state his desire openly. Jan declared that talks with the Brock family must prioritize him, not his father, Count Durgi. Wary, the leader asked if he truly meant to remove the Baron, and he answered that power chooses the strongest. Understanding dawned, and the chief grinned, sensing the plan forming around the county. He explained the difficulty, noting Jan lacked troops and control over grain to lead talks. Yang froze in disbelief, having expected acceptance without resistance. Closing his eyes briefly, he chose to reveal what would happen next, trusting truth to persuade them. He said the imperial palace would soon send the Inquisition over treason tied to unpaid taxes. Shocked, Kakanir asked again if this was real, and how such perilous knowledge was obtained. The hero explained he learned it from central officials who arrived early to inspect him. The leader asked what followed if the Brock family fell, and whether Jan himself faced danger. Smiling faintly, he admitted that though Durgi was his bloodfather, documents denied that tie. Hearing this, Bellamy and the chief stiffened, grasping the weight of his claim. Folding his arms, the hero said the Empire could not charge him with treason, as he was no family member. Remembering the Baron's lavish estate, he said he could seize leadership if events favored him. Realizing they had sent a son without legal ties, Kakantir saw how the Count deceived them. Repeating himself, the young man stressed he was Dergi's son and hoped for the leader's wisdom. The leader stared, smoking in silence, doubt and anger mixing with sharp interest. Suddenly, he asked whether Yang had shared everything or still concealed something. Rising from the table, the young man said he knew trust was thin, yet chose full honesty. Pointing at the map, he said when his father died and land stood leaderless, the clan must gather warriors to invade. Speaking evenly, he said the heavenly warriors faced no threat. Imperial troops would stay out. Sliding the token, he promised no clash with desert elites. Failure still meant a safe return. The hero spoke firm, follow him alone. Support from the chief would seal it. After hearing him, Kakanir saw no losses ahead, yet the alliance gain stayed unclear. He turned to Jan with a searching stare, waiting for proof strong enough to decide. His palm pressed on the map. He vowed that ruling the county would make it thrive. He said any warrior clan aiding him would learn unity power and earn privileges. Locking eyes with the chief, he said conflict was over. Cooperation had arrived. He claimed 2 leaders would guide a peaceful age, blades meeting as allies. Bellamy stepped in from behind, warning of a serious issue not to ignore. If Verga demanded aid against the palace, refusal was impossible under their pact. Smiling, Yang said he held a way out, a clean break without harm. Cigar burning, the man weighed the offer, inhaled slowly, silence stretching. Thinking of the gold note, the youth said his father set a future-bound task. Next year he must return with Gurut leaves, smuggling the goods inside. Hope in his eyes, he said Garuda tobacco was illegal, a fact that mattered. He asked whether this alone justified breaking the old agreement. Kakanir laughed, calling it useful, yet far from enough to end the pact. He asked for proof. Yang said none direct, but Vincent could confirm. The chief glared and demanded an oath to God. Yang agreed without pause. Kakanir laughed hard, easing the strain that weighed on everyone. He once thought all Braki fools. This one felt rare and sharp. Arms folded, the hero waited. The leader asked if only clan support was needed. After a firm reply, he agreed to handle it. Crossed swords sealed the bond. He then asked leave to question motives, wanting the truth behind it all. Gathering thoughts, Yang prepared words of danger and future triumphs. Eyes on the map, he said he would head to the capital, his family county. The chief watched closely as Yang said Brock would be his sole refuge. Slamming the table, Kakanir sought clarity now, no confusion later. Facing Bellamy, he said the clan would not bleed for John. Jan agreed calmly. The leader, surprised, wondered if the youth feared death at all. He answered steady. Fear meant nothing. He had survived death once. Remembering before, he said his life had ended. A second chance followed. Cigarette in hand, the chief smiled, seeing courage under pressure. Hands met. Kakanir said he respected Yang resolve deeply. As the hero left, a call stopped him. He turned back. Curious, the chief asked if the capital journey tied to the emperor. Yang stayed silent. His gaze in sunlight delivered the answer. Outside, people marveled he lived. Even Barrick stared at his partner. Suddenly he scanned the crowd, then shouted Sue's name aloud. All eyes snapped to the girl, unprepared for attention. She froze as surprise locked her in place. The hero stepped closer and asked for help. She hesitated, unsure what role he meant. Without warning, Yang told her to train Barrick. Color rushed to her face, eyes lit sharp. Moments later, she cursed and struck fast, Barrick barely blocking as blows kept coming. He swung back and ordered her to be quiet. She ignored him and pressed harder. As Sue drilled her partner, the hero rested in shade, watching closely, conserving strength. Concerned, he asked if things were fine. Barrick snapped back, demanding silence mid-fight. Observing the clash, he found the bodyguard stubborn and amusing, though clearly risky. He expected slow loyalty from the clan, yet Salas accelerated everything. He realized it had been long since he committed this deeply to a single purpose. The deeper he recalled the past, the darker the present and future felt. Later he visited Vice-Chancellor Vincent, sat by her bed, ready to listen. He noticed her health improving. A quiet joy settled in his chest. She suddenly spoke the clan tongue. Kakanir translated. Every word carried weight. Smiling, Yang confirmed the truth to the chief, swearing before God none were false. Vincent then claimed God urged him to change his view, stunning everyone present. Yang froze, unable to grasp the meaning or how to respond. Eyes wide, he feared misreading the vision and choosing the wrong path. Hands folded in prayer, she warned his entire life might soon shift. After reflection, he accepted her words as a true divine message. The otherworldly clan trusted shamans over temples, yet this case felt different. The old woman's palms glowed faintly, as if magic was sealed inside. Yang closed his eyes, replaying her words, searching for their hidden truth. Later in his tent, the girl brought strange yellow berries and urged him to taste. He thanked her, noticed her embarrassment. She said serving him was natural. She added that servants prepared a banquet, grateful he saved Madame Vincent. As she left, she called him a savior. Yang smiled and thanked her again. Bowing, she said the chief awaited agreement changes. He said he would come soon. Watching Barrick train, Yang thought it ended, but a face blow proved otherwise. The servant bowed, promised to relay his words. Yang stayed to watch the fight. As she turned to leave, she paused, recalling something important. Holding an object, she said she found it in a flower pot, voice trembling with excitement. Yang guessed it was a necklace. Nothing else fit within her closed palm. Revealing it, she asked if it belonged to Jan or someone else. Taking the medallion, Yang studied the stone, puzzled by its nature and presence. Even as a former emperor, he had never seen such beauty or origin. He could not grasp how a poor boy owned Silac or why it was hidden. He thought if he knew sooner, he would have sold it to escape hardship. Looking at the lily, he assumed the jewel was hidden by its former guardian. Remembering fragments of the past, he knew only a distant stranger held answers. He recalled Hannah and his mother, replaying words and actions, forcing the fragments into one clear truth. Studying the stone, he hoped the ornament would not disrupt his plans or divert his path. Varric suddenly stepped in and asked what he was doing, interest clear in his eyes. Choosing silence, Yang hid the jewelry and asked about power from Sue. Varric answered they stood equal. Fastening the chain at his neck, he said it was time to meet the clan chief and his deputy. He noted he should question Varric about the desert warriors and their rumored feats. Knowing Varric dreamed of unmatched strength, Yang saw how distant that goal remained. He smiled anyway, certain his partner would reach it someday. Sunlight washed over the settlement, and he sensed everything moving as planned. He shifted focus to the next critical step, one demanding careful preparation. Far away, panic erupted in Brack County. A butler burst into the Baron office, shattering calm. Furious, Durgi yelled at the servant to stay quiet and demanded an explanation. Stuttering, the manager said tax police arrived from the capital, urging him downstairs. Soldiers already filled the estate hall, dread pressing heavily on the Baron heart. At their front stood Batty Erica, tax police captain. Her sharp gaze set her apart. She scanned every corner, searching for signs of hidden wrongdoing. Spotting the Count, she addressed him. He introduced himself calmly while fear churned inside. Presenting documents, Batty stated they came by imperial order to probe treason and theft. Gripping the railing, the Baron shouted denial, refusing to believe such an order existed. Hand on chest, he claimed years defending the Empire, questioning this reward. Erica ignored excuses, bound to complete the order without compromise. She showed the seal again, asking if it was not Durgi's own, forcing his focus. The papers bore his confession of embezzlement and a request for investigation. Seeing his seal, he reeled, wondering who forged his name and delivered it here. Walking the carpets, the girl remarked on the house beauty, regret hidden beneath duty. As the Baron protested, she said they would stay and govern during the inquiry. Batty added Durgi and all staff must obey, regardless of protest. Ascending the stairs, Erica ordered a search of the top-floor study. Someone suddenly seized her arm, urging her to follow, claiming knowledge of a secret. Realizing strangers knew the study location, the Baron sensed his schemes were exposed. Anger flared. He doubted Molin, yet suspicion tightened its grip. He questioned how his seal was taken, concluding a traitor lurked close. His former secretary lay comatose. Then he recalled Molly meeting Jan alone. A smiling boy surfaced in his mind. A cold fear struck. His son might be the source. The thought horrified him, unable to accept betrayal from his own blood. Enraged, he screamed the young man name, echoing through the estate. The next day, a Braca messenger reached the otherworldly clan, flag raised, seeking the leader. Cockandeer asked in shock if Durgi himself begged aid, the move unexpected. The messenger said the Count was denounced to the Emperor, a treason inquiry underway. The chieftain asked where proof of false charge stood and if rebellion was requested. If guilt was proven, the clan would face the Emperor as enemies. The chief feared this, while the messenger swore Durgi was innocent. He said Durgi would prove innocence by offering his son John life, even ordering the boy killed. Hearing that, the chief struggled to believe a father could trade his child for survival. The messenger stared back, confused himself, unable to explain his master-twisted resolves. After brief thought, Cockandeer said he understood, yet delayed judgment and withheld any answer. The messenger pressed John Matter again, but the chief dismissed him and ended the discussion. He added that John was a peace hostage, and the clan would not slay one who lived among them. Gripping his sword, the messenger said the Count anticipated this and gave orders regardless. With a thin smile, the chief agreed and allowed him to proceed. curious how it would unfold. Soon after, the hero entered the hut, saw the warrior, and knew the matter concerned him. Pointing at the messenger, Cockanier said the knight came to kill the young man by his father order. Smiling calmly, Jan said he expected nothing else from Durgi cruelty. Confused, the warrior asked why the chief called Yansur and what truth lay beneath. With a quiet smile, the man said he gave the murder location and refused further words. Sensing something wrong, the messenger felt lost, unsure how to act. Jan's calm composure and the chief's strange stance unsettled him deeply. Teeth clenched, he tried to grasp their hidden plan unfolding before him. Drawing steel, he chose to fulfill the count command despite doubt. As he struck, Barrack stepped in, blocking the blow and taking the impact. Shock crossed the warrior face, realizing his enemy had prepared and waited. Behind him, Jan's voice rang out, saying he must defeat the bodyguard first. Smiling, Jan said he would wait, trusting Barrack to endure and execute the plan. Outside, they moved into the street, tension thick, a hard battle ahead. Standing firm, the warrior readied his weapon, prepared to meet the condition. Their eyes locked, both resolved to fight through the end. Barrack eager to prove Su training. Nearby, in shadow, the chief and Yang watched silently, each weighing the outcome. The crowd mocked the orphan and doubted him. He waved them away without a word. Cheers for Knight Braca echoed, irritating the man and fueling his anger. Demanding a head start, the bodyguard said he would fight at full force, provoking fury. The orphan surged forward, speed kicking dust high and forcing defense. Countering swiftly, he said this was his craft, yet the strike was endured. Enraged, the knight asked why he fought so wildly and without grace. Barrack smirked, taking the insult as proof of his strength and resolve. Saber swings cut past faces. Each miss carried lethal risk. Suddenly, a precise strike pierced Barrack's body, blood spilling across the ground. The bodyguard coughed, stunned, barely standing as pain weakened him. When he fell, the opponent struck him repeatedly, stopping any rise. Unable to see clearly, Yang shouted for Barrack to stand and resist. Through agony, the orphan clawed at the ground, his body refusing commands. Gritting his teeth, he gathered his will, lifting his head, refusing to yield while breath remained. Rising suddenly, he struck the warrior before he could react, the blow landing fast and leaving the knight stunned and humiliated. The insult ignited pure rage, and the knight focus narrowed, his only thought now to end the boy swiftly. Barrack wasted no breath, closing in with bare hands, hammering blows into the knight face without pause. Cursing under his breath, the opponent locked eyes with him, calculating how to crush the orphan next. Reaching for the weapon at his belt, he accepted fists would fail. Steel was now his only answer. The clash turned brutal, attack and defense blurring together as the crowd watched in tense silence. Shouting to steady himself, Barrack felt the enemy relentlessness, and his will to fight only hardened. He charged again, but the knight met him head-on, saber carving wide arcs through the air. The knight roared back, proving through sheer force that he would not yield an inch. Blood suddenly stained the ground, and the onlookers recoiled, sensing the fight had crossed a deadly line. Red streaks spread across the stone as pain cries rose, the mood sinking into grim dread. The blade drove into Barrack's side, and his pale clothes darkened instantly with flowing blood. Seeing the steel buried in him, Barrack judged the strike skilled, yet refused to see defeat. Teeth clenched, he shouted that this was the enemy end, and the crowd froze at the claim. Voices argued among the spectators, some saying the knight held back, others calling it a cruel show. Grabbing the blade lodged in his body, Barrack forced it deeper, stunning everyone who witnessed it. Pain overwhelmed him, his vision rolled back, and he collapsed hard with the weapon still inside. His fall shook the knight resolve, unprepared for such reckless defiance from a wounded foe. Sheathing his sword, The knight turned toward Jan, ready to finish the true mission. He said time was gone, declaring Jan must die to prove Dergi innocence. Jan stood silent and unblinking, accepting the weight of the moment and the coming strike. As the blade swung, Beric surged from behind, sword raised, shifting fate in an instant. Feeling danger, the knight twisted aside, spared only by chance as the blade missed him. The strike shattered stone, and the knight stared in shock at the bodyguard's strength. Confused by Beric's survival, he glanced at Jan, judging the boy's battered state. Wounded and pierced, Beric sat upright, gripping the weapon lodged in his flesh. Blood poured freely onto the ground, yet he held firm, refusing to release the blade. With a harsh pull, he freed the sword and declared the fight unfinished, vowing to stand for January. Startled by such resolve, the knight cursed and readied himself to end it decisively. Hatred burned in Beric's eyes as he recalled how death had stalked him his entire life. They collided again, steel crashing loud, echoes rolling across the heated ground. Seizing the enemy sword, Beric strained with all he had, fighting to tear it free. The effort paid off. The weapon slipped loose, and he shifted aside, ready to strike. Planting his foot, he gathered power for the final blow meant to end the fight. Leaping upward, he knew growth demanded risking everything, holding nothing back. Blood soaked his hands as he gripped the blade, fingers shaking, resolve unbroken. One decisive strike split the warrior down, the crowd gasping as blood scented the air. Silence fell as Beric lowered his weapon, standing only through sheer will. The knight lay still, and Beric breathed hard, barely upright after the brutal struggle. Sweat streamed down his face, strength fading as pain and exhaustion consumed his body. Saying he could not continue, he collapsed hard, his weapon slipping free beside the fallen enemy he defeated. The crowd stood stunned, admiration spreading fast. Even Sue failed to hide her shock. Watching closely, the chief told John he now understood why he chose this bodyguard and the talent within. He added that the youth carried the seed of a true warrior, one who could surpass many later. Aware of his friend's strength, Jan only smiled quietly, pride burning deep inside. Bleeding heavily, the orphan lay still, gripping the wound as breath weakened and awareness faded. Inside Count Dergi Castle, tax inspectors searched for treason while soldiers guarded every corner. Guards sealed the doors near the Countess and Chell as the Baron paced, restless and strained. A sudden noise outside drew his attention. He spun toward the window, alarmed. Sue sat on the sill, smiling lightly, noting how shaken he looked. He asked where Knight Nurserin was, since she should have arrived with him. She only offered a bag, said it was from Cockanier, then turned away. He grabbed her, demanded what the chief said and whether she killed Jan. She stayed silent. In a blink, Sue leapt down and vanished, leaving Dergi stunned and helpless. He opened the bundle, anger rising as confusion locked him in place. The Countess read the letter, learning the clan saw Jan as a false gift. It claimed the boy was illegitimate and tasked with carrying forbidden Garuda leaves. Horror struck her. The pact was broken, consequences now unavoidable. Hearing this, the Baron trembled, disbelief flooding him as sweat poured freely. He screamed in terror, and Chell with the lady understood disaster had come. Clutching the letter, the Count raged, teeth grinding, unable to grasp the betrayal. He shouted threats of death. Guards outside exchanged uneasy glances. Panic took him. He trashed the room, papers and objects crashing everywhere. Holding his head, he believed all sought war, leaving him trapped without escape. At the window, he tore curtains down, twisting them into a rope. He threw it outside, ordering his wife and Chell to descend and hide. She begged him to come too. He barked for silence and obedience. Ignoring her fear, he insisted, claiming he would handle everything alone. Soon they climbed down while the Count stayed behind, plotting his next move. Time slipping away, he planned how to erase scouts before troops arrived. Seizing a kerosene lamp, he chose fire, ready to burn the castle. A soldier rushed to Erica, reporting Durgi burned his estate and fled. Escaping judgment, Durgi ran as flames consumed everything behind him. Calmly, Erica said he was shortening his life and racing toward death. She ordered Philip to alert the capital troops and commanded pursuit. Running soldiers heard her shout to find the Count and end him if needed. Cursing under her breath, Batty knew this estate was meant to be hers. Everyone fought the fire with sand, but the flames only spread wider. Soldiers tried from all sides. Supplies dwindled. Nothing changed. Trapped figures begged from windows, yet no help came. The sand was gone. Philip stepped up and asked Erica for orders, the scene collapsing fast as people screamed in pain. She paused to think, weighing options, each second cutting away what little choice remained. Batty finally said coldly that these people would have died with the Count. Saving them meant nothing now. Walking away, she ordered the fire contained, but all strength redirected to hunting the escaped Durgi. Flames roared as soldiers searched. Cries from the burning estate deepened the terror of the night. Staring at the blaze, the inspector burned with rage, her dream reduced to smoke and ruin. Far away, the Baron rode hard through the forest, thrilled to escape and leave enemies behind in fire. He recalled sending letters through the butler, one to the other worldly clan, one to the first prince. The last letter went to Theo, his final hope to slip free from the tightening trap. In a clearing, he dismounted and called out, refusing to accept he had been abandoned. No reply came, and he denied the thought that the night betrayed him at the worst moment. Then a familiar voice reached him, his eyes widening with shock and hope. Turning, he saw the warrior and troops emerge from the brush, relief flooding him. Anxious, Theo asked about the clan, the estate, and Jan's fate, hoping the boy was dead. Durgi said the clan betrayed them. They must stall until the prince answered to survive. He proposed seizing the estate before the capital army arrived, using terrain knowledge. Smirking, he claimed his soldiers unmatched, victory assured without doubt. Remembering the tiger seal, he swore his men were trained for strength and resistance. Ready for orders, the soldiers bowed and moved out without hesitation. Certain victory meant command. Theo awaited battle to prove his power. Swinging his blade, Durgi ordered the inspection force wiped out to reclaim the estate. The fighters advanced unaware they were already seen by the heavenly warrior's eagle. High above, the bird weighed how fast to warn its master, sensing grave importance. Wings spread wide. Hatred for the barren axe drove it forward with the message. Hidden in a tree, Sue watched the burning estate, knowing she would soon report to Cockanier. Back at the clan, the doctor fought to save Barrack, a candle burning beside his sword, saying she would fetch medicine. The medic asked Jan to stay close, the state critical. Cockandier's voice sounded at the door, asking how long until Barrack recovered. The doctor said 3 or 4 months were needed. The wounds severe, yet he endured. She added any normal man would have died. The orphan's survival stunned everyone. The chief worried. Without this warrior, Jan's strength and future looked fragile. Jan answered calmly that as long as Barrack will remained, victory was still possible. Placing a hand on his chest, he chose to use magic to hasten recovery. Yellow light filled the room. Energy surged through the body, yet Barrack stayed unconscious. Feeling it insufficient, Jan pushed harder, focusing power through clenched resolve. The doctor returned with Cockandeer, both freezing in alarm at the glowing scene. Seeing Jan weakened, she asked if he was all right. He said he felt dizzy. She guided him to sit and promised to examine Barrack to ensure stability. Looking at the wounded body, she sharply asked what condition Barrack was in. Confused, Yang asked again, but she snapped, saying she meant the injury, not his name. She warned recovery would be slow, now understanding why he was known as relentless, while the hero only smiled beside him. Cockanier suddenly set a sheet of paper to flame above the candle, calmly watching it ignite. He noted it was insufficient and said he would have brought more had he known Jan's condition. The chief pushed the leaf into his mouth, and the hero instantly recognized Guruta, a famed healing herb. Smoke drifted through the room as the leader remarked that no outsider had ever used this remedy before. Chewing slowly, the young man thanked Kakanir, stunned by how freely the clan shared this guarded secret. An eagle appeared at the window, and the chief said Su sent urgent news from the estate. Hearing this, Yang realized he needed data on imperial troops and spies to judge the danger ahead. Feeling Garuda effect, he removed the leaf, sensing strange energy spread through his body. Lighting another, Kakanir said a few days remained and urged the youth to rest and recover. Yet the hero admitted he could not stay idle. Uncertainty and inaction gnawed at him. Varric remained unconscious. The doctor hovered nearby, and the hero sank into thought. Seeing his exhaustion, the doctor chose to intervene, knowing rest was vital. She laid Jan beside his partner, then left, and he slipped into deep sleep. Night deepened, moonlight bathing the room where they recovered from battle. Waking suddenly, the hero felt disoriented, his head ringing and vision unsteady. Seeing Varric nearby, he turned, but the bodyguard lay silent and unmoving. A glance at the door stirred unease. Danger felt close and pressing. He grabbed his dagger, recalling clan kindness, yet tension refused to fade. The door slammed open, wind and noise tearing through the silence. A masked attacker crashed into him, striking his chest before defense was possible. Sabers flashed under moonlight, the glare blinding him mid-assault. The enemy seized his throat, crushing his breath with tightening grip. In a harsh voice, the attacker mocked him for plotting and daring to interfere. Fingers tightened as insults followed, calling Yang worthless and weak. He said the boy was just like his father Durga, the name snapping Yang alert. Raising his dagger, the stranger declared death and prepared the killing strikes. Choosing magic, Yang body flared, essence flooding with raw power. A violent blast tore through the room, energy shattering the stillness. Hearing it, clan members rushed with lanterns, tracing the sound to Jan room. Alarmed, Kakanir feared an attack on Jan and Varric, Su guiding him fast. Entering the wrecked chamber, they asked what happened, Jan pointing to the attacker. Furious, the chief ordered aid for the boy and demanded the man identity. He studied Jan, baffled how he fought alone without skill while Varric slept. As the doctor tended Jan, the chief questioned the explosion source. No fire visible. Removing the mask, a servant froze, staring at a familiar face. Turning to Kakanir, he trembled, struggling to reveal the truth. The commander waited, anger and urgency clear in his gaze. It was Boomerth, and the order came to send him to the dungeon for interrogation. Regaining sense, the criminal felt sand strike his face and screamed in pain. A sudden voice reached him, asking if he had come alone. Fear locked his body, and any thought of escape vanished. Chained without mercy, he was dragged to the square and forced before the chiefs, ringed by silent clan warriors. On his knees, the captive thrashed and begged to be freed, shouting innocence while despair spilled into curses. Unmoved, Kakanir asked if he truly attacked Lord John, the question stunning Boomer where he knelt. The leader glare hardened, eyes burning with judgment, mercy clearly absent for betrayal and cowardice. Trapped at last, the villain clenched his jaw, rage boiling at his own exposure and helpless state. Bowing his head, he said excuses were pointless, claiming that if seen as family, questions should not exist. Lifting his chin, he warned them to watch John closely, claiming the boy carried an unsettling power. Before the hero, he added that golden eyes and a violent blast made the youth deeply suspicious. Weighing the words, the young man saw avoidance. Boomer spoke only of him while hiding true intent. With respect, Yang asked permission to speak, and once allowed, pressed forward with his reasoning. He revealed the attacker spoke of Durga, the name igniting fresh anger within him. He continued, saying his plans were labeled schemes, and someone sought to block the clan alliance. The idea of a link to the Count chilled him. doubt and fury burning in his stare. A letter from his father's office surfaced in memory, questioning future leadership within the clan. Fixing his gaze on Boomer, he asked if the letter to the Baron exposing secrets came from him. Realization struck the suspect hard. His shock, clear as hiding, no longer held meaning. Yang wondered why the first advisor was mentioned, sensing deeper consequences for all involved. Suddenly, the villain bit down on his tongue, ending any chance of further confession. Accepting guilt, Boomer met their eyes, knowing silence or death were his only paths. Servants shouted that his tongue was gone. The chief ordered more cloth forced in and dismissed it. Yan stated firmly the villain controlled the food, and Madame Vincent suffered through his hidden acts. As Kakanir reflected, the hero explained Boomer sought deputy power, while Durgi aimed to profit. Without a word, the leader rose sharply, the young man reading the decision in his movement. Stepping closer, he asked about Madame Vincent. A warrior answered that she rested in her chamber, mutilated. The criminal tried to speak, only broken sounds escaping unheard. Turning away, the chief ordered the deputy room sealed from all without his command. Seizing the traitor by the hair, he dragged him across the floor, ignoring muffled cries. From behind closed doors came brutal sounds, as if judgment itself was being carried out. After time passed, Kakanir emerged, hands and clothes stained, his face cold and resolved. Outside, he ordered the body fed to vultures and the family brought before him. As the corpse was removed, the chieftain stepped toward Jan, authority heavy in his stride. He asked directly about the explosion, demanding clarity on whether the youth caused it. Choosing honesty, the hero said simply that he arranged it, offering no detail. The commander said he knew such people were called magicians, and the young man bowed, refusing lies. Meeting Kakanji gaze, he promised full truth later, when the moment allowed. He added the chief might struggle to understand him, shaped by another world and time. Silence followed, the leader eyes sharp with caution, resolve, and measured trust. After a pause, he announced a change of plans, and Yang asked what was decided. The chief explained he once planned to take him to Brasha Estate and grant full support. Once Durgi chose deception over loyalty, every move shifted, forcing him to abandon old plans and wear a new face. Learning the Count planned to kill Vention behind a false pact, the leader resolved to hunt him down and end him personally. Jan replied calmly that he understood the scheme, then revealed a single obstacle capable of collapsing everything. The tax police would block any lone strike on the Baron, branding it treason and answering it with execution. He added that gaining control of the estate would let him aid Kakanter, their combined strength reaching the same goal. Among the clan halls, the chief said help was inevitable, while the man clarified that he was formally asking for it. With a grin, he called him a demos and said unity was the plan, moving forward as one force. He extended a blood-stained fist and waited, while Jan froze, unsure what the gesture demanded. Understanding it was a ritual. Jan smiled and accepted, choosing the clan way and shared action. He struck Kakanter's hand in return, sealing their pact and confirming loyalty for what lay ahead. Entering Barrack's chamber, he saw him awake at last and asked about his state, relief clear in his voice. The orphan retched and could not speak, yet Yang knew survival alone was reason enough to smile. Weak and nauseous, the warrior accused his meal of tainted drink, drawing sharp anger from the doctor. Stepping closer, the hero studied him, unsettled since mage swordsmen usually healed far faster. Fever shook the orphan, cold skin slick with sweat, leaving doubt about how soon strength would return. He asked if Barrack remembered his parents, and the answer came that they were long dead. Seeing no sign of mixed blood in his lineage, the young man questioned the cause of such slow recovery. As the doctor prepared a compress, the bodyguard kept asking about returning, and Yang said it would be tomorrow. After his head was wrapped, he learned he would stay behind, the decision striking him hard. He sprang up shouting demands for reasons, pain cutting him down, told his illness was the cause. Rising again, Barrack insisted he could walk tomorrow, but John refused to bend. Promising many battles ahead, he urged rest, while the bodyguard simmered with anger and hurt. Tears fell as the orphan accused him of betrayal, yet the hero only smiled, unmoved. Gripping his shoulder, the bodyguard cited training, and the reply came that conscience mattered more. He asked if Barrack had forgotten mastering his power alone, holding his gaze without flinching. He recalled the fight where Barrack, pierced through the chest, kept swinging, pain unable to stop him. Shocked, the young man doubted it was his own doing, the memory feeling impossible. He pressed John again, and the answer confirmed every word as truth. Bellamy burst in and asked Sir to step outside briefly, his urgency clear and private. An eagle had arrived carrying Brock's letter, one that threatened to reshape every plan. Stroking the bird's head, the chief said the message came at the perfect moment, heavy with meaning. The letter warned Durgi had ordered a siege, while the tax office held firm awaiting aid. People gathered at the bank, and Yang noted the choice, the ground considered neutral. The Neiman building governed imperial finances, its authority absolute and closely guarded. Every region held a branch, and its fall would shatter the entire system. For that reason, Durgi's police could not strike there without harming all allied lands. Kakantar asked if the place was sacred, and the young man confirmed it. Yang urged haste, fearing that without the bank's shield, locals would side with the count. The chieftain declared they would depart for burial at dawn, refusing delay. The sun sank over the desert, bathing the clan halls in quiet light before a decisive day. The estate burned fiercely as the Baron's warriors flanked the field and opened fire on tax soldiers. Nearby, the Count demanded why Mariloff gave no aid, and Theo said the gates were shut to them. Furious, he called him a coward, but the youth said the trade town was weak and could wait. A sudden trumpet blast cut the air, its sharp call echoing across the field. They turned in confusion, unsure what changed or who dared raise an alarm. Far off, an armed force advanced with banners high, tightening hearts with creeping dread. Spotting them, the Count cursed and chose retreat to save lives and avoid disaster. Chaos flooded Portlow Street, with screams rising straight into the bright sky. Near Hayman Bank, crowds protested, demanding open gates as tension climbed fast. People shoved and surged. Workers pushed forward, shouting that the Imperial Army was killing them. Inside a boarded house, Hannah sat shaking, praying the nightmare would end. Her small brother sat on her lap, then pointed upward, pulling her gaze to the sky. Through the boards, they saw a massive eagle riding the wind, a grim sign. Hope sparked in her eyes, believing the bird meant help was close. At the same time, Yang advanced toward burial with otherworldly warriors, birds circling above. Flames and ruins surrounded them, and their mounted entry spread fear through the city. Children cried in dust. Some fought for bread, others lay lifeless. Terror ruled the streets. Surveying the wreckage, the leader admitted the crisis was worse than imagined. The young man answered calmly that this was exactly what he expected from his father's rule. When someone noticed Kakadir's shadow, he screamed, drawing eyes to the unknown fighter. He fled shouting that barbarians invaded, urging all to run, feeding the panic. People scattered in fear, believing the clan came to strike amid their misery. Mugurin bristled at the cries, but Kaken told him to stay focused on their goal. A boy sobbed on the road, then widened his eyes at a rider, sensing rescue. Kakendir instantly ordered a careful advance, seeing the child in their path. Among smoking ruins, the boy stared in shock, unsure who they were or why they came. A hand reached for him, and fear surged as he failed to grasp what followed. Sitting beside him, the hero told him to rise, offering help and no harm. As the hero neared, the boy's father rushed in, shouting and checking if he lived. Seeing him, the man asked if he was Janos, and the hero asked if they knew each other, learning he was once a stable boy. Recognizing him, the young man felt relief Janos lived, then asked about the city. Silence fell as passers-by watched, trying to understand who these newcomers were. Another man questioned the stable boy, asking how he knew the stranger and why warriors came. Calmly, he said it was Janos, and the other asked if he was truly the Count's sold son. Janos said the tribe came to save them, hoping all would see they came in peace. Soon, the young man, the chief, and the others halted at the estate gates, judging the scene. Beric coughed suddenly, revealing himself and pulling the group's attention. Hearing this, Kakadir asked why the sick man came, and the hero said leaving him meant worse trouble. Suddenly someone shouted, "Who are you?" lifting a sword and demanding answers. Waving the blade, the stranger asked why the barbarians came, bracing to defend the house. As Kakadir reached for steel, the young man halted him, signaling this moment was not for bloodshed. Yang stepped ahead, naming himself Count Bra's son, saying desert warriors stood with him to settle matters civilly. Spotting a shadow at the window, he declared loudly they came in peace, hoping the inspector would listen. Catching Erica's stare, he widened his eyes and offered talks, showing readiness to settle without force. With dusk falling, they entered the hall and waited beside the chief for the tax leader. A girl's voice sounded behind him. He tensed at once, sensing the talk ahead would be harsh. She entered and said Sir Molan had spoken of him, then named herself Captain Batty with calm authority. Startled, the hero asked if the old man led her. Erica replied partly, but decisions were hers. Confused, the young man asked what was happening, unable to grasp why the city felt so tense. She answered evenly that problems existed, soon resolved, and embezzlement had already been confirmed. A blood-marked sword rested nearby as she added they must deal with the Count's soldiers. She then asked why Yang was here, hinting he came to watch his father's execution. Kakadir and the hero stayed silent, their gaze weighing her words, judging how far trust went. Smiling, the young man said the estate was his home, and he feared for its people. He added the otherworldly clan stood with him, coming along to prevent harm. Erica pushed back on her heel, mocking his claim and doubting his true intent. She said all new barbarians and Braki were sworn foes, so Yang's story rang false. She pointed at him, calling him proof, an illegitimate child sold into the desert. The young man closed his eyes, choosing silence, knowing words would only worsen things. Batty was caught off guard, expecting anger, yet he stayed composed. Yang bowed and apologized, admitting his family's situation looked strange to outsiders. Noting her arrogance, he asked if lawkeepers only took those of low birth. The captain flared with rage, barely holding herself as she parsed his meaning. Kakadir rose sharply, demanding she listen, naming himself Lord of the Great Desert. He warned her to mind her words, hinting consequences would follow disrespect. He said if Durgi's crime was proven, execute him quickly. They came to judge the domain. Erica leapt up, shouting if the chief had lost his mind, defying all propriety. Claiming imperial authority, she said his words insulted power, demanding he know his place. He coldly repeated she should watch her tongue, saying she lived only by his restraint. Clenching her fists, she turned on Yang, shouting, "Do you also want to have your head cut off along with your father?" She said all knew he was a count's son. No one would blame killing him. She sneered that he should not overstep, calling him utterly ordinary. The young man stared at her, baffled and worn down by such venom. Watching clouds beyond the window, he said calmly he knew his place. He explained he was not truly of the Brock family, but held the clan's favor alone. He said as tax inspector, her role was to judge crimes and enforce law only. His words drew more insults from her, while Kakadir barely held himself back. He tossed a scroll down, stating the clan had a peace pact with the county, unrolling it with a sneer. The inspector called it insolence, angered by lost control. He said the pact bound them to help Durgi, yet, as a criminal, they were free to aid her. The leader added that Yang acted as their link, saying they wanted Erica to name him county governor, leaving her stunned. Smiling stiffly, she asked what she just heard, doubting her ears and weighing the meaning. Still shaken, she asked again if the clan truly wanted a bastard ruling these lands. John only smiled and narrowed his eyes, showing calm confidence and quiet dominance, calling them insane. Erica voiced open outrage, saying such an idea defied all sense. She saw the cruel truth. The boy's only fault was blood ties to Durgi, making judgment painful. With rebellion spreading, she knew Yang as heir could calm the masses and restore control. His pact with the barbarians also promised border stability through their protection. She concluded that only the emperor could grant a title, and this choice exceeded her authority. Yang smiled and said that until royal approval, no one but her held real power. Batty studied him, discouraged, weighing the fallout of every possible choice. She realized power was vacant, and others could seize it and strip her rights. Yielding slightly, she said she understood his aim and admitted it was logical, yet refused it. She stated firmly that the Countess and Chell fled, and she must crush resistance and impose imperial rule. Sitting calmly, the hero said he would help capture Durgi, honoring his word. He added he would restore order after the tax force and army, urging her to finish quickly and leave. Furious, Erica warned him not to deceive her, suspecting loyalty to her father. Meeting her gaze, he promised to deliver the Baron himself. Proving his oath, she departed, shutting the hall doors, leaving tension and silent thoughts behind. In anger, she planned to wait for the imperial decree, then legally cast him out. Elsewhere in the forest, warriors led Durgi through dense growth, moving cautiously. The Count asked how far remained, and Theo said Mariloff barred gates, forcing a path to Havan's border. Clutching his gold bag, the man sensed danger and chose to wait quietly, hiding fear. Above them, an eagle drew near, wings cutting air, unseen by all. The bird struck, wounding a soldier, blood spilling as panic erupted. Theo rushed orders, sensing an ambush, shields raised to guard the Baron. From the heights, the clan warriors appeared with Kakadir, greeting Durgi with open menace. The chieftain said he wished to see how far Durgi had fallen, pride on display. Shaken, Theo tightened defense as the Count froze behind him. A sudden leap from above smashed into a warrior, barely blocked by a shield. His body burned with old wounds, yet he advanced, refusing retreat. Closing in, he smiled and asked if the enemy remembered him. Yang called out about Barrack, but the fighter answered calmly and pressed on alone. Stepping into view, the hero greeted his father with confidence and strength. The Count stared in horror, stunned to face his son as his true foe. Theo gasped the name and lowered his shield in shock, opening a fatal gap. Blood spilled across the ground, terror gripping the remaining soldiers. The shield was stained. The enemy fell. The fight ended in clan victory. Entering the hall, the hero said he brought Durgi, fulfilling his promise. Erica stared in disbelief, realizing the Count stood captured by the powerful young man. The man lay helpless on the ground, bound and silenced, the sight shattering any image of a mighty Baron. Yang reported the soldiers and Captain Theo arranged in the yard, asking if she believed him now, her reply cold but conceding his worth. As servants dragged Durgi toward the dungeon, the hero reminded them the promise was kept. The inspection should leave after judgment. Batty shot back that the boy crossed lines. The Emperor order remained unfinished and she was still in control. Her mission demanded the Braca bloodline erased, the Countess and Chell missing. Her presence here still necessary. Silence swallowed the street. Her voice struck stone walls. Yang asked if she truly believed Mary already fled abroad. As she departed, Batty told the youth to search the settlements and stop somewhere to recover strength. With the chief beside him, they watched her go, weighing risks, knowing every choice could twist the ending. She approached the warrior and ordered body identification first, then locate the Count family to restore control. The inspector added that success required obedience, stressing every move must follow orders without deviation. Philip bowed and left at once, grasping the weight of failure and the cost a single error could bring. She chose to hide the Countess and Chela until the imperial edict arrived, keeping them beyond reach. Smoke wrapped the mansion, while the clan and Jan continued quiet talks of what came next. Turning back, Bellamy said Erica seemed to await a decision, the hero agreeing without hesitation. Cockadeer stepped in, warning that if she ruled the land, the clan warriors would lose their investments. He fixed the young man with a firm gaze, asking for a plan to hold the city steady. Respecting the insight, the youth answered calmly. Time was the key, and he knew when to move. He understood that time meant opportunity, and opportunity meant victory was still possible. He added that a letter would take 15 days to reach the Emperor, tilting events in their favor. The leader, stunned, remembering Erica's words about destroying the Brock family completely, the hero repeated them without pause. Smiling faintly, the youth saw the real motives behind the inspection staying, the hidden aims now clear. They believed the Countess and Shalom were nearby, hoping to find them and finish the task. If the escape became known, pursuit would follow, so Yang chose to find them first and set the trap. The chief smiled sharply, understanding the bold plan and respecting the balance of risk and care. Arms crossed, he said he would watch events unfold, the hero thanking him for trust. Then Cockadeer asked about his next move, the youth rising and saying many tasks remained. He planned to leave with Barrack waiting outside, telling the chief and warriors to rest easy. He believed the Countess and Chell still hid within the mansion, yet every servant who knew was dead. Reaching his horse, he searched the fog-filled streets for his bodyguard, eyes sharp. He spotted the orphan running, standing straight and reporting the forest secure and clear. Leaning close, he whispered that Jan Mother lived there peacefully, safe and undisturbed. Among worn buildings, the warrior wondered why they stayed here, the place poor and risky for an heir. Stepping forward, the hero said they would find Hannah, ordering the boy to guide them. Confused by seeking a former servant, Barrack agreed, though the task felt wrong. As they walked, he kept questioning the need, the hero asking if he truly had a choice. The orphan questioned passers-by, meeting only silence, fear hanging heavy and raising his guard. After gathering leads, the bodyguard guided him to a building and told him to go upstairs, calming the child. Hannah failed to notice Yang until footsteps sounded and another presence filled the room. When he spoke, she turned in shock, disbelief flooding her after accepting she would never see him again. She rushed forward with tears, joy clear at his return, and he felt relief seeing her safe. She asked with fragile hope if he came for her, fearing danger due to Durgi ties. The young man urged her to stay calm. He casually asked about rumors spreading through the estate, yet Hannah stared blankly, unsure what he meant. Realizing he meant hidden routes, she said she heard nothing, and the hero replied they should ask the butler if alive. Learning the butler was dead, she gasped, stunned that such news came from inside the estate. The young man explained the death occurred at the border, the body transferred to Brock territory without ceremony. Seeing her eyes dart, Yang asked what troubled her, and Hannah confessed a deep sense of guilt. Flustered, she admitted taking something from the butler, while the boys believed she had stolen it. Pressing her, the hero asked if she knew the loss could surface and place the blame on her. She answered quietly that many servants quit then. Lady Mary struck her often, leaving Yang confused. Hannah said she did not know the truth, but the Countess suffered from strain, so she took the box unnoticed. Ashamed, she said the box held only letters and sketches. Stealing memories made her feel sick. The hero glanced at Barrack, warning him not to open the chest recklessly, though the meaning escaped him. The contents spilled across the floor after the orphan's sudden move, exactly the chaos Jan feared. A single paper slid to the boy's feet, seeming important, as if fate placed it there. The orphan rushed to apologize and collect it, but the young man stopped him, staring in shock. Opening the map, he saw the estate layout felt wrong, one detail pulling his focus. Hannah saw nothing odd, but Barrack noticed the garden lacked any drawn plants. The hero explained natural features are often removed from plans, too complex to sketch, nothing unusual. Jan pointed to the page, noting a massive willow marked at the garden center. The hero eyes widened, suspicion rising, the idea sounding insane even to himself. He wondered if a hidden passage lay beneath the tree, sheltering the missing countess and Chell. Inside the storeroom, Mary paced in panic, fists clenched, while Chell sat silent on the mattress. He turned and complained of hunger. His mother urged him to eat meat. He asked how long it would last. Struggling to soothe them both, she told him to wait, promising escape would come soon. In her heart, she knew hiding might last forever. Returning meant capture and certain death. As she resolved to wait for the right chance, the pantry door creaked open. At the sound, Madame seized her weapon, shielding her son, ready for an attack. The lone candle in the corner died suddenly, plunging the room into thick darkness. Mary closed her eyes and whispered prayers, hoping it was Dergi, not hostile strangers. A lantern burst with light, filling the room, the sight forcing their eyes wide. Jan stood smiling in the doorway, lantern raised, greeting his mother and brother at last. Behind him, Sue entered with a torch, impressed by the long, solid tunnel the nobles dug. Seeing the nobles built only escape routes, the girl angered the countess, who shook with rage. The woman lunged at the hero with her weapon, Sue stopping the strike just in time. Sue restrained Mary tightly as she struggled, Yang noticing her condition far worse than expected. Meeting her gaze, he saw fury mixed with madness, sensing danger to everyone nearby. Yang ordered Sue to release her and summoned Kakontor, trusting the chief to restrain her. Mary blamed him endlessly. He told her to calm down. Warning scouts still searched the estate. Chell asked if his brother would help and about his father. The reply cold. Dergi was caught. Stepping forward with resolve, the hero ordered preparations, declaring they would leave the storeroom at dawn. Facing his stepmother, he said Fontola was the only option. Her family would accept them and offer brief shelter. Jan calculated the route would take 2 weeks skirting Merloff. Mary questioned this, believing they could rest there. He answered firmly that after the butler death, the city sealed its gates, no paths open, not even hidden ones. The words stunned her. She fell silent, unable to accept that the city she trusted had turned against her. Understanding came slowly, yet she still could not grasp that her world had collapsed and left her alone. She grabbed John's shoulders, shouting they must stop near the estate, then force their way to Mariloff. The hero saw madness. Mary insisted Dergi might live. They only needed to wait. Jan snapped, threatening to silence her. Walking away, he burned with anger and confusion, doubting whether the Countess understood reality at all, calling her words insanity. He left, while she leaned against the wall, sensing escape was gone. In the night hush beneath the towering willow shadow, Kakanir stood still, breathing cold air with the wind. Shaking hands with soldiers, he thanked them, knowing the Countess and Chell hid nearby, ordering removal at dawn. He placed Shuel and Naru in command to oversee the task, both accepting without hesitation. Stepping closer, he ordered the site moved far away and buried deep, unseen by any eyes. Warriors strained and adjusted gear as they prepared to obey, horses surging ahead. At the same time, Imperial troops failed again to force the city gates, their effort wasted. In her office, Erica froze as Philip rushed in, reporting the Countess and her son were found. She grabbed him, demanding locations. He said 4 figures escaped together through the north gate. Erica studied the map, mind racing, tracing every route the fugitives could take. Learning Mariloff was sealed and the Count wife hailed from Fontrul, she sent an urgent warning there. A soldier asked how many to send. The captain paused, wary of walking into a trap. Doubt gnawed at her, yet delay meant loss, and with it, her claim to the estate. She weighed the danger. Too many risked the estate. Too few meant death on the road. Deciding fast, Erica ordered Philip to take 20 fighters, save Mary and Chell if possible, kill if required. She knew the field held many chances. Only sharp choices could secure her rule. If she delivered results, resistance would break, and lawful control of the estate would follow. As riders thundered off, the girl plotted how to remove Yan and even crush the clan. The warriors charged through dense forest, weapons ready, unaware of the ambush closing in. A hidden force struck from behind, unleashing lethal blows across the troop. Moments later, bodies and fallen horses covered the ground, blood soaking the forest floor. When word reached Erica, disbelief turned to fury as she demanded full details. Philip, arm wrapped tight, said he alone survived. The captain fell first, then slaughter followed. The attackers named themselves Knights of Durga, elite fighters, the truth chilling her blood. She asked if he saw the fugitives. He confirmed seeing Chella and his mother clearly. Declaring a new squad would form, she dismissed him, feeling her plans fracture. In rage, the captain shouted about the silence from the capital, unable to grasp the delay. Crushing the paper in her grip, the warrior explained messages traveled only under imperial seal. She questioned Jan and the savages. The servant said they rebuilt villages, showing no hostility. Staring out the window, Batty saw people followed the man, while her chase gave him advantage. A chill struck her. The fugitives vanished too long, then suddenly escaped on horseback. She suspected Yang hand in it, yet lacked proof. The thought of betrayal gnawing at her. Furious, the captain barked orders for Philip to summon the stable chief, and he rushed off to obey. Realization hit her hard. She blamed herself for failing to inspect every horse from the beginning. She gripped her head, drained and aching, when a sharp knock broke the heavy silence. Aloud inside, Jan leaned in smiling, asking about the chase outcome with polite curiosity. The captain demanded why he cared. He replied that living fugitives put his own safety at risk. She considered his logic briefly, admitting it could be true, yet she refused to trust him. Without pause, the hero asked if the attackers were truly Brockmen, or if traitors hid among her ranks. She snapped back, calling it nonsense, judging John insolent and disrespectful. Still, his words planted doubt, unsettling her view of servants and tax soldiers alike. He pressed on, warning that hidden traitors sheltering the Countess would doom her position. The tax force mission required eliminating the Brock line. Without the mother and son, it failed. If they vanished, Erica risked losing favor, her authority and future collapsing. Even found dead, without proof of Mary and Chell's fate, punishment would follow. She suddenly shouted how he found his stepmother and brother. He answered calmly, claiming confusion. Drawing her blade, the inspector accused him of lying and aiding barbarians. Yang denied it flatly. He added she could inspect the clan herself, finding no soldiers, which fueled her fury. He insisted refusal to check meant negligence, while Erica burned with silent rage. A servant crept in, reporting the head groom confirmed 2 horses missing from imperial stables. Weapon in hand, she froze as the boy realized they were his family horses, tension rising fast. He claimed betrayal was certain and urged immediate pursuit, her anger barely contained. Storming out, she threatened to kill him if he interfered again, her voice deadly serious. Smiling, Yang asked why she threatened him, knowing his strength surpassed hers. Erica answered only with a cold smile, showing she meant every word. Marching down the corridor, she ordered troops gathered at once to hunt the fugitives. Aware they were clan warriors, she demanded caution, planning to expose John's alleged treachery. The mansion looked calm outside, yet inside brewed chaos, deceit, and hidden schemes. At that moment, an eagle landed on Ballamy's shoulder, confirming tax forces moved as expected. He planned to send orders by Falcon to remove Mary and Chell, asking leave to dispatch grain. Cockanier dismissed it. Securing the letter, the youth said the army was likely in the mountains, uneasy, far from desert heat. The chieftain asked if he doubted his brothers. He answered that he trusted them as true warriors. The leader stated Durgi must die and order return after imperial withdrawal, restoring clan strength. Releasing the bird, Bellamy said the family lands could not remain exposed. Cockanier agreed. The man turned suddenly. The boy spun around, expecting words shaping his future. Chewing an apple, the commander wondered who would rule if Yang left for the capital. After thought, Nursarin chose Baraka to accompany him, the orphan already his constant shadow. Bellamy argued a warrior should not be left behind, while the chief listened without comment. He declined, realizing Cockanier hint, surprising the man with his understanding. Nursarin said it was better he stayed, though Yang might resist that choice. He added he would leave due to the cold, the chief mocking it as a noble excuse. Watching the sun, Balabi hoped the appointment letter arrived before winter, the messenger long overdue. Slowly, the estate settled back into routine. Calm spread through the grounds, and old fears faded from memory. Far away in Beryl Capital, secret and weighty events unfolded deep in the first Prince Palace that night. Books lay open beside a steady candle. The quiet room held focus as the young prince read in silence. A knock broke the calm. Merev removed his glasses and told the servant to speak plainly without delay. The butler bowed in apology for the late hour, his posture respectful and slightly uneasy. The prince asked what mattered so late, watching the servant face for signs of urgency. On the tray rested a ring and a letter from Count Brock, drawing a frown of confusion from the prince. He took the letter, wondering why Durgi reached out now, as they had never shared close ties. After reading, he laughed softly, catching the intent behind the words, then passed it to the butler. He asked the servant to read it too, and point out truth and deception woven through the message. Studying the text, the butler saw claims tangled tightly, truth hard to separate from misdirection. The prince knew the noble alliance was real, and the invitation seemed valid, since Molan served Gale. Yet the polite refusal felt false, as Durgi barely knew the prince and blamed him with invented charges. The servant saw doubt, but Merev decided the count avoided the second prince out of fear. With interest, he asked who from the tax office led the investigation and heard the name Erica Batty. Her close ties to Mullen were known, suggesting bias and a flawed inquiry from the start. Concerned, the prince asked about rumors of Gale rebellion, unsure yet sensing danger ahead. He burned the letter by candle flame and ordered reports on Brash and Molan brought at once. As ash fell, he stated he would attend the council tomorrow, ready for firm decisions. Privately, he hoped Gale stayed cautious, knowing reckless moves would ignite wider conflict. By morning, a council gathered in the grand arched hall, tension rising as Merev took his seat. Whispers spread, his presence unexpected, many recalling the emperor invitation with unease. Hearing every remark, the prince stayed composed, offering only a quiet, knowing smile. The final issue concerned Count Brock tax crimes. The estate seized, Durgi resisting authority. Outrage filled the hall. Demands rose to bring the Baron before imperial judgment. Drawing attention, Merev lifted his hand and questioned the fate of the Lord family. He asked if only Durgi, Mary, and Chell faced execution, since records also named January. Others replied Jan was stripped of rights, sold as a slave, and sent to barbarians as hostage. Curious voices asked his stance, but the prince said it was mere inquiry. Inwardly, he saw danger if Jan and Molan aligned with Gale against the crown. Discussion turned to the county future after execution and who should govern the land. Crossing his arms, the prince warned locals might reject a ruler sent from the capital. Past clashes with tax forces made foreign control risky and damaging to trust. He added the land bordered otherworldly clans and asked who knew their ways. Silence followed, shared glances showing the depth of the problem. The Minister of Magic finally spoke, breaking the stillness with her concern. Smiling calmly, Wesley asked if the prince had any solution in mind. Meeting her eyes, he returned a quiet smile, hinting at thoughts kept hidden. He suggested delaying the appointment to avoid mistakes and gain time. She argued delay was worse, and the prince answered he would name a temporary ruler to test. The Master of Magic reminded them the tax police captain held full authority, and her mission in that land remained unfinished. Setting documents aside, Marov said the people already saw her as a killer, tasked with 3 executions, yet 2 escaped and trust collapsed. He stressed the order came from the emperor and demanded swift action, calling it a matter of imperial honor that weighed on all present. Acknowledging both sides, the meeting head asked if anyone else had proposals before deciding this matter. Doubt spread through the chamber, tension thickening the air and pressing on everyone seated inside. Raising the gavel, the judge declared all had spoken and proposed ending the session with a single decision. As the ruling settled, Marav and Wesley locked eyes, their hostility clear and unresolved. Far away in Brack County, the Imperial Army withdrew with banners raised, leaving scars and whispered stories. Some claimed the troops searched for the Countess and Cella, others branded them traitors and urged silence. Many cheered loudly, cursing the soldiers as tyrants and wishing they would never return. From the balcony, Erica watched the retreat and heard the crowd roar with joy and hatred. She hoped her forces would return victorious and restore her grip on power. Without warning, a heavy blow struck her shoulder, and she looked up in shock, lost and afraid. A Heavenly Clan warrior stood before her, stating the estate now belonged entirely to them. He noted the army had gone and only 5 officers remained, asking her to help place tents in the garden. Furious, she demanded if he knew who she was, and he replied calmly that complaints went to their leader. Storming into the office, she screamed so fiercely the halls echoed and doors rattled. Enraged, she declared John and Cockadeer would not live inside, claiming the house as her own. The leader answered evenly that fewer people were required if she wished to stay, otherwise no deal existed. He added he could offer shelter, reminding her of a storeroom at the corridor end. Staring hard, he said he would assist if she reduced the police, warning that unused blades still seek blood. Hearing this, Batty exploded with rage, stunned by his open threat and cold tone. Clenching her fists, she cursed them as savages, her voice shaking with bitterness. She thought the appointment letter would let her expel them all, when Philip burst in shouting. Gasping, he said it arrived, and Erica demanded clarity, struggling to grasp his frantic words. Learning the letter concerned appointments, her eyes shone with hope of power and revenge. She leapt in joy, vowing to descend at once and claim her authority before all. Her heart raced, thoughts consumed by control and long-denied freedom. Philip stopped her, urging caution, and placed a tray with an envelope in her hands. She froze completely, while the hero behind her grabbed his head, the leader confused by her stillness. Unsure of his mistake, Philip asked the commander if he had erred, expecting praise. The sun blazed overhead, flooding the estate with light, yet no one noticed the beauty outside. Opening the letter, Erica's hands trembled, her eyes darting as disbelief took hold. The chief remarked such a document could not arrive by pigeon, and Yang agreed, growing alert. The message named Romandro, Molina, Maka, and Dagora as temporary rulers, denying her authority. After reading, Batty shook with fury and despair, her ambitions crushed instantly. Seeing this, the leader seized the letter to verify it himself, distrusting her reaction. She protested sharply, demanding it back, but Cockadeer read on without pause, realizing it bore the Imperial Council seal. His interest sharpened at its weight. He handed it to John and asked him to read aloud, so all could hear the truth. The young man scanned the text, interest sharpening, his face shifting as the message revealed its weight. He then declared the ruler selection delayed, with interim officials from the capital taking command. Asked what followed, he answered that leaders would rebuild, govern, and submit clan reports. As a warrior blocked Eric at the door, Cockaneer sensed their rank eclipsed hers completely. Seeing herself chase the Durgi like a servant, Batty knew her ambitions were unreachable. She had expected triumph, not exile from power, and questioned how events collapsed so fast. Yang stepped closer, urging a private, calm talk, wary her unstable mood could spark recklessness. Holding the decree, he smiled, saying he could preserve her power if she executed the Durgi family herself. Stunned, Batty doubted he could voice such cruelty, her eyes clouded with disbelief. Yang went on, proposing they ignore the letter temporarily and uphold the old order facade. 2 weeks remained before Romandro arrived. The Count had to die before plans shattered. They also needed to block any meeting with Durgi, with Yang urging her to seize control. Turning away, he said the clan could deliver punishment. Only the outcome truly mattered. Leaving, Erica softly said she would consider it, silent outwardly, burning with resentment inside. At the doorway, she met Sue and felt trapped, pressure closing in, options fading fast. Spotting her, Kakadir asked why she was there, sweat exposing her fear and turmoil. She opened her arms to show the injured pigeon, and the chieftain smirked about palace messages. Irritated, he scolded her for constant trouble as she apologized and freed the note. Jan unfolded it and saw Molan addressed Erica directly, raising immediate suspicion. The note explained Durga had written the prince, but Marev blocked the appointment in council. After reading, the hero sensed danger, and the chief spoke of rising power struggles. Burning the letter by candle, they saw the prince had stirred chaos. Advantage gained, yet risks huge. Jan resolved to meet Romandro and stand out, knowing the prince suspected secret alliances. The chieftain wondered if they hindered the old man now, and the hero said clarity was vital. Studying him, the chieftain asked if he truly backed the first prince, probing resolve. Remembering Marev, the young man paused, arms crossed, weighing futures shaped by choice. He said the prince was clever and rightful heir, a claim that greatly strengthened his standing. He noted governors were key to recovery, their rulings deciding the clan's return. As the chieftain spoke of sending brothers home after Durgi fell, the garden stayed calm. Smiling, Kakadir said Yang's rise to lordship depended on his own schemes. The young man smiled quietly, plotting his next move, intent on claiming his prize. Days later, a falcon brought word of Mary and Chella's deaths. The warriors had succeeded. Soon after, plans began for Count Durgi's swift and harsh execution. Work surged. Craftsmen built the gallows, hauling boards and shaping the noose. At the same time, Yang moved through narrow dungeon halls, torchlight cutting the heavy air. Durgi lay bound on stone, fear and fury flickering as panic consumed him. Entering, the hero stated execution day had arrived, his firm voice crushing hope. He spoke calmly, noting it was Durgi's father who informed on the first prince, leaving him stunned. Bowing slightly, he thanked the Baron, since this prevented Erica's permanent appointment. Rushing to leave Brock, he delayed the execution, horror and rage flooding the man's eyes. The young man reported that Mary and Chell were already dead, and the father, last bearer of the Braxer name, shuddered as the truth struck him. Planting his foot on the man's head, the young mage told him not to mourn, stressing the cruelty and cost of his choices. He pressed harder, listing how Durgi split families, tricked the warrior clan, dodged taxes, and abandoned his people. Staring into his eyes, Yang asked if his father escaped punishment, and the man broke down, crying softly. A servant raised a torch and said it was time. The hero turned and moved fast, eager to leave the dungeon. He cast one last look at the ruined Baron, feeling no regret, even knowing the man was his father. Bound and broken, Durgi lay on cold stone, stripped of strength, stripped of any chance to change fate. With firm steps, the hero went to witness the execution, sensing the weight of history closing in. Exiting the dungeon with a warrior, he met a gray sky, clan members waiting in grim silence. Quiet surrounded him, and he stayed quiet too, accepting that Durgi's matter would soon end forever. His gaze drifted to the manor, and he understood that the line of brothers would soon vanish. A lone shadow moved behind one window, drawing his eyes. while the rest of the house stood empty. Inside, Erica glared at him, her dream of authority crushed before it could even begin. She snapped the curtains shut and vanished, leaving the hero aware of her bitter disappointment. Erica found it absurd, unable to grasp why Moline stayed silent after the Emperor signed the order. Teeth clenched, the inspector knew that after the execution, staying in Brock was impossible. A servant entered and announced the Count's punishment was ready, and she stared at him in shock. After a pause, Batty nodded without words, accepting the sentence and the path ahead. Taking the damning papers, she moved toward the gallows, tension shaking her body. Dark clouds hung low. Bare trees stood still. Dry leaves cracked underfoot in shared mourning. The crowd gathered by the structure, and Erica stepped forward to read the sentence, silence falling hard. She then ordered the condemned man brought to the center of the platform. Durgi climbed slowly in chains, shaking, drained, fully aware his end had arrived. A warrior shoved his back to hurry him, the Count helpless before the furious crowd. The crowd murmured loudly, noting how stripped of luxury he looked worse than a commoner. Voices shouted about the Countess and Chell, unaware they were dead, hoping outsiders would leave. In the square, people exhaled together, believing life would finally return to normal. The Count was led beneath the noose, the crowd freezing as tense silence spread. Trumpets suddenly blared, their sound marking the execution's start, hearts pounding across the square. Unrolling the scroll, Erica named herself, spoke for the Emperor, and read Durgi's crimes aloud. The first charge named falsified tax records, and the people saw how deeply they were deceived. She read that the mine produced 60,000 tons of coal, half hidden on paper, faces burning with rage. Stones and rotten eggs flew, fury boiling from years of crushing taxes. Some had sold homes and bled in fields, now shouting truth at him despite his blindfold. Finishing the scroll, Erica declared all bearing the Brock name in the Burial Empire condemned. The warrior stepped close and removed the blindfold, forcing the man to face the crowd. Hearing the order to erase his entire family, the condemned froze, stunned beyond belief. At the gallows, chants of joy rose, death closing in, fate already sealed. Hatred filled the crowd, aimed at the man who stole their last bread. The Count listened, anger surging, shocked by defiance he had never faced. In the crowd, he locked eyes with Jan, who stared back without blinking, cutting deeper than anything. The plank snapped under the Count, the rope cinched tight on Durgi's neck, breath broke into choking pulls. The sentence moved forward. The gallows held firm. Death closed in with each strained second. Erica announced that any hand unhappy with the Count could throw a stone, becoming the Burial Empire's base. Sensing the end, the Baron sobbed openly. Tears fell. Fear swallowed him. Hope vanished completely. From the distance came an otherworldly clan, Cockanier leading, stride steady, faces set with resolve. The leader gripped a massive arrow catching the light, a clear sign of the Brock line's end. He raised the heavy weapon to finish it. Tension locked the crowd, every chest held still. With a hard motion he launched the arrow. The crowd recoiled, frozen between dread and awe. It cut straight for Durgi, air screaming softly, the man hanging still, breath nearly gone. The arrow struck and stayed. The body rocked slowly. A cry rose, then silence pressed down. The arrowhead showed through his back. Blood spread across the ground. Spectators stiffened in shock. The damage ended him. The Count had no escape. Life drained away before watching eyes. The chieftain watched blood fall from the hanging body. The sight settled his long hunger. The clan shared quiet approval. They had waited too long. Now the task was finished. Word raced through the city that Durgi Brock was dead. The Emperor's order fulfilled. Cockanier released a deep breath and squared his frame. A burden finally lifted. Jan stood nearby. The leader asked if the youth endured it well. Such scenes scar hearts. He saw stones and eggs near the corpse. Noted the boy threw nothing. Hands would have sufficed. Speaking plainly, the hero said he felt odd. Memories stirred of words Dergi never spoke. He thought the Baron should beg pardon from the real Jan, not him. Guilt belonged elsewhere. Looking forward, he knew history had shifted, and the fate of the body he inhabited changed. Once, that life would be sold far away, fading like sand, unseen and forgotten. The chief asked calmly if the end brought relief now that revenge stood complete. The boy looked up, smiled, said it did, then added that his true beginning had arrived. The weight around them eased. People sensed that with the tyrant gone, a new era rose. Crossing the blood-marked square, Batty asked Philip for news of central reinforcements. He admitted Mary and Chell were lost. The inspector bristled, asking where it occurred. Tracks ended at the forest edge. A palace order warned failure meant recall to the center. Erica heard it and stared, mouth open, certain someone toyed cruelly with her. The youth added all provincial troops were returning. The girl breathed out. Anger held tight. Doubt gnawed at her. Could a small scouting unit manage alone if fugitives slipped free? Philip glanced at the captain, asked if a letter came from Sir Melina. She echoed it. The warrior said the reinforcement captain obeyed council orders and moved on without reply. It clicked slowly. The pigeon should carry a letter with a magic stone. Loss made no sense. A sharp thought struck. Kakadira's falcon seized the bird, tore the pendant, stole the note. Irritated, Batty stormed toward Jan's office, set on answers without delay. Jan saw her and asked what pressed so urgently. The captain snapped about killing falcons. Startled, the hero and Bellamy with the bird exchanged looks, confusion plain. The furious nurserin shouted at Batty, swore to tear her open. She blamed the falcon alone. Grasping the clash, Yang repeated her claim aloud, stunned, confirming what she meant. Erica reacted with surprise and asked if he knew anything. The young man calmly said the bird died by accident and he kept everything. He opened a small box holding a letter and a magic stone and passed it to her, leaving her visibly shaken. Batty snapped in anger about stealing a palace pigeon. The young man answered it was Sir Melina's private message. Her body locked in place, shock washing over her as the meaning failed to settle. She wondered what the old man dared write, knowing such a letter could expose treason against the empires. Her brow hardened as she demanded the letter at once. No refusal allowed, anger clear in her stare. The hero answered coldly, ordering her to finish matters in 3 days and leave the land. Giving her the envelope, he said Melina sent it in haste and admitted he wanted Erica gone quickly. Gripping her hands, the captain realized he set the rules. Escape gone as her plans collapsed. She snatched the letter and said they would take the body tomorrow and leave. Yang calmly agreed. Abruptly, she said he should flee before advisors arrived, the words striking him hard. She added his concern for safety was foolish, since he was not of the Brock bloodline. She continued that the advisor ruled the land, and a brothel-born man could not endure it. Yan and Nurserin exchanged looks, silence thickening as tension climbed. The hero warned her not to insult the chief, promised consequences, and spoke of reporting her death. Stepping closer, she saw he misunderstood reality, her confidence growing sharper. Burning with anger, she vowed to return and told him to be ready or face ruin. Bowing with a hand to his chest, he said calmly it would not happen. Yellow magic flared in his eyes as he chose to reveal power she never expected. A glowing sphere formed in his palm as he warned her not to return and to find Mary and Sella. Shocked, she asked if he truly possessed such power, fear shaking her voice. Wrapped in aura, the hero stared her down in silence, crushing her composure without words. He closed his eyes and released her, warning not to cross the line again. Leaving the office, Erica lowered her head as Philip rushed to ask what Jan had said. She understood his confidence and decided she would not become a servant when the center arrived. Without hesitation, she ordered preparations, startling the soldier, saying pursuit would follow the transfer. She knew hardship awaited, yet loyalty to the center demanded action. When the gates opened, Tax police rode out, Erica leading the column. From the window, Jan watched them depart and finally exhaled, one danger gone. With that matter settled, he prepared himself for the meeting ahead. He gripped the pendant Hannah found in a flower pot and pondered its role in his fate. Moving through the forest, Jan asked Barrick if the road was right. The answer uncertain but firm. Asking again, he was told the path was correct, marked earlier with black stones. The bodyguard announced arrival. Jan opened his eyes, stunned by the sudden stop. A small house stood in the clearing, a fire and cauldron nearby. Barrick stepped forward first. No one appeared. The orphan guessed the woman had already left. Reaching the door, Yang pushed it open and stepped inside. A wooden bed sat in the corner, sunlight spilling through the windows. He realized no Salaska flower was there. Disappointment briefly crossing his face. A sound dropped behind him. Berries spilled, unnoticed as his focus stayed on the clearing. A woman stepped out behind him, frozen in shock as she saw her son, the one she had longed for. Shaking with doubt and fear, she spoke his name softly, unsure if it was truly Yang before her. He turned with a gentle smile and asked how she had been, his tone calm and warm. Crying out in joy, his mother rushed forward, wrapped him tight, tears falling as she thanked him for returning. She fussed over his thin frame and worried aloud, until Barrick cut in, saying that was simply his build. Cradling his face, she listened as he said the story was long and suggested sitting to speak calmly. The forest held still, sunlight slipping through branches, quiet settling like a soft veil. By the fire under open sky, his mother said the Count's whole family were traitors to emperor and people. Yang answered softly that he had something important to say, and she listened with care. Resting his hand over hers, he said Durgi's banner had fallen, yet work remained. Central officials were coming. He said firmly he would go with them and might not stay beside her much longer. So tears welled as she bowed her head and cried, knowing their reunion time was slipping away. With fragile hope, she asked if he could visit sometimes, saying even that thought would sustain her. He looked away in silence, lowering his gaze, unwilling to wound her with empty promises. Choosing honesty, he squeezed her hand and said he did not know if he could stay close, though he wished it. She clung to him again, holding tight, whispering that knowing he lived was enough. She said she did not want village life, preferring this valley over dark basements of the poor. Knowing her son lived as a hero filled her with joy. She asked nothing more from fate. Yang showed no emotion, yet felt glad she understood his burdens and asked for nothing impossible. He kept holding her hand, trusting that this warmth strengthened his resolve. Later he said, when everything ended, he could bring her to live with him. She thought of war and the fallen Count, yet thanked heaven that John still lived. Not wanting to waste the calm, the young man chose the moment to ask her something. He asked if she remembered the red flowers she once gave him, and she paused in thought. She said they came as payment from the Merchants' Guild, which often hired day workers. The guild head paid her well and added the strange flowers, as if sensing future use. Yang pressed on, asking for more details, and she recalled an important man but not his name. Hearing this, he said everything was clear now, and fell silent in thought. He realized the Silisk owner and the stone were tied to this. Someone in the village would remember. Releasing her hands, he said he had matters to handle and smiled calmly in farewell. Hope flickered as she stopped him and asked if he needed the ghoulie seeds she saved. She produced large bags, stunning both Yang and his bodyguard with the supply. Smiling, she recalled his request to gather seeds, saying she kept 2 bags. He praised her skill. She said she tended plants to pass time, unaware of their value until he explained they were edible. Smiling, he placed 1 seed in his mouth and chewed, while she and Barrick cried out in fear. Grabbing his cheeks, the orphan begged him to spit it out, but Yang laughed and showed it was safe. Patting Barrick's shoulder, he said he must work hard, and the bodyguard asked about carrying him out. Yang smiled and said he needed the bags taken to the mansion and hidden. Barrick nodded with tears. At the same time, A carriage rolled from the center toward the estate with temporary rulers aboard. Clutching heavy folders, the reconstruction inspector felt crushed by the weight of duty. Tears blurred his vision as he thought that even for Marav this mission was cruel. After begging him to stay, not long after the temple was restored, the prince sent him back again. Sorrow deepened as he missed his wife. A voice called out. He turned and hid his weakness, while Mullen questioned his colleague about Brock's future. After a pause, the inspector said Erica's report painted a grim picture. Raising the flag without stones would be fortune. The old man nodded in agreement, yet his thoughts were already shaping his next moves. Grinding his teeth, he knew Batty should have controlled everything, but the plan broke on a stubborn obstacle. At that moment, powerful otherworldly warriors filled the estate garden, guarding the courtyard and enforcing order. Romandra froze at the sight, eyes wide with fear, having never faced members of the community before. Shaken, he clutched his folder, realizing the old man hid this truth deliberately. A sudden knock hit the carriage window. Everyone jolted and turned toward the sound. To their shock, the inspector saw Jan, who calmly stated his position and greeted the deputies. The young man bowed politely, while the men stared with hostility and confusion at his presence. Smiling gently, the hero bowed deeper, surprising them, as they had expected. Defiance. When called brother, he warned them carefully that he had abandoned that surname and no longer carried it. In the quiet garden, he said letters were not enough and promised a full and open explanation. After they exited the carriage, he introduced Romandro Kakadiru and Nurserin as community members. As the falcon perched nearby, talks continued inside. Yang spoke of an alliance sealed by peace. He recalled learning of Durgi's crimes and how the clan sought loyalty through support. While Yang spoke, the old man watched closely, searching for cracks to exploit later. Reading the documents, Romandro noted missing details from Erica's report and asked her location. Yang answered calmly. Molin drew a scroll from his cloak as the young man explained his arrival and purpose. He slammed it onto the table, declaring it an official order for Yang's next actions. With malice, he questioned Durgi blood and called him a slave in luxury, demanding to know the body's fate. Yang pushed the scroll aside, saying he crossed the border and now belonged to burial, yet was desert-born. He added with confidence that punishment would still leave him able to return to the clan. Mullen shouted, claiming no one would allow that and insisted the center's power was absolute. Suddenly the chieftain spoke, saying he would allow it, leaving the old man stunned. Kakadir said the area was calm. The clan would soon depart, leaving only a few behind. Sensing rising tension, Romandro urged restraint and compromise to avoid bloodshed. Yang smiled and said he awaited the reconstruction expert, who admitted things looked better than expected. Furious, Mullen shouted that inviting barbarians was treason and demanded if control truly remained unchanged. Rising, the old man declared only their laws ruled burial, and Yang would answer if he left. The auditor realized chaos ruled the land, and that this young man was needed for the prince. Yang calmly warned that returning to the desert would bring trouble from another world. Molin understood Jan's removal was key, and noted the clan's aid already reached the palace. He abruptly ordered John and the chieftain to leave, while Kakadir weighed every word. Without warning, Yang hurled the papers skyward and unleashed magic, shocking the deputies. Eyes burning, he repeated that desert return meant disaster, his final stance clear. Stunned, Romandro asked if such power was real, the sight beyond belief. Facing them steadily, Yang glowed with yellow light, revealing strength and calm without restraint. With clear admiration, the inspector asked when Jan's powers first surfaced, and he answered that it happened long ago. Naturally, he admitted with open excitement that he never imagined meeting a mage beyond the imperial ministry walls. Once he saw Jan as merely unusual for his age. Now the youth stood at the heart of Braca's turning point. Stepping closer, he asked to shake hands, saying few ever meet a magician, and the boy laughed and accepted. Holding the young man's hands, The controller struggled to hide delight, while Molan bristled with anger. The old man understood then that the power he witnessed was real, not illusion or mistake. Yang shifted the topic without effort, avoiding explanations. His origins no longer mattered now. Mullen frowned and wondered if the youth aimed to become Count of Brock, his bold conduct fueling suspicion. Unexpectedly, the young man asked if Ramandro truly stood as a candidate for lordship, catching him off guard. As rebuilding continued, the inspector said he came for taxes only, yet now saw new paths forward. Still impressed, he promised success followed such encounters. Yang answered only with light laughter. The young man reflected that the first prince delayed appointing an administrator, slowing imperial decisions. The second sent Molina instead, and Yang questioned whose orders guided him, sensing something wrong. Startled by this insight, the controller admitted Prince Murev showed strong interest in the land and people. Smiling, Yang called it an honor and promised support. While Molan swallowed his irritation, he suggested planning later and letting deputies rest, a proposal warmly accepted. Clan envoys and officials left the office, groaning about 2 weeks in a cramped, jolting carriage. Suddenly, the hero heard his name and turned sharply to see who called him. Molina stayed behind, intent on a serious talk, his dark tone heavy with threat. Sensing danger, Cockadeer paused at the door and watched Yang, who told him to go. Once the door shut, only the two remained, tension filling the room at once. Gripping his knee, the old man asked bitterly why the youth complicated his own life so deliberately. Confused, Yang said he acted honestly, exposed his father, gained freedom. The accusations felt strange. He reminded him no future deals existed, and Molan barely restrained his anger. Raising his voice, the old man accused him of once denying knowledge of magic users. He continued sharply, blaming Yang for seeking control, saying truth earlier would spare trouble. Truly puzzled, the young man asked if he owed explanations, since he hid nothing. He added calmly that his past choices were right, and the man's words meant nothing now. Fixing him with a hard stare, Molan demanded clarity, his voice edged with veiled threat. Kicking the table aside, Yang sat opposite, closing distance and signaling readiness. Locking eyes, he asked what the man truly wanted, his tone steady but wary. Molan demanded full control of the land and talks. Yang replied only the emperor could decide. Angered, the old man tried to argue, but a sudden knock cut him off. A servant spoke of a letter from Marilov. Yang agreed to come, ending the clash. As he left, Yang wished him well and promised care for palace people. Watching him go, Moline boiled with rage, his scheme clearly unraveling. Teeth clenched, the old man barely held himself together, defeat unbearable to accept. When stars rose, Romandro sat at his desk, writing carefully in neat script. He continued until a servant arrived with dinner, breaking his focus. Lifting his gaze, he welcomed him in, deciding the note could wait for food. The butler entered with care, carrying a tray of sliced cheese, sausage portions, and a single glass of clear water. Studying the meal with surprise, the inspector asked if everyone ate like this, the servant hesitating before answering, placing the tray down. The young man explained this matched the guest's diet and asked if anything else was needed. Seeing no fruit or greens, the man understood supplies were still broken after war ruined the farmlands. Eating slowly, he felt grateful for a roof and warmth, not sleeping on roads without shelter. As the moon climbed high, he finished eating, and Yang knocked softly to discuss the day's matters. Entering with an easy smile, the young man asked if Romandro approved of the dinner served. The inspector welcomed him in and asked about Molina, Yang saying he was busy eating as well. Extending a red folder, the hero said he gathered reports on restored lands and asked for review. Romandro asked about provisions, Yang admitting inspections drained reserves, leaving only storehouses. Passing documents over, he suggested collecting only a quarter tax this winter to prevent hunger. Locals reported harvests at half strength and asked relief to rebuild homes and fields. Surprised, the inspector asked if Yang calculated it himself, the young man confirming personal work. Though knowing Yang's birth, the inspector saw calculations precise enough for immediate use. Speaking firmly, he said rules bound him to restore old systems, not change tax law freely. Considering his options, Yang chose to move forward with Plan B to shift the outcome. Offering a new letter, he said it arrived from Marilov and could redirect their discussion. As Romandro read, Yang explained plans to buy food from the Count awaiting price lists. Their grain stores matched Braca's weakness, so Yang expected higher prices than normal. His clear planning impressed the inspector, who sensed an earlier return home was possible. Summarizing, Yang said purchases lasted 1 week. Romandro replied subsidies covered 2 months. Bowing politely, Yang said he would write Marilov and rush the paperwork, ending the talk. Yang stepped into the corridor and shut the door, leaving Romandro alone. He reflected on the exchange, sensing trust forming, yet knowing the balance stayed fragile. Turning to Nurserin, Kakanir, and Barrick, Yang announced a serious issue needing action. Barrick stepped forward with his blade, Yang stating Romandro would not change objectives. The chief asked if this was expected, Yang admitting hope failed and Plan B would start. The orphan asked about subsidies, Yang replying the sum was around 3,000 gold coins. Facing the chief, Yang said early contact with the neighboring county was now required. Walking the hall, the leader noted Romandro's kindness and asked Yang's true opinion. Agreeing, Yang said Romandro acted unlike Molin or Lord Gale sent by Marev. He once thought Jan backed the first prince, yet hostility revealed careful acting. Moving through dark corridors, Yang said winning Romandro meant the plan would hold. The commander admitted surprise at respect toward mages within the empire. Yang decided leadership was possible and ordered Nurserin to watch Molin closely. Turning back, Yang asked if the task was done, the orphan confirming stones were planted. After parting, each returned to duty as deep night-covered streets under full moon. Elsewhere, deputies argued, Mac asking Dagor what path remained without answers. Dagor snapped for calm, yet his partner kept shouting, unable to settle himself. They knew only allies would rule next, stunned by the young man's negotiation skill. Fueled by anger, Mac argued that Yang was sharp, backed by the clan, and had already won the inspector's trust. He suddenly proposed replacing Erica with someone else, but Dagor dismissed it, recalling her dangerous temperament. She craved authority and served Prince Gale. Denying her the post could trigger chaos no one could control. Molin listened in silence, saying nothing, his stare dark as he buried his rising fury. Turning away, he said whoever opposed them would not stop and would soon become a serious danger. Holding a wine bottle, he said there was no retreat left, only one path forward, stunning Mac. Pouring the drink hard, the old man said the obstacle must be removed or everything would collapse. He stressed that if the mage stood against them, they must act before his power grew. Mac agreed, saying failure to control the youth would damage Prince Gale's interests. Molin thought coldly that without the boy, the otherworldly clan would leave and stop meddling in Brac. Then Romandro would stand alone, unable to wield his new authority fully. Raising his glass, the old man said the bastard must not block the prince's long-awaited designs. He added calmly that patience mattered. They should watch events unfold before striking. Though all agreed, none knew they were being overheard, every word captured by a hidden listener beneath the table. Hannah wore a device in her ear, hearing their plans and grasping their cruelty. East of Brac stretched a vast desert, while west of Marilof the clan had settled, expanding its reach. The land bordered Haven, a trade kingdom, once allied with Brac through friendly counts. At the gate, guards stopped a carriage and demanded to know who sought entry. The driver said he carried an imperial expert from former Brac, confidence clear on his face. Hearing this, the guard ordered the gates opened, granting passage without delay. Inside, Romandro asked if relations had long soured. John confirmed, noting Marilov avoided conflict. Recalling letters, he saw the county stayed alert, tracking shifts around its borders, passing the buildings. The hero thought that without Imperial arrival, seizure attempts were likely. Clear skies hung over the calm castle, gold trim shining, yet the mood stayed strict and restrained. Bowing, Count Carlo Marilov welcomed them warmly, ready for serious discussion. Romandro introduced himself as an imperial expert, stressing his official purpose. Seeing the Baron's puzzled gaze, the controller introduced January. Bowing deeply, the hero greeted Carlo, thanking the neighboring county. Carlo noted the youth resembled Durgi in no way. Yang accepted it as praise and raised food talks. Romandro explained Brock's poor harvest and uncertain recovery, prompting the request for aid. Listening, the Baron said no other issues remained. Romandro added recovery moved faster than expected. He admitted Yang's message alarmed him and said they could not strip their last reserves. Passing papers over. The list showed goods and prices, and the inspector examined each line closely. He suddenly asked for private talks, saying caution and secrecy were required. Laughing, Carlo found it odd Romandro valued a young man's presence in serious matters. Noting this, Yang thought perhaps the center truly held no prejudice. As they left, the Baron ordered lunch prepared so talks could continue at ease. Holding the papers, the expert simmered with anger. Jan carefully asked to review the list. The man agreed and handed them over, letting Yang study each item and cost. The young man read closely, judging how well the offer met Brock's true needs. They found no wheat, no corn, no roots at all, and what remained cost 5 times the norm. Romandro grabbed his head in shock. Even after war losses, Marilov's prices felt excessive. Yang set the papers aside and turned with a counteroffer that could shift the talks. Smiling calmly, he said that with trust, subsidies could be spent far more efficiently. The controller stared in confusion as Yang rested a hand on his shoulder, urging careful listening. Hearing the idea of hiring Marilov workers, Romandro froze, unable to grasp the intent. Silence weighed down the room. Negotiations stalled with no common ground in sight. After some time, Carlo entered in surprise, thinking the guests had left without farewell. The butler saw them act as if talks never happened, the Count assuming they were full. Eyeing cooling dishes, he noted the clan would depart soon, leaving hungry people trapped. Bowing, the servant asked about seeing them off, but the Baron abruptly dodged the topic. From the window, he watched Romandro and John preparing to leave the estate at once. Knowing the county lay far from the palace, he saw imperial reach here was weaker. Yet if Brock fell under palace control, central power would tighten with time. Carlo concluded that seizing the county was his only path to keep authority. At the same time, Jan suspected Marilov planned to claim the land, hiding intent. The controller recalled the nearby clan and feared damage, but the hero disagreed. Seeing the butler delay, Yang realized no farewell would come and urged departure. Sudden voices rose behind them, making both turn sharply to see the cause. Startled, Yang asked if it was truly Countess Marilov appearing so unexpectedly. Smiling softly, the woman asked if he was Jan, her tone calm and assured. Her composed face showed full control, leaving no doubt in her confidence. Bowing, he kissed her hand in greeting. She laughed lightly, saying the feeling matched. Knowing her bond with Mary, he thought them peers. Yet she looked far younger. Watching her fan and posture, he saw a refined noble shaped by tradition. Curious, she asked about the palace expert and introduced herself as Ryan Marilov. Romandro bowed in return. She asked if they had just arrived and were already leaving. He said they were invited to dinner but pressed by work, promising another visit. Catching her gaze, Yang studied her look, searching for its meaning. Meeting his eyes, she admitted curiosity, and he urged her to speak plainly. Smiling, she chose words carefully, avoiding offense or bluntness. Slightly uneasy, she asked who now lived in Mary's former chambers. Surprised, he asked if she meant Lady Brack's room, not expecting this topic. Stepping closer, Rian said she once lent something there and never retrieved it. Jan recalled his stepmother insisting on returning to her room before leaving. He sensed the moments were linked, though the secret remained unclear. Smiling, he assured her the room stayed untouched and invited her to see herself. The arriving butler asked why she came out. Rian said she was seeing guests off. Apologizing, the man said Kayla was busy, but neighbors could always rely on him. Romandro asked him to thank the Baron for hospitality and said it was time to depart. As the carriage rolled from the castle, the servant and the Countess followed it with a long, focused, thoughtful stare. Rian kept her gaze on Jan, her interest obvious, and the young man noticed without missing a beat. Through the window, the hero studied her face, wondering what the Countess once entrusted to Mary and now recalled. Romandro suddenly remarked on her striking youth, and John replied that he too had not expected such a young baroness. Brushing that aside, the expert asked him to explain the crop that could produce harvests all year long. With open admiration, he called it incredible and asked where such a drought-resistant plant was found. Smiling faintly, the hero said the expert already knew the plant's name, hinting it was no secret. When he heard the word rumor, the man froze, struggling to believe that was truly what Yang meant. Raising his voice, he called it nonsense and urged not refusing the Count's offer. But Yang calmly insisted it was real. All the way, he argued the plant could serve many dishes and that its seeds were rich in nutrients. The young man persisted, saying he had eaten them himself and that Brock would not starve even in winter. Suddenly, the coachman announced arrival at the square, and Yang asked them to wait while he handled business. The carriage doors swung open. Barrick cheerfully declared the task complete and said there was no need to wait. Seeing his state, Jan admitted with embarrassment that the guard was drunk and idle, but Barrick denied it. The warrior spoke of a lively tavern and claimed he posted notices there, confusing the inspector. Yang explained he planned to hire workers and place notices there and in Central Marilov on purpose. He promised 1 gold coin for every 3 bags of guli, leaving the inspector deeply discouraged. Offended, the man asked if this was serious, and Barrick said the reward was far too generous. Yang judged the price fair, believing such payment would truly motivate the people. More importantly, without limits, peasants would start growing ghoul, and the time was not right. He asked about Marilov's agriculture, and Barrick answered that conditions were worse than last year. Battles in brew-tainted rivers, traders raised prices, and daily life grew harsher than before. Thinking it through, Jan decided that if enough seeds were gathered, the county would approach them first. Romandro stayed tense, unable to grasp why collecting poisonous plants for gold made sense. Passing rows of houses, the carriage turned toward their home county of Brock, nearing the castle. Night fell as they arrived, finally able to rest after the long and draining journey. In the dining hall, the cook greeted them, saying Romandro had gone too long without food. At Jan's order, goulash, soup, butter-fried grains, and honeyed seeds were prepared. Trembling, the cook said he only followed orders and begged punishment fall on him, not his daughters. Alarmed, the inspector asked if the doctor was present, but Yang smiled and said he had gone home. Furious, the man shouted he was told to wait, but Yang laughed and urged him to eat without fear. Staring at the spoon, the expert hesitated, distrustful of the strange dish and wary of poison. At last he decided to try it, masking doubt as he tasted the food. Suddenly the spoon slipped from his hand, his body jolting from the unexpected reaction. Grabbing his head, he cried out that it was unbelievably delicious and rich. Turning to the cooks and servants, Yang told them to try it too, stunning everyone. Smiling, he confirmed the order, while the staff stood sweating with nervous tension. Hannah's voice rose behind them, quietly asking if she could taste the honeyed ones. Yang handed her a plate. She thanked him and studied a seed with interest. She bit down and declared it a true delicacy, freezing everyone in shock. The young man leaned in, eager. She answered without doubt. The flavor was deep and pleasant, stirring hunger across the table. Still unsure, the others pressed on edibility and safety, wanting a taste. The young man waved them on with steady confidence. One grain at a time, they chewed slowly, senses sharp, weighing texture and flavor, searching for the strange hidden note. Realization spread fast. It was truly gula. Amazement followed that it had always been there. Yang only smiled quietly. As shouts rose for more seeds, pride settled in his chest. His small find suddenly mattered to everyone. Seeing how trust moved through the estate, he chose the servants first, knowing bonds would carry the seeds forward. Word traveled. The cursed plant revealed its worth. Fear faded, usefulness replacing old rumors. During the meal, the inspector wondered about the discovery. Yang answered simply, calling it pure luck. He declared a greenhouse must rise at once. Winter would not starve them. His words filling the hall. Inwardly, he planned seedings and cold prep together, while gathering fruit from Brock and Mariloff lands. Romandro carefully asked to report this to the Imperial Palace. The hero gave calm approval, swearing honesty. The expert pushed for more. Yang replied evenly, supplies remained limited. Noticing servants chewing too, he addressed all, ordering strict control until the storehouse recovered. The maid and cooks answered with silent smiles, ready to obey, no dispute in their eyes. Night swallowed the castle. The full moon climbed, pale light washing walls and tower crowns. At the same time, Prince Marif studied a flower, then walked to his father's chambers to confirm the summons. By the bedside, he asked evenly if he was called. The emperor answered, yes, worn and tired. Turning, Clay said he wished to see his son. Time had stretched their silence, his voice low. He noted how long it had been, duty consuming the days. Marif agreed without argument. Silence followed. Marif realized his tone had been sharp. He softened his gaze, holding respect. Seeing his father turn away, he asked carefully what troubled him. The emperor looked drained. Clay took his son's hand, aged fingers closing, and asked quietly about Gale and his affairs. Shock held Marif still, the question unexpected. He could only stare, words failing him. He finally said he knew nothing, asking why this came now, since it never had before. Clay explained a recent dream, seeing Carolyn, the prince's mother, dark-haired and radiant. She rarely came to him, yet this time she asked for Gale, her words etched clearly in his mind. Marif moved to object, but Clay dismissed it as a dream, unworthy of delay. Thinking fast, Marif stayed silent, a faint smile hiding his stirred emotions. Servants lined the corridor with the butler as the prince emerged, all bowing deeply. He turned to the maid, asking calmly if the chambers were tended well. She answered with certainty. His tone darkened as he asked why Clea suffered nightmares. The menace in his voice shook her. She froze, confused and gasping, forcing herself not to show fear. His anger flooded the corridor, the air turning heavy, his presence unbearable. The maid collapsed, clutching her head and crying. Marif passed without a glance, stride firm. He warned that hearing this again would mean execution for all assigned to his father. She swore to remember, tears falling. The butler silent as Marif walked away. Along the way, he asked if business was done. The manager replied a report awaited, rubbing tired eyes. Marif asked for a summary, refusing to read again. In the corridor, the servant leaned close and whispered. Marif listened without interruption. When it ended, Marif cried out in joy, stunned by the weight of the news. See, the truth was clear. The bastard John wielded magic, seized Brock territory, and rebuilt it alongside the clan. Captain Eric was driven out, while the inspector rode hard, chasing fugitives who vanished without a trail, binding his long hair. The prince burned with anger, calling it lawlessness, insisting no crime go unpunished. He spun back, ordered the manager to his office, footsteps striking sharp through the corridor. The sky rolled like a dark sea, night still and calm, moonlight and windows faintly staining the ground. Morning in Mariloff buzzed, Streets whispering if Brock now traded ghoul for coin. Rumors racing fast. Young men frowned, unable to grasp why the county wanted weeds, unaware the plant was edible. Watching ahead, the merchant judged harvest would last long. Nearby fields cleared, forest next. In Brack, builders hammered and talked seeds, stunned that 3 bags earned a full gold coin. Some muttered Jan had too much coin, baffled by moves that defied common sense. One worker scoffed at paying for grass. His partner shrugged, calling it honest work. When Jan inspected the greenhouse site, rows of ghoulie bags stopped him cold. Asking the count, the servant answered, "Hrun," supplies stacking far faster than expected. The gardener argued growth hinged on watering and soil. Hannah proposed river silt as aid. Whirling around, the maid snapped at the expert to stop eating ghoul. Seed stock came first. Drawn by noise, the hero turned toward the clash, silent, eyes sharp and focused. His mind drifted, until Barrick the guard broke in with a question. Barrick mocked lightly, asking if Milton weighed on him, saying the old man stayed quieter than a rat. The young man answered seriously, admitting the thought, offering no further detail. He noted that since Palace arrival, the man never left his chambers, yet the bustle of subordinates showed he worked in shadows, planning quietly. Recalling the listening stone hidden under Milton's table, he said it must be reclaimed soon. He told Romandro to invite officials to lunch, Barrick asking what if they refused. Turning, Yang spoke firmly. They should be warned it was wiser to attend. At that time, the guard was to retrieve the device unseen from the office. Later in the dining hall, Milton questioned the sudden meeting, such urgency unheard of before. Smiling, the hero spoke of reunion and news. Dagor pressed to skip pleasantries. Arms crossed. Jan stated calmly the news was not as grand as expected. He said he found a new crop, one that could carry them through winter cleanly. Milton asked if he meant ghoul. The hero confirmed Sir was correct. The man shot back that rumors made ignorance impossible. Gold was paid for weeds, not only in Brack, but also Mariloff and beyond. He asked if Jan knew whispers claimed it was money laundering from land sales. Hearing this, the young man rejected the gossip as foolish nonsense. He said if it were true, land would not be restored, nor reserves shared. Acts that angered officials. Locking eyes with them, he denied knowing the source and ordered punishment announced. Mac and Dagor froze, shocked by words they deemed outrageous. Milton snapped, asking if Jan truly knew the plant. Jan answered calmly that he did. The old man insisted it was poisonous and prolific, a weed meant for destruction. The hero countered that the seeds were rich and nourishing, the fruit a true blessing. Yang reached out, asking whether Mr. Moline himself had failed to speak sooner and stand in support. He recalled that nature gives without favor. Hunger knows no class. If Gola feeds people, gratitude is owed. With a sharp look, the young man said the prince agreed fully, drawing visible anger from the official. As if yielding ground, Sir pushed back from the table, rose slowly, and admitted Yang might be right. He warned the people would reject it. Unless Yang proved the ghoul harmless, no one would eat. Smiling faintly, Yang said he already had a plan and intended to act on it. He waved his hands, outlining the idea. Deputies exchanged looks, stunned and silent. When it ended, Milton struck the table, declaring he would never allow such a scheme. Furious, he accused Yang of mocking the imperial family, fearing damage to their name. Yang answered calmly that no issue existed. The seeds were edible. Hunger mattered more than nonsense. While the old man raged, the hero stood firm, calling the argument pointless once again. He added coldly that death was trivial, asking if reputation outweighed starving lives. He clarified Sir misunderstood. He never sought approval, only delivered the outcome. Any interference meant immediate removal. Soldiers would escort them out. Max shouted in protest. Yang locked eyes with them, urging reason instead of selfish grasping. Facing stone expressions, He asked what they had truly done to help the people. Seeking balance, Romandro urged calm, noting ghouls tasted good and suited many dishes. Suddenly, Yang glanced at the door, attention slipping from the heated exchange. Beric stood there smiling, gesturing that the plan had succeeded. Rising, the hero said he had spoken enough and would allow no obstruction in this matter. He wished them a good meal and called the expert along, while Mac shouted in outrage. Outside, Beric praised his words. Jan immediately asked about the listening stone. The guard produced it proudly, smiling wide, confidence clear in his eyes. Turning the stone in hand, the hero felt satisfied, eager to test it. Entering the office, he dropped it into water, checking if voices carried. Seated at the desk, he listened and wrote notes, Beric resting quietly nearby. Hearing their intent to remove him, Yang planned silently, face unreadable. The stone stirred. Beric stared at the glass, stunned by the magic. He listened wide-eyed, silent, afraid to interrupt. Unable to believe it, he asked if they truly meant to kill John. Yang replied, losing Brock mattered more. Confused, the warrior suggested striking first, while Yang lifted the stone to inspect it. Yang said they would wait, find weaknesses, knowing the officials hunted timing too. Smiling faintly, he knew an assassin would come that night. Chance too tempting. Memories surfaced of his past as emperor, when many sought his life. Rising, he told Beric to focus. The warrior replied he was always ready, leaving the stone and letter behind. Yang ordered tighter watch on Moline's group. Elsewhere, rebuilding continued across the county, Romandro directing work with confidence. Builders called out. He chewed grains and sighed, saying lunch escaped him again. The workers stared, puzzled by what he ate and pulled from his pocket. Another youth approached, asking about ghoulie seeds, leaving them stunned. The man leaned in and whispered he heard of ghoulie from a friend, yet others nearby still doubted him. Yang chose to turn every rumor into fuel, spreading word fast, hardening trust in his new goods. Long before this, the imperial palace tested countless crops, searching for a true replacement. Results proved gulu seeds rich and flavorful, fit for farming without danger. That truth drove Romandro, the palace inspector, to oversee harvesting and storage himself. The man asked John if it would succeed. John smiled, saying the emperor only knew rumors from letters and Molina. After careful thought, the young man chose to reveal his findings to earn trust and respect. On the streets, people claimed the seeds improved skin and blood, saying they were absent only because Gola never grew in the capital. As builders debated collecting them, Yang and Beric watched quietly, the guard passing along news. In taverns, whispers claimed the emperor ate Gola for long life. Yang said the rumors were enough. Time to move. At the greenhouse, guards now protected seedlings once treated as worthless weeds. Under cover of night, thieves slipped inside, moving between rows, faces hidden beneath dark hoods. As they walked, one thief claimed he was right about growing them. The other agreed without doubt. They filled their hands with fruit, talking of palace value and selling it in the center. A spear-carrying guard lunged forward, freezing them in fear, punishment flashing through their minds. The guard threatened calmly, said others were caught already. They begged, hands raised, ordered to follow. Dragged into the street, hoods removed, a robed man faced them, praising the guard's work. Behind him, Beric yawned, while Yang stood smiling in moonlight, calm and unmistakable. Servants gasped, asking why Sir walked so late without guards. Yang said his bodyguard was enough. His gaze sharpened, demanding who the captives were, thieves or careless residents disturbing order. Fear locked their bodies. Words felt dangerous, knowing any mistake could bring ruin. They dropped to their knees, begging forgiveness, saying work was scarce and families hungry. Yang praised the guards lightly, ordered the offenders jailed, then accepted wishes for safe travel. Beric yawned again, noting the plan was to loosen security, not tighten it like this. Yang answered evenly, saying other lands lacked rulers. Here, chaos would breed danger. Passing through open gates, he said a safer method must be found to protect people and crops. Under moonlight, Beric studied him, wondering how he ruled chaos with such calm. Later, carrying bags through the night, they knocked on doors in Bruch, handing out seeds for winter. When no answer came, Yang struck the wood harder, resolve clear in every knock. A tired man stepped out, child on his back, asking who visited so late. Yang lowered his hood. The man froze, then sensed the visit carried good intent. Yang raised a finger for silence. Children slept inside. The man nodded and held still, nervous. He asked what was wrong, fearing trouble had found his home. Yang offered a small bag, explaining the seeds fed well and grew strong when planted right. Shocked, the man listened as Yang said the food was filling, not a miracle as rumored. Opening a larger sack, Yang explained supplies were controlled and carefully distributed. Learning the man raised 5 siblings alone, Yang chose him first to face the cold. Tears filled the man's eyes, words failing as he grasped this chance to endure. Yang held his hands, explaining one seed yields many fruits. Eat some, plant and share the rest. The man bowed deeply in thanks. Yang waved and moved on, helping the next home. Moving through the streets, he admitted he barely knew the bodyguard's habits, yet trusted him without doubt. Startled, the hero asked if Beric was half asleep. The tired warrior answered he wished he was, but stayed alert. As they walked, Yang stated the empire still controlled ghoul growth, yet reserves were clearly shrinking. He turned and asked if seed distribution was wise. Would people see aid or something unsettling? After brief thought, he answered that every step was planned. People would see care, not tyranny. Crossing the village center, Yang believed his intent was clear, urging haste. Many homes still waited. At another door, a woman greeted them warmly, children wide-eyed, gladly taking the gifts. Yang passed her a seed bag, asking for silence, explaining calm distribution mattered. They then visited a young man with a broken leg, who accepted. Gratefully, winter survival assured. Families welcomed the grain sincerely, joy rising as hunger no longer felt inevitable. Elders smiled and thanked him, seeing a leader who guarded the village future. Suddenly, Beric sensed a stare, turning sharply toward a shadow near the next building. Daegor watched quietly from concealment, tracking every move, careful not to be seen. Peeking once more, fear crept in. He withdrew fast, slipping into the alley and gone. He hurried to his allies, reporting the man was handing seeds directly to residents. With one sharp motion, he burst into his chambers, tension thick in the air. Waiting eagerly, Mac pressed for details, listening closely for meaning. Lowering his hood, the man paused, choosing words with care, face unreadable. Stepping closer, he reported Yang's nightly distribution of gulu, shocking Mac with its intent. Turning to Milton, he said the boy was strange indeed, yet clearly acting for the people. The old man thought the credit would go to Romandro, securing trust from palace and crowd. Swirling wine, he mused that a dawn departure could have changed everything. It could have ended the boy forever, yet caution saved him. Back in his office, Yang noted the full restoration of Gilsum village. Romandro asked about ghoulie supply. Yang answered calmly. Stock moved fast but would stabilize. The expert asked if charity would continue. Yang confirmed distribution would last 3 days. The inspector warned the pace was brutal, noting magic explained Yang's endurance. Yang replied evenly, asking if the meeting could end. Ghoul supply issues were settled. Raising a hand, Nurserin reported contact from the Great Desert with vital regional news. News followed of advisor Vincian's failing health. Yang stiffened, urgency flooding in. Recalling the old woman and Silisk, Yang knew a careful plan was required. Balami reported cultivation halted, remaining roots reserved for survival. Romandro asked for clarity about the advisor and plant. Yang and Nurserin exchanged looks. Crimson sunset bled through the window. They decided to brief the inspector fully. After hearing it all, the man repeated the facts, weighing their impact on land and people. Cockanier fixed his gaze on Yang, saying the verdict was forced by Brosh's crisis, asking about funeral customs. Tapping the table, Yang replied he knew the clan ways, laws, rights, and traditions. He stated that when a chief or advisor died, isolation lasted a full year. The chieftain declared they could not stay. Vincent's age left little time. Yang asked if Ramandro had palace news. The answer came, no, yet hope remained. Hearing the hero planned to seek the first prince's reply, he weighed the risk, measuring every consequence. Hands clasped, the inspector stated he sent only one report, as ordered, detailing the estate's condition. He added calmly that Yang's magic had to be confirmed. Its impact mattered to the entire empire. Confused, the hero asked if the crown truly wanted the new Margrave cut from Melina's circle and the second prince. Yang admitted he shared Mylov's stance and remained at odds with the old man, as already noticed. Hand to chest, he earnestly asked Ramandro to recommend him as count, saying it would secure Prahe. The request stunned the man, thinking it madness, far too bold for someone ordinary. Yang reassured him, saying refusal meant exile to the desert, palace control, and forced servitude. Calling it the only path to protect himself and Brock, he met the inspector's doubt with firm certainty. Seeing the ghoul bag on the table, the man understood Yang stood at the heart of renewal with real results. Setting his hand on the papers, he chose honesty, hiding nothing from the ambitious young man. The prince misunderstood John's ties to Molen, missing key details shaping the situation. Remembering Yang's account, the expert knew he used the old man to shield himself and the county. That move opened the Margrave seat to his ally, yet Captain Erica's claim complicated matters. He also believed Yang's magic qualified him for ministry service, a chance to show his worth. Gale believed the hero could counter conspirators using strategy, strength, and influence. Calmly, Yang said if that was the reason, he could explain all, leaving the inspector unsure how. In his chambers, the man vowed to brief the first prince personally, noting letters lacked security. Clenching his fist, Yang declared he could prove Molen stood on the opposite side. He fixed his allies with a fierce stare, promising loyalty until death and beyond. Even reduced to ash, he said his ideals and vows to the people would stand. Ramandro was shaken, while Nurseren and Kakandir smiled, seeing resolve, not words. Studying the papers, the inspector agreed to deliver everything to His Highness. Rising, he proposed ending talks for the day. Yang thanked him sincerely. Nearly forgetting, Yang asked if anyone in the capital handled Celeste for production. The expert answered uncertainly, unsure he could find a flower unknown to him. Knowing the plant was obscure, Yang considered how hard burial retrieval would be. Departing, the man urged rest. Yang clarified they would meet again tomorrow. Alone with Barrick, Yang suggested leaving early. The guard asked if fatigue hit, leaving the office under fading sunlight. Yang felt his eyes shutting. As moon and stars rose, they returned to the village center, people greeting Yang warmly. Spotting a familiar woman, he asked why she stayed awake. Preparations were light today. From behind, he warned her not to trouble the gentleman, saying he hid from palace eyes. She gasped. Villagers lined up, urging him to bring more seeds, grasping winter's stakes. After distribution, Yang waved Barrick on, continuing to ensure no one was missed. Seeing Barrick's focused stare, Yang asked what drew such attention. Barrick reported 3 attackers. Yang sensed a trap demanding swift tactics. Knowing speed mattered, they moved faster toward the estate. In dark streets, strangers trailed them quietly, tracking every step. Yang and Barrick advanced steady and calm, shadows following, waiting to strike. The attackers halted and shouted, demanding to know which one was Yang, scanning faces to confirm their target. Yang turned calmly and asked what would follow if it was him, gauging distance, timing, and survival odds. Stones burst from nearby walls, fragments flying wide, throwing the scene into sudden disorder. Caught between foes, Barrack struck fast, his blows snapping toward their faces with brutal precision. A blade flashed close to his side. Instinct saved him, his body twisting away in time. As they closed in, he weaved and countered, each move sharp, showing trained combat rhythm. Yang shouted a warning from below. Attackers above. Barrack lifted his gaze, bracing to respond. While blocking one strike, another enemy dropped from above, saber raised, intent clear. Barrack shifted at the last breath. The blade smashed ground, stone and dust bursting outward. Without pause, Yang chose offense, stepping in with planned movement to shield himself and Jan. The attackers slipped back just as cleanly, their coordination revealing disciplined training. Watching closely, Yang saw professionals, aware of Barrack's strength, likely hired by Molin's circle. As Barrack pressed forward, he shouted to leave at least one attacker alive. Yang answered back in agreement, unease growing as enemy behavior broke expectation. If they knew Barrack, they knew Yang had magic, yet none targeted him directly. From the opposite side, more figures advanced, weapons drawn, encircling Yang from multiple angles. Seeing the trap close, Yang accepted it, knowing action was the only path forward. With exit sealed, he understood the scale. Strength and focus would decide everything tonight. Their leader stepped out, bat in hand, ordering Yang to stay quiet, voice heavy with threat. Yang smiled thinly, refusing fear, resolved not to bend or retreat. Mana surged, light wrapped his body, fire formed in his palms as he named himself. Studying the crowd, Yang grasped the delay. They had gathered numbers for this strikes. Facing them all, he asked why they risked their lives so cheaply. The leader spat death wishes, boasting of the price on Yang's head. With that, he charged, weapon swinging, Yang holding fire steady, timing the response. As the club cut air, Yang stepped in close, ready to unleash magic. The fireball swelled brighter, heat rippling as he prepared the finishing blow. In one motion, Yang drove it forward, light smashing into the attacker's face. Power surged. The man froze in terror, mind-breaking before resistance formed. Light consumed his vision. Yang held firm, dominance absolute. Screaming, the attacker staggered back, face scorched, fear crushing him. He collapsed, shrieking as Yang advanced again, control unbroken. Another man rushed in, weapon raised, yelling as he tried to turn the tide. Yang slipped past each swing, balance steady, reactions sharp. With one strike, he disarmed the foe and drove fire into his core, ending the threat. The man dropped, choking and crying out, strength gone. Yang studied them. They looked like locals from Brock, yet they shouted for him not to ask. Realizing his grip on the city was weaker than believed, Yang dared them to try again. Some froze in fear, others lay broken. A few mocked him as a child. As one lay at Yang's feet, the rest surged forward once more, choosing risk over retreat. Standing still and scanning the street, the hero saw his bodyguard arrive as stones cracked and bounced from the walls. Barrack surged straight into the attackers, cutting off their advance and shielding Jan by force. His eyes burned hot, resolve set, confidence firm, no trace of hesitation or fear. Blow after blow fell as he demanded to know who dared strike at night, blood spraying across stone. Lifting his stained blade, he questioned who had planned this ambush in the dark lanes. Cutting through foes with ease, the warrior fumed at being dragged into combat instead of rest. Watching closely, Yang asked if any would live. Barrack wiped his face and said they would. Yang gripped Barrack's shoulder, praising his skill and trusting his strength without doubt. Flooding the street with magic light, Yang reminded him to spare one attacker. Momentarily stunned, Barrack admired the glow. Yang snapped, asking if he was listening, leaping forward, saber swinging. Barrack shouted that he heard him and promised no mercy. Thinking the hero unhinged, The attackers broke and ran, panic replacing intent. Barrack intercepted them, strikes landing hard, blood scattering as weapons fell away. A few escaped, but seeing Barrack's fury, they abandoned any thought of Jan's bounty. From the side, Yang wondered why they called Barrack a monster. He was only defending life. Barrack smiled wide, eyes blazing, soaked in blood yet savoring the clash. Afterward, Yang laughed among fallen foes, wounded yet standing above them. Walking through bodies, Yang heard Barrack say one attacker lived for questioning. Facing the captive's ruined face, Yang considered how to use him later. Turning aside, he admitted the feeling of having seen this man before. He asked Barrack if the face seemed familiar. The guard dismissed him as a scarecrow. As the man covered his face, a ring flashed, catching Yang's eye and suspicion. Yang stared as something strange unfolded, surprise widening his eyes. An odd shimmer spread, like magic twisting flesh and sight. The captive screamed, his features warping as Yang and Barrack watched. Barrack muttered in shock. The face was ruined beyond recognition. Nothing remained. It resembled poison used by killers, destroying identity to hide masters. Nearby lay the wounded leader, hearing Yang order survivors taken to the mansion. Beyond the street, the village slept quietly, unaware of the violence. Elsewhere, deep night held the official's office as men argued over outcomes. Tense, Mac feared Chan survived. Degor insisted all was under control. Snapping, Mac accused him of calm blindness, demanding a backup plan if Petrio failed. Molan cut him off sharply, warning servants might overhear and report. Grimly, the old man said the leader was highly capable, a serious threat. Once captain of the royal guard, faithful and precise, age had not dulled him. As they spoke of striking Yang and Barrack, an unseen guest moved fast toward them. The orphan advanced down the corridor, unnoticed, tension trailing him. Hearing sounds at the door, the officials fell silent and turned. Fear thickened the air as they sensed control slipping away. Fixing on the door, Mac asked shakily who stood there, expecting good news. The door creaked open, revealing the blood-soaked figure of John, the bodyguard sent to fulfill the young man's orders. Barrack snarled as he asked whether the one they waited for was truly Petrillo. His smile twisted and cruel. The stunned managers froze, unable to grasp the sudden collapse of their expectations. Stepping inside with a saber and blood-splashed armor, the warrior ordered them forward, Degor leaping up and shouting that the boy crossed limits. Pressing the sword tip to the official's shoulder, he ordered silence, warning that Yang demanded obedience. Shaking with fear, the man cried that he served the palace, yet the blade near his throat pinned him still. Barrack stated coldly that borders meant nothing here. Origins carried no weight. See, by morning, villagers found a sealed field stained with blood, believing it happened as Yang returned from the palace. A girl screamed in horror, asking how such a thing could occur. The young man whispered that he sought the same truth. In the dungeon, chained tight, Barrack wiped the melted face of the criminal as Yang asked if his name was Petrio. The captive lowered his head, silent, while Yang noted that was the name everyone used. The man screamed in agony, Barrack muttering that he was only cleaning wounds and the pain was survivable. Lost in thought, Yang said nothing, replaying the ambush and its aftermath in his mind. During the search, even identifying tattoos were gone, proof the man erased his identity. Yang asked bluntly if the criminal understood his condition. The doctor replied he had less than 3 days. Saying death was near, Yang demanded his name, offering counsel status in exchange. Silence answered. The prisoner lifted his head, tears forming, pain and shame indistinguishable. Yang met his gaze without words, weighing his next step carefully. As he turned away, Yang said he would not torment a dying man and left him alone. Outside, a warrior from the otherworldly clan waited, fighters who never forgot vengeance. See, Yang wondered the stranger's name, hoping no kin remained, for that line would end. He ordered Barrack to keep constant watch on the prisoner. The bodyguard obeyed without question. Barrack continued cleaning wounds with cloth, the captive screaming as his face slid like tar. Walking toward the exit, Yang heard the screams yet forced his thoughts ahead. He moved through the dark dungeon corridors, heavy with pain and lingering fear. Suddenly a voice called his name with excitement, stopping him cold. Romandro appeared, anxiously touching his face, asking if he was unharmed, having heard of the attack. Yang answered calmly that he and Barrack were fine, the inspector noting his strength as a mage. Barrack remarked on fighting bandits. Yang added that 2 attackers lived, one silent, one unconscious. Yang revealed a spiked ring and asked about the poison, explaining how the face dissolved after contact. Examining it, Romandro said the signs matched dabarphine, an extremely potent substance. He explained it was used to erase identity. Yang stared at the ring in shock. Romandro asked about Molina's people. Yang replied they still claimed ignorance. He asked cautiously if Yang would execute them. Yang said no, or the palace would send more. Yang stated firmly he had no right to choose death. That power belonged to the emperor, stunning Romandro. Smiling, Yang clenched the ring and ordered word sent that he followed Prince Marev's will. Elsewhere in the dungeon, silence pressed down, torchlight barely cutting the gloom. Suddenly a bowl of thin porridge flew, splashing against stone from a violent motion. Seeing Yang at the door, the officials hurled insults and nearly struck him with dishes. Entering calmly, Yang asked if the 3 had slept, ignoring their rage completely. Mac shouted that they acted under palace orders. Dagor added that the young man had insulted the emperor himself. He turned to the great desert warriors and asked if they truly ignored what followed harm to palace agents. Yang answered coldly that this alone kept them alive, saying Petrio met the fate meant for others. Enraged, Mac demanded what nonsense he was speaking, feigning ignorance of the threat implied. With a swift motion, Yang produced a water flask and the listening stone, dropping it inside on purpose. Their own voices echoed back, clear and damning, exposing their agreement to kill him. Hearing his threats replayed, Milton felt dread spread, realizing the snare had closed. Dagor yelled that such a record meant nothing without trial, but Yang only laughed. Yang stated firmly this was the borderlands, not the capital. No inquiry would follow. Lifting his plate, he declared himself part of the otherworldly clan, whose vengeance was absolute. As he turned away, he said the record proved much, and he would remember it. Fixing them with a stare, he told them to respect food. Sure, they grasped their weak position. Mac and Dagor ground their teeth. Milton stayed blank. Their scheme lay in ruins. Leaving, Yang felt dominance settle in, knowing control was now within reach. Suddenly a voice called him again, making him stop and turn. Hannah rushed up, breathless, saying crowds waited outside calling for him. Hearing this, Yang felt shock and unease, unsure what mistake he had made. Following her, he asked if it involved ghoul theft, recalling the guarded greenhouse. With no answer, he suspected Moline's hand, perhaps another attempt on his life. Nearing the exit, he thought unrest might rise during restoration, especially with the desert warriors. Squinting at the light, he feared unseen anger brewing among the people. Seeing him, flower-holding citizens froze, stunned as if meeting him anew. They rushed in, asking if he was hurt, saying rumors of blood spread fast. With open hearts, they offered flowers. Yang stood still, overwhelmed. Tearful voices spoke fear for his life, having seen blood in the alley. A sudden memory struck Yang, light flickering in his eyes before he restrained it. Feeling warm hands and gratitude, flowers pressing close, his past life resurfaced. That memory explained how he endured 3 brutal years and the throne's crushing weight. Smiling, he knew his path was right, his lost power within reach again. Glad they gathered, Yang asked them to bring horses to the squares. He announced joyfully that Romandro approved seed distribution and manual ghoul cultivation. This choice meant faster recovery and victory over hunger. By morning, lines formed. The inspector said shares depended on land size and family count. Yang declared it free now, with 1/10 owed next year, urging shared knowledge. All trade beyond the estate ran through the mansion. Fines applied, reports rewarded. Asked about internal trade, Yang allowed it, banning outside sales strictly. He added that shortages today would be resolved with deliveries tomorrow. Barrack suddenly called him back, saying urgent news came from the mansion. Yang turned. Barrack explained one captured attacker had awakened. Together they headed for the dungeon, ready to extract new truths. The servant reported their return, and Yang asked about Patrio's state. The leader held in the next cell. Recovery looked impossible. The man could not speak and might not last the day. Uneasy, the hero asked if the second criminal was the same, uncertain what awaited them. Inside, a young man sat on the floor, screaming, sobbing, begging for mercy, completely broken. Seeing the man's madness, the servant withdrew, the noise hammering John until his ears rang. Keeping his tone steady, he asked the name. The man wept. Colin, 22, from a large family. Gripping his head, the hero said he did not care, while Barrack snarled threats at the prisoner. The young man then asked his origin. Colin said gambling house guards promised money and delivery. Jan thought this fit perfectly. The client hunted poor performers who could not refuse. Yang pressed for the client's name. Colin shook, crying, saying he knew nothing. When Barrack raised his arm, the criminal covered his ears, yelling the guards paid him directly. Jan placed a hand on his shoulder, deciding to use the man to open trade with Mariloff. Leaving, he ordered Barak to detain Colin. The prisoner cried and swore obedience. Outside, the hero said he sent word to the next county and requested a prepared horse. In his office, Ramondro heard a knock, looked up, and ordered the visitor inside. Seeing John, he asked if Patrio was dead. The hero answered that he still breathed. Saying most criminals confessed ties to Mariloff, Jan asked help sending a letter. Shocked by the small request, the expert asked carefully if he heard right. Confused, he guessed Jan needed an excuse to write and said it openly. Catching the insight, Jan smiled, saying that was close, but not the full reason. Laughing, the man agreed to help, respecting the young hero. He showed a letter, saying he planned to send advice to Prince Merev. Handing it to John, he asked his thoughts, knowing the weight of coming events. Smiling, the hero said he hoped the emperor and prince would value the letter. Hesitant, the inspector asked if it should be included, then confirmed Jan meant Maryland. The hero spoke firmly, stating the criminal raid from the neighboring county must be reported to the Lord of Brock without delay. Since one attacker confessed, the case required investigation, so he requested cooperation, including identifying the dead and sending the bodies. As Ramondro wrote from dictation, he replied that the message was clean, precise, and free of useless details. Using this as an excuse, the expert hoped for no response, but Yang reminded him winter was near and Mariloff needed Gola. Smiling, the man proposed selling seeds at a higher price in exchange for supplies, yet the hero only returned the smile. Thanking him, Yang said the rest of the county was stabilizing and recovery was moving forward step by step. He also voiced hope that Merev might assist them, and the inspector answered with a polite smile. Still, he knew the prince could not be trusted, since everyone followed their own goals and interests. At the same time, inside the imperial palace, Merev arranged a hunting camp deep within a forest clearing. He prepared an arrow, aiming to wound his prey and secure victory over rival officials. Startled, the beast fled as his shot missed, vanishing into the dense undergrowth. Other administrators stood behind him, watching with visible irritation as the attempt failed. With bow in hand, he blamed the strong wind, claiming no one could land a proper shot. The group murmured that Mr. Dorenzio would likely take first place. Confident luck favored him. As the prince drew again, he heard a man note with concern that Gale had not appeared today. Smiling faintly, Marif asked if he regretted it, and the man admitted some regret. recalling childhood days. Another shot missed, and the startled animals scattered, disappearing into the forest thicket. The prince smiled and said he was the same as before, leaving the man staring in confusion. Turning back, Merev said he regretted disappointing the ministers, unaware of Gale's actions. Sensing danger, the official rushed to justify himself, fearing anger and punishment. Leaving them behind, the prince ordered the hunt to continue while he went to rest in the tent. Inside, he sank onto the sofa, then questioned the servant about his business at such an hour. Reporting a border letter, the servant said it would make a fine gift for Marov in hard times. Taking the note, the prince read carefully, silent, examining each line with focus. After finishing, he laughed openly, amused that Braj believed goulash could stop winter famine. He dismissed the idea as absurd, knowing no one would eat a poisonous, worthless weed. Tossing the note aside, he told the servant the gift was dull and undeserving of notice. The servant added that Jan was named next lord, and Sermelina's ring was enclosed. Producing the ring, the butler explained the old man tried to kill Jan. Petrio led the raid and failed. Hearing Jan wanted to hand them over, the prince smiled, spinning the ring slowly. He expected this outcome ever since learning Jan arrived with an otherworldly warrior clan. After brief thought, he rose sharply and ordered a reply to the self-proclaimed Count of Bracha. Smiling, Marav dictated that any mage seeking lordship must present himself at the capital. Privately, he noted events were unfolding perfectly, and John would serve well in magic affairs. Rejoining the ministers, he asked about the hunt, and they urged him to take a shot. Drawing a breath, the prince smiled quietly, strength surging from news out of Bracha. Without warning, an arrow cut the air, missing him narrowly and making everyone recoil. The shot struck a deer cleanly, dropping it instantly, shocking the watching officials. They turned in disbelief, staring at the fallen animal in the clearing. Marov stood with his back turned, silent, judging the scene and knowing who fired. Tension rising. He turned back, blood cut on his cheek, warning Gale that reckless moves always breed new trouble and unseen risks. Behind him on horseback sat a dark-haired youth, wide grin steady, posture sharp, confidence clear in every motion. Apologizing for his delay, the second prince said he rushed here and asked if his appearance offended anyone. He slid from the saddle, saying urgent affairs slowed him, while ministers assured him they had awaited him eagerly. Marav scanned the clearing in silence, calm and measured, weighing faces and waiting for the moment to reveal itself. Soaked in sweat, the ministers claimed the heat demanded water and rest after the exhausting hunt. They moved fast toward the tents, seeking shade, breath, and space to plan what came next. Only Gale and Marev stood alone in the clearing, watching closely, probing each other without words. Noting his brother came despite heavy duties, the prince asked if thanks were due, the reply citing a tight schedule. Locking eyes, Gale questioned his brother's focus on borderlands, pressing for the reason it mattered to the Empire. Molina's reports ended without warning, yet Romandro's letters kept arriving, detailing shifts along the border. The second prince realized this earlier when the meeting was cut short, wondering if Marev saw it too. Drawing his bow, the first prince questioned this sudden concern, surprised such matters ranked high for him. Facing forward, he said he knew not Gale's intent, but urged abandoning Bracha to avoid border threats. The second prince only smiled at the letter's recommendation, certain his chosen course was correct. While firing, Marav explained the contender was a mage, already established and allied with otherworld warriors. His second arrow struck the dead deer cleanly, precision undeniable, authority earned without words. Smiling at his brother, he said he had no objections. Ordering the succession rushed to save time. Soon both princes joined the ministers, whispers rising that rumor alone might sway Brash's fate. When the county was named, the princes exchanged sharp stares, each grasping its weight. The chair announced a letter had arrived from a restoration expert, recommending a territorial lord. As the hall listened, it was revealed the candidate was John, bastard son of the executed Dergi. Ministers erupted, demanding how a criminal's son could rule and why bloodline punishment mattered. Some argued he should be a slave. Others countered that he accused his father and cut all ties. Gripping the table, Marev stated the report showed the boy fulfilled every duty expected of a lord. Gale watched his brother intently, eyes burning, measuring intent, guile, and possible fallout. He continued, saying John of Braca forged alliance with desert warriors and earned the people's trust. He proposed granting him Viscount rank, ministers trading tense glances at the bold move. Murmuring spread as they saw no grounds to resist, backed by the prince and Romandro. At that moment, the Minister of Magic whispered into Gale's ear, shaping the discussion's edge. Gale listened, smiled faintly, stayed silent, knowing her counsel mattered, yet his plan stood ready. The hall filled with debate over what followed if John ruled and whether he deserved the seat. When his brother said taxes meant peace, Gale snapped his fingers, seizing the room. Laughing, he said it was well-spoken, sarcasm heavy, opposition clear beneath the tone. Turning to the Minister of Magic, the prince said, "Wouldn't it be better to put the boy back in chains and make him work in the palace, especially if he had abilities useful for service?" Smiling, Wesley agreed with Gale, noting even novices earned over 100 gold coins. Palace costs ran high. Marav glared, asking if she wished to enslave one closest to God, as she tried to protest. He slammed the table, declaring John must be made lord, his deeds worthy of the title. He counted the taxes Jan could yield, Desmet Dolari, 000 yearly, asking if that satisfied everyone. Giving his brother a hard look, Gale said if John broke terms, should slavery return, knowing Marev planned ahead. The Brock territory could only afford that sum if it passed all taxes forward, otherwise the balance would collapse. If not, Wesley would seize the land, and even if Yang paid, crushing debt could follow. The meeting head called it smart, saying payment would legitimize the youth and silence unrest. Others agreed, knowing many would resist a ruler carrying a criminal's bloodline. Marev realized his scheme succeeded, yet kept his face still, hiding any satisfaction. Relieved, the ministers agreed it was time to appoint Yana as lord to restore order. Nearby, Gale and the Minister of Magic kept whispering about the bastard's rise. She spoke sharply into his ear, while the prince listened, smiling, weighing her words. Marav closed his eyes, focused inward, as his brother wondered what he was planning. The first prince did not care if Yang fell into debt, only that his brother's allies stayed powerless. Smiling faintly, he trusted the youth could govern Brock wisely and win the people. The next day, an imperial carriage stormed the estate, shocking residents and servants alike. Seeing it, the people and Hannah panicked, rushing to summon the hero, sensing fate shifting. The instructor reported a palace carriage arrival, and the hero asked if it concerned Molina's arrest. Eyes blazing, Romandro said it was gold, proof of a decree from the emperor. Stunned, Yang stared at the expert, never expecting such a turn, unable to believe the truth. Servants lined the entrance as the crowd whispered, fearing another investigation. The carriage halted, doors opening, as Colonia of the Imperial Palace stepped out. In a cold tone, she introduced herself and declared she bore the emperor's will. As Yang and servants knelt, she demanded formality, stressing the gravity of her mission. She opened the document, stating the council approved Prince Maroff and Romandro's recommendation for restoring the land and guarding its borders. Yang was named new Viscount of Brock. Servants and townsfolk murmured in awe, already guessing how life would change. Colonia added that as a criminal's illegitimate son, strict conditions applied, or the title vanished. Within 1 year, he must pay 10,000 gold as compensation for Durgi's unpaid taxes. Hearing this secured his claim and future legacy. Yang stayed kneeling, head lowered. He realized the title was provisional, his fate bound to meeting the terms. When finished, the minister rolled the decree, signaling the end of formalities. She told the youth he could refuse, granting choice and thickening the tension. A brooch gleamed at his neck as he stood still, weighing risk against destiny. Lifting his head, he declared he would accept, calling it an honor and obeying the emperor. Before leaving, the woman asked one final question, drawing his attentive gaze. With concern, Colonia asked if Sir Malin lived, and he answered that he was well. She then sought to read the second Prince Gale's decree, and Yang watched closely. It ordered the safe return of Molin, Maycom, and Daegor's subjects. Yang clenched his teeth in silence, calculating danger, choices, and Brake's safety. Smiling, he asked what role she played with the second prince, probing hidden motives. He stated firmly there was one son, the emperor, and only his decrees rode golden carriages. Colonia wondered how a border bastard knew rules even nobles ignored. Unyielding, the hero accused her of disrespect, vowing protection for the old man, nothing more. The young man weighed the situation, wondering if the Minister of Magic backed Gale, Melina, or intended to keep the prisoners out of every hand. She crushed the papers in her grip, anger rising, yet she restrained herself, knowing emotion could be turned against her. After a pause, she said she only wished to confirm the prisoner's safety for her report, and Yang agreed to escort her. Outside, clear sunlight washed over the mansion, giving the moment an uneasy sense of ceremony. They descended into the basement, torchlight cutting the dark, tension tightening around the minister as she followed the hero. Seeing her, Mac, Moline, and Daegor shouted in shock, and she cried back, reality crashing in without warning. Mac rushed forward, begging Colonia to save them and pull them out, clinging to imperial authority. His eyes dropped to the bundle in her hands, curiosity mixing with fear, knowing it could seal their fate. Mac asked if she carried a decree naming Jan as Lord, desperate for confirmation or denial. Smiling, the young man said it was true, declaring himself Viscount and demanding proper address. Colonia turned and asked permission to speak privately with Sir Molin about the ruling. Stepping in, the young man stated they were suspects in a plot to kill him. As they stared in disbelief, he explained that as Lord he must guard his own safety. He took her hand and led her away, firm and composed, denying her any chance to resist. Reporting the deputies unharmed, he said negotiations were refused and Colonia had to leave. With a polite smile, he asked if she wished to return upstairs, light irony in his tone. Back on the grounds, celebration erupted for his appointment, drinks flowing and laughter rising. Laughing voices called the otherworldly warriors to join, while Sue and Barrick devoured food. People approached Jan with praise, and he answered with warm smiles, welcoming his subjects. Suddenly, Cocknear's voice rang out, and he turned, surprised to see the clan leader. Shaking hands, he thanked the chief for both congratulations and the clan's decisive support. Amid celebration, the leader announced they would leave for the Great Desert in a few days, startling Yang. The cold was coming. The warriors missed the sands, and Nursarin with a few men would stay to keep order. Smiling, he said backing the boy was right, now treated as allies, not barbarians. Turning suddenly, they noticed Romandro alone, pouring wine, dissatisfaction written across him, muttering. The expert complained the emperor granted only Viscount, lord of the border territories, weighing politics. Eyes wet, he fumed over the 10,000 gold tax burden and drained his glass. The hero sensed the palace chose a harsh sum on purpose, convinced Gale stood behind it. Romandro worried they could never gather that much, watching people still healing from civil war. Looking at the youth, he called him Viscount John, but the hero stopped him, saying it was not official yet. He asked Romandro to use his old address, showing caution and restraint. The expert noted the decree had been reread many times, asking if something was wrong, but the hero said all was fine. Still, doubt lingered in the document, pushing him to recheck every detail. The empire was ruled by Clive Orochin, Nothing unusual came to mind, yet the seal felt wrong. That seal had been used for years, never changed, and if it had, he would have known. He questioned why a symbol unchanged since the Empire's dawn had suddenly shifted. Studying the decree, one answer emerged. The Imperial seal had been altered. Even with time gaps and chaos, the change felt abrupt and unnatural. Such a shift could not escape notice from one seated on the throne overseeing all rule. A voice called out, snapping Yang back from thought, his focus returning to those around him. Romandro sensed the young man's dark mood and voiced concern, asking if something heavy weighed on him. Confused, the hero asked what he meant, but the expert said he only noticed the change. Smiling, the instructor suggested that after receiving the appointment letter, neighbors should be informed. Realizing he meant Mariloff, the hero agreed gladly, confirming his instinct for diplomacy. By the next day, Carlo had the notice. Studying the letter and doubting the bastard truly gained a title. He questioned where the world was heading, while the butler mentioned replies and letters after the recent attack. Lighting a cigar, the Count clicked his tongue, silencing the servant, irritation clear at the formalities. Calling it wasted ink and paper, he ordered a brief reply, and the servant bowed and obeyed. Remembering something important, the Lord fixed the butler with a serious look, reassessing the situation. He asked if Brasha wrote about food supplies, and the manager answered that none had arrived. Brushing ash aside, the Lord wondered how Yang would manage the ruined land amid crop failure. Teeth clenched, Carlos mocked that the youth might soon eat carrion and weeds. With a dismissive wave, he sent the butler away, ending the tense exchange. Closing the door, the servant exhaled, relieved the difficult conversation was over. Suddenly, someone called out, and he turned, startled, expecting news or an unknown visitor. Seeing the Countess, he asked eagerly if something had happened, seeking the reason. Smiling, Rienne asked if there was news from Brock, her interest fixed on Jan's fate. Bowing his head, the butler reported Jan became Viscount, and the woman cried out in surprise. She asked what her husband said, but the steward hesitated, fearing his reaction. Hiding behind her fan, she sensed Carla's displeasure, yet said congratulations were necessary as neighbors. She declared she would write herself, ordering the servant to blame her if the Count protested. Folding the fan, Madame added that more must be done, resolve clear in her posture. Entering the study, she said a gift should be sent to John, asking the treasury remain open. The butler called after her in alarm, saying she was not required to face the Count. Stopping, Rienne smiled and replied that this was precisely what she must do. Meanwhile in Brock, the hero sat for breakfast, and Romandro asked how he slept, saying he slept well. The young man asked Hannah for water and took his seat. New feelings surged, as if one title let him climb a mountain and find strength. The expert raised palace support, and the hero asked if unused subsidies stayed with them. The man confirmed this custom, saying the funds were his to manage and budget. Surprised, the hero thanked Romandro, trusting him with the financial planning. Calmly, the expert said this was wise, or the 3,000 gold for Gola might vanish. He added he trusted the rest would be spent well, showing faith in the youth. Smiling, the hero thanked him and promised to heed his advice. The inspector shared relief at returning to the capital before winter deepened. The young man asked if this was about his wife again, and the man smiled quietly. With open joy, he announced they expected a child, and Yang offered congratulations. Suddenly, a servant interrupted, announcing news from Mariloff, drawing their attention. The hero ordered the messenger in at once, demanding every detail. The messenger entered holding a box, announcing congratulations from the neighboring county for the title. Finding it odd that congratulations arrived first, Yang asked whether the earlier complaint had received any response. With no reply mentioned, he accepted the letter politely, maintaining proper conduct and outward diplomacy. The messenger added that the lady also sent a gift, and the young man studied it carefully, unsure of its purpose. As the box opened, The servant explained the device came from another land, surprising both the hero and Romandros. Romandro asked what the object was for, yet even the messenger could not name it. Inspecting the item, Yang identified it as a dripper, showing sharp perception and quick understanding. Both messenger and expert were taken aback by his insight and attention to small details. Yang asked again if the gift truly came from the Countess, and the servant confirmed without hesitation. Smiling, the messenger said Rian stressed the device would help him, and its cost carried no obligation. Considering this, Yang sensed the reaction was unusual, suspecting the madam acted with intent. He laughed it off, thinking it might be coincidence and meaningless as first assumed. Nervous, the servant insisted he merely followed orders and repeated her words, knowing nothing more. Romandro added that the Countess had distinctive tastes, fitting her habits and character. Privately, Romandro expected pressure from Marilov over the ghoulie, but not such a move. Studying Yang and the gift, he wondered how the young lord would respond. Suddenly, the hero asked for time and chose to write a reply to Rian himself. Curious, the expert asked what he planned to say, and Yang replied that he liked the gift. As he left, he added that he hoped to meet her someday and understand her intentions. The dripper was a recording device that pierced material with each press of its handle. Many dismissed it as useless, yet it became the foundation of future machines and later a national project. Yang questioned whether this was mockery or recognition of the device's value. The image of Rian with her fan lingered in his mind, elegant and unreadable, pushing him to meet her. Later, Kakandir entered, and Yang asked if the clan was ready, the chief confirming and offering help. Yang said he needed a discreet favor, winter supplies from Huan bound for Marilov. The chieftain said it was possible, but winter terrain favored the mountains, demanding caution. Yang firmly rejected battle, warning that exposure could be used against Brock. Interested, the chief asked if Jan had another plan, eager for his ingenuity. Meeting his gaze, the young man said he already prepared a safe alternative. Stepping outside, Jan watched people and servants see off the otherworldly warriors with respect. One warrior parted from a servant he loved, and Yang saw how deeply the clan was accepted. Romandro remarked that affection can grow quickly, even for a nomadic tribe. Yang reflected that marriage strengthens bonds and culture, seeing it as a solid step. Gradually, memories of his time as emperor surfaced, his smile freezing. In a flash, he stood in his palace corridor with red curtains, hearing his name. His mentor reminded him that choices shape lives and destinies, urging him to listen. Smiling, she said agendas mattered less than understanding how people truly felt. Returning to himself, Yang decided weddings must be chosen by the people, not power. He moved ahead to guide the clan toward the great desert and say farewell. Barrack reported preparations complete, and Yang ordered departure, wishing Kakandir luck. Mounted, the chieftain passed authority to Nurserin, who accepted and wished him safe travels. Ordering the gates opened, the tribe declared its return to the great desert, pride clear in every voice. The people answered with cheers, wishing luck and admitting Brock would have fallen without them. Once feared as barbarians, the clan now left with honor, Brock shouting admiration as they departed. A sudden call reached the chief, an apology for the interruption, drawing his gaze downward. Below stood a man holding a child and flowers, both staring up with gratitude and awe. The boy offered a small gift with trembling hands, looking at the chief as something divine. Kakandir's hard expression eased into a faint smile, touched by the child's gesture. Taking the gift, he called the boy Adamos and moved on, pleased by the county's recognition. Near the outer castle, the clan halted, sand all around, heat lingering despite the coming cold. Mounted, the chief thanked Jan for the escort and vowed to honor the Marilov request after returning. He wished the capital journey would bring fortune and open paths for Brock's future tasks. Smiling, Jan agreed, urging them both to serve the people and each other faithfully. Extending a bag with a chest, The young man said it was a reward for loyal service. With swift ease, the chief took only the seeds, refusing the rest without hesitation. Explaining his hands were full, he kept the child's bouquet, unwilling to trade it for coin. Spurring his horse, he rode toward the great desert, anxious for Deputy Kakunir's health. Waving, Barak shouted, "Demosha!" and wished them luck, watching the clan fade into sand. Yang then said it was time to return, as duties and pressing matters awaited in Brosh. Crossing the dunes, the heroes agreed to first tend the ghoulie, then restrain Mariloff. As they traveled, warriors noticed Kakunir's high spirits, surprised by their leader's mood. Asked if it showed, he replied that the warrior felt the same joy. Turning back, the chief said he never expected the empire to earn the clan's respect. Smiling, Kakundir said Yang differed from imperial fools, his wisdom rewarding the clan. Through him, they learned of the Celeste, saving the deputy who stood near death. They uncovered Durgi's border schemes, enabling the clan to build vital connections. Most of all, the desert map ensured safe passage, avoiding unseen dangers. Returning after the peace rite, one warrior carried a branch bound with red ribbon. A sudden command to halt rang out, and Kakunir asked why they stopped. A clanwoman warned the wind shifted, the sandstorm arriving sooner than expected. She said the guiding branch was drained, but the wind signaled danger from the north. Kakundir realized they might need to return to Brack and delay their homecoming. Deciding fast, he ordered the clan east, choosing to bypass the storm. Behind him, Yang froze in shock, confused why they rode toward the storm's heart. Unsure, he asked if east was wise instead of the safer southern path. At his words, every head turned, noticing the lone voice at the rear. Thinking Yang new to the desert, his concern amused them as noble ignorance. Laughter broke out toward the young man and his guard, mocking their first sands. They boasted that guides passed knowledge through generations, and Yang watched in awe. Warriors shouted for silence, and the chief turned, fixing Yang with a hard stare. After a pause, the leader asked who held the map, assuming it was Yang. Holding the map, the young man said it was drawn by a famed explorer of the Burial Empire, obsessed with desert study. Reading it calmly, he said the sandstorm would rise from the northeast, confidence steady as he sat mounted. Riding east meant disaster at the storm's core, and the old route failed, so south was the only path. The chief seized the map, ordering it handed over, stressing its value to everyone present. Passing it to Nurserin, he commanded translation, noting it was written in the burial tongue. The assistant said the map detailed rainfall, heat, and humidity spanning 100 years. Hearing this, Kakunir stiffened, caught off guard, thoughts turning towards science and progress. Balaam added that the clan learned this alone, and the map even marked a newly found oasis. Turning back, the chief asked where John acquired it, the others watching him closely. Jan answered evenly that his mentor gifted it, making Kakunir doubt a mere teacher held such data. Jan added the man became a teacher by force, yet studied the Great Desert for many years. The leader reflected that the Empire's technology far surpassed theirs to create such work. Watching the mounted youth, he noted Jan's sharp mind for understanding it, deciding he needed watching. That day, the knowledge led them safely to settlement, sparing all from the sandstorm. Studying Yang, the chief admired his composure, breadth of thought, and courage. He believed such talent should not stay in Braca, as the youth could shape the Empire's future. Moving through the mountains, Kakunir eagerly awaited news of John's fate in the capital. Elsewhere, Colonia entered Gale's office to report on Brock, masking unease and confusion. Learning Melina and his men were jailed without torment, the prince frowned in thought. Anger flashed when he realized Jan knew palace etiquette and court rules in depth. As Wesley sorted papers, the minister said Jan's face shifted at the charter, even Romandro unaware. Lifting her gaze, she said firmly that Marav and the boy were clearly connected. The prince cautioned against haste, saying a bastard might know basics, not deep etiquette. Unshaken, The Minister of Magic said this explained why the first prince made him lord. Even with magic, Jan's knowledge alarmed many, and Marev's trust made no sense. Gale pondered in silence, his brother's motives growing darker and more troubling. At last, he thanked the minister, saying the order stood regardless, and dismissed her. Alone with Wesley, they sat quietly, each lost in private thought. The woman in red shoes stepped closer, eyes bright with challenge and anticipation. Sitting on his lap, she asked if she should kill Yan, voice calm and cold. Gale replied with sarcasm, asking for ideas, as she explained the ceremony could be exploited. Hearing this, Gale stayed silent, thinking carefully, hiding doubt and intent. He rose suddenly and moved for the door, saying he was going to his brother's. He stopped short, body stiff, memory striking, eyes fixed with doubt. Turning back, he asked why Yang spared Melina despite perfect opportunity. Wesley said the man was a palace envoy, and his death would bring investigators. The prince smiled slyly, agreeing outwardly, while his thoughts drifted elsewhere. Confused, she asked for another reason, and Gale whispered he did not know. Touching her face, he said she was unfit to be Minister of Magic, hinting otherwise. Thinking it through, Wesley sensed he meant she should be his lover, not a court ally. Left by herself, she replayed Gale's strange words, unease growing as meaning slipped through her grasp. She called after him, but the doors closed, leaving her alone with doubt and a sinking weight. The carriage cut through the streets, Gale forcing his thoughts into order, stripping away emotion. Wesley suited him as a lover, yet as a partner, she rushed too hard, pressing when restraint mattered. An investigation team explained sparing Melina, yet Gale felt his brother's shadow was the true reason. Had the official died during the clan's action, punishment would come as armies, not inquiries. That choice belonged to Marev, and John, sensing the balance, chose caution over impulse. The second prince knew Melina lived not by John's mercy, but by his elder brother's will. Nearing the palace, he counted allies, knowing the old man was a key military pillar. He gripped his shoulder, trying to halt the flood of doubts clawing upward. In a flash, he ordered the carriage turned, abandoning his original destination. Smiling thinly, he said the visit was not for his brother, but for his father. Clive sat in his chambers, hoping his son would arrive, ready for a long-awaited talk. At Mariloff's estate, servants moved non-stop, orders flowing through busy halls. Reaching the count's door, the butler knocked and entered at his master's call. Bearing letters, he asked about the night's chill, and Carlo said the air felt fine. Bowing, the steward promised to tend the fire and explained the notes arrived last evening. Carlo scanned the pages, then froze when he spotted a seal from Brach. Seeing it answered his congratulations, he asked why it was sent. Hearing the Countess ordered it. Reading on, he noticed a letter addressed to his wife, the odd script tightening his brow. The envelope named Lady Rian Marilov, instantly stirring suspicion. Carlo demanded why it was personal, the butler saying John replied to the Countess directly. From the message, Carlo saw she liked the gift. Learning the servant chose the old device himself. He asked if they met before, hearing they spoke only briefly at the farewell. Suddenly, the Countess appeared and snatched the letter. Furious, he read it. She asked why he examined her note, and Carlo coldly told her to read it fully. Seeing John pleased, Rian hesitated, unsure whether to rejoice or worry. Carlo ordered dinner prepared, venison steak named, and the servant hurried to the kitchen. As he left, she noted her tastes forgotten, and the butler apologized at once. Thoughtful, Rian approached Carlo, resting a hand on his shoulder, voice kept soft. Holding him, she spoke of goulash and braise, while Carlo snapped that John lived like a beast. Calmly, she said the boy wished to thank them and visit, asking if she should go herself. Angered, he told her to stop, citing hunger complaints and an incoming trade house. He ordered patience and silence, ending all plans, and Rian obeyed. She knew Brock's troubles weakened agriculture, dragging their own lands down. Inns and amusements thrived instead, and she saw the balance break completely. She noted dangers within and beyond their borders, warning him without raising her voice. She asked when merchants would arrive, and he said about a month. Leaving, Rianne noted the road took a month or more, mountain passes slowing all travel. Closing the door, she wished the merchants would hurry, as people waited desperately. Stepping into the corridor, the Countess drew a deep breath and closed her eyes, gathering resolve for another difficult exchange. She suddenly sensed a presence, noticed a nearby servant, and immediately called him over. Turning at once, the young servant listened closely to every instruction, nodding with clear obedience. As she departed, she ordered the windows cleaned, reminding him that guests from Havana would arrive in a month and everything must shine. Her commands stayed in his mind, sharpening his focus as he prepared for the honored visitors. The words echoed along the long corridor, bouncing off stone walls and arched ceilings. In Jan's office, documents covered the table, each demanding review, verification, and careful signature. Reading Lady Marilov's letter, the young man realized he knew nothing of her origins or family. Nursarin asked if he meant her maiden name, and John admitted he knew only that she had been married 3 years. By noble standards, the wedding was modest, and the territory learned of it much later. After hearing this, Romandro suggested a difference in status, assuming she was a commoner, and the hero agreed. Still, Jan believed Rianne was not from Marilov, and her knowledge of the Dripper proved she was no simple commoner. Curious, Yang asked about the Havana caravan, and the servant reported on the Elic trade group traveling every 5 years. Though only 100 strong, the caravan required heavy escort throughout the route. After the report, the expert decided they must reach the caravan first, and Nursarin added that trust would ease matters. The warrior stated firmly that in crisis, they could rely only on themselves. Yan was about to explain the plan when a sharp, strange sound erupted, freezing everyone mid-sentence. Startled, they looked to the young man. Then silence followed, leaving even him confused. Annoyed, Bellamy complained that someone had acted with open disrespect in the room. All eyes turned to Sue as she entered, but she immediately shouted that she was not at fault. Standing center room, she looked around nervously, declaring she hated the cold caravan route and disliked Nursarin. When it became clear she knew no path, Barrick dismissed it as nonsense, and she assumed he meant sending her. Rising, Yang approached to calm her, speaking in a steady and reassuring tone. He said Cockentier trusted her and saw her as worthy, which was why she was chosen for the secret task. Placing a hand on her shoulder, he said the work was hard, but her endurance made her ideal. He reminded her gently that she was the fastest in the clan, making her perfect for the mission. He added that no better candidate existed, and for the first time she smiled sincerely. Blushing, she accepted the task, and Jan decided it was time to share all key details. The sun sank behind treetops, coloring distant mountains pink as dusk spread. The caravan halted in a clearing, the leader ordering rest before the long march. Lined up for food, exhausted workers felt pain and fatigue too heavy for words. Turning to Sue, an elderly woman thanked her warmly for preparing the meal. Stirring the cauldron, the girl smiled shyly and replied that it was nothing. Watching carefully, she heard workers whisper, urging faster serving. Gripping a small pouch, she recalled Jan's instructions and braced herself. She carefully sprinkled gooey powder and yellow scorpion powder into the food. At that time, cold and famine gripped Marilov, life growing harsher by the day. Mothers tried to soothe hungry children, their cries cutting through the streets. Rats scurried through alleys searching crumbs, food scarce even for beasts. In dark corners, men blamed Brock and spoke of a river stained with blood. Someone brought up compensation. Another shut it down, reminding everyone their land had tried killing the Lord, poisoning all relations since. Eyes drifting to rats on the floor, they considered asking the Count, but he only raised taxes. blind to their suffering. Out of nowhere, one man spoke of braj goulash, rich and delicious, and the camp erupted in rough laughter, calling it nonsense. The group laughed harder, yet the man stood firm, repeating that he spoke the truth. He added that a palace expert ate it often, proof it was real and not some hungry fantasy. No one believed him, deciding hunger and despair had cracked his mind and dulled his reason. Dropping seed talk, they asked when Havana's supply caravan would arrive, the time already overdue. At dawn, birds cut over the canopy as the sun climbed, spilling gold across forest and road. Inside the caravan tents, people begged for water, sickness and thirst grinding them down, liquid easing the pain. Confusion spread, since expeditions rarely saw illness, yet now dozens collapsed together. As Sue and the cook tended the sick, whispers circled about the doctor coming from Mariloff. Anxiety tightened her chest, the plan slipping close to failure, exposure meaning total ruin. She suddenly asked if Havana or Marilov was closer, earning only a confused stare. She reasoned silently that Havana's road was flat and fast, a doctor arriving sooner that way. Twisting in pain, a boy begged for warm water, his weak voice scraping with misery. Smiling, the girl bent down, promising to prepare it, hiding fear while searching for her opening. Watching closely, the old woman judged Sue reliable and told the boys to wait for the maid. Stepping outside, she welcomed the excuse, a clean chance to act. She thought that if she survived, she would never leave her desert again. Eyes closing in pleasure, she poured poison into the water barrel, deciding she would send them back to Cavan once the doctor came. A voice sounded behind her. She froze in terror, heart slamming with fear and thrill. A man seized her arm and yanked her close, his grip crushing any escape. Staring coldly, the stranger ordered her to show what she held in her palm. Fighting back, she screamed accusations and demanded release, while he pressed about what she carried. Spotting scratches on her hands, he said such marks belonged to those who fought often. He demanded to know why she was there and ordered her to surrender what she hid. With a sly smile, Sue mocked him, asking if spying in the dark was his only purpose. The charge stunned him, forcing a step back as his confidence slipped. She struck instantly, a sharp blow to his chest, precise and trained. Pain and shock dropped him at her feet, unable to react or understand. Shouts drew workers running in, talking over each other about screams and a sudden fight. Seeing them, Sue knew she was cornered. Two at once, nearly impossible. Rustling bushes broke the tension. A woman emerged, asking where she was. Weapon raised and hair wild, Captain Erica demanded answers, scanning the chaos. Seizing the moment, Sue yelled that they were robbers, igniting panic and shifting blame. The workers fled in terror, grabbing weapons, while Batty stood confused by their fear. She tried shouting her rank as Imperial Captain, but no one listened, and torches fell. As men scattered from Erica's group, Sue hid in a tree, watching from above. She thought that in darkness no one knew friend from foe. Many would fall, the rest hers later. Laughing up at the stars, she vowed aloud to Cockanier that she would soon return to her clan. An empty cart rolled into Mariloff with several sacks and a few young men, townsfolk staring in open confusion. Inside his office, Carlo crushed the documents in his hands, furious that Havana delivered only this. Rage took over. Seeing just 3 men and an empty cart, he refused to hear any servant's excuse. The butler tried suggesting a bandit attack, but Carlo slammed the table and dismissed it as nonsense. The manager then reported visiting the camp with a guide, finding most men wounded or unconscious. The caravan leader was hurt the worst, fled back to Havana immediately, abandoning everyone else. Hearing this, Carlo swept papers and ink away in one motion, unable to restrain his fury, shouting loudly. He cursed his fate, raging about eating thin porridge alone while chaos erupted, the butler staying silent. Slowly regaining control, the Baron leaned over the table, breathing hard, fists clenched. Thinking ahead, he suddenly asked about prices in Chiron, and the manager answered that flour cost 6 silver coins per bag. Seeing no better option, the Count ordered a list of those needing supplies and preparations for a trade group. With a shaking voice, the butler apologized, then gathered courage and voiced his own thought. He asked why they would not seek help from Brach, and Carlo shot him an icy glare. Stunned, Carlo demanded he repeat it. Shocked a servant dared make such a suggestion. The butler explained Sharon was colder, snow would arrive early, transport would soon slow to a crawl. Persisting, he added they could acquire guli, already eaten in a nearby county. Carlo slammed his palm down, declaring it nonsense and swearing he would not buy weeds for pigs. Refusing to waste coin on worthless goods, he cut off the discussion and dismissed the idea entirely. With a sharp wave, he ordered the servant out and demanded exact prices from Chiron again. The manager left tense, realizing his proposal had failed and was fully rejected. Seeing no alternative, he secretly planned a letter to Brach, hiding it from his master to save the estate. By morning, sunlight washed over Jan's castle, golden light bringing a brief calm. A letter from Mariloff reached Jan's office, surprising him as it came from the butler, not the Count. Nearby, Barrick ate cookies and asked about it, and Jan noted the envelope lacked any seal. The letter proposed a secret trade to sell gully, kept hidden from Carlo entirely. From this, Jan saw the Count seeking goods elsewhere. Romandro adding Chiron was likely 10 days away. Jan weighed whether to accept the butler's offer, knowing it could shape his people's future. He firmly told Barrick to follow him to the dungeon, planning a talk with the prisoners. Turning suddenly, he asked the warrior for a cookie, and Barrick handed it over, confused. They descended slowly into the damp dungeon, torchlight flickering across stone and iron bars. Reaching a cell, Jan and his guard stopped and studied the prisoner curled inside. Colin sat shaking from cold and fear, exhausted, looking broken after days in confinement. Watching him, Yang noted the youth was barely holding on and could not last much longer. Extending the cookie, he said that if Colin ate it, he would be freed immediately. Afraid of poison, the criminal hesitated, doubting the offer and sensing a trap. Still, fear won, and he ate the cookie, hoping obedience might save him. Sitting beside him, Yang told him to listen carefully and speak to no one, promising mercy. He explained Colin would be sent to Mariloff, joining merchants bound for Cold Shirin. There, he must disrupt the deal by any means, ensuring the group stayed away 2 full weeks. Paralyzed by fear, the prisoner wondered how he could stop merchants without strength or power. Yang locked eyes with the man and stated failure meant death, leaving no escape. Magic flared in his gaze as he warned the poison cookies would trigger instantly. Gripping his face, the criminal shook in panic, knowing only survival mattered. Yang pressed on, describing blood turning corrosive, flesh dissolving, sinking into soil. When tears fell, the hero leaned close, touched his shoulder, offered a narrow chance. He vowed the spell would be lifted, Colin freed, memories erased completely. Staring deep into him, Yang asked if he could do it. Choice already gone. The broken youth collapsed, eyes drowning in terror, knowing retreat was impossible. Across Mirloff streets, merchant rosters formed, travelers signing for Chiron. Seeing Colin listed, the butler objected, citing crimes and no place in caravans. Fear surged at failure memories, yet the servant accepted him for stubborn drive. Teeth clenched, tears hidden, he chose survival at any cost or certain death. From bushes nearby, workers debated if the youth would endure or fall. They agreed Colin would pass, accepted already, or die forgotten as carrion. As talk spread, Clark observed quietly, noting Mirloff's changes since last year. Watching in silence, he resolved to inform Ryan before matters spiraled. With firm strides, he crossed the manor halls toward the Countess' chambers. He knocked hard, calling out urgently, demanding her attention at once. Without pause, he warned through the door of a suspect joining the caravan. Ryan, eyes on papers, called it fortunate, wished Clark safety, trusted him fully. Gazing ahead, she believed his role would profit her plans greatly. After a beat, he answered calmly, urging trust in fate and small turns. His voice faded along torchlit halls, stone swallowing sound and light. Night descended, snow burying peaks, a vast white silence under cold wind. At the mountain's base, the caravan camped, tents raised, fires fighting snow. Through dim snow, Colin moved toward supply wagons, torch clenched tight. Firelight shook as dread wrapped him, death seeming to pace beside him. Jaw set, he sought forgiveness in thought, knowing failure meant the end. His hands quivered, flame brightening, shadows leaping, fear growing sharper. As he acted, a sudden call halted him, terror locking his body. He turned to Clark, questioned sharply, answered with a weak excuse. Clark closed in, seized the torch, demanding reasons for the night prowling. Eyes cold, he accused Colin of arson and greed for stolen gold. Shock froze the youth, stunned by his name known and blame cast. In a blink, the torch slipped, striking earth beside the supply wagon. Fire surged fast, chaos blooming as Clark watched with icy calm. Confusion swarmed Colin's thoughts, fear gnawing deep like slow venom. In one swift strike, Clark pierced his back, draining strength into darkness. Voices neared suddenly, tension spiking as footsteps rushed closer. Merchants stormed the scene, flames rising, blood dripping from Clark's blade. Clark spoke firmly, claiming Colin burned the gold wagon, fought back, and had to be stopped to protect everyone else. The crowd cursed the dead youth as mad, hauling sand to smother flames while his body lay still. Clark watching without a word. From behind a massive bush, another young man observed, grasping that something truly dire had unfolded. Confused, yet convinced, he assumed Clark followed the plan and rushed to inform Jan and Ramandro. At the same time, panic erupted in Mariloff as the butler sprinted to the Count with grim news. He burst into the office, shouting disaster, but Carlo turned coldly, demanding the reason for interruption. Trembling, the manager reported contact with merchants failed, every cart reduced to ash, no goods remaining. The Count froze in disbelief, mind racing over winter survival without grain or provisions. Slamming the table, he demanded clarity, and the butler blamed Colin for arson and endangering lives. He added the boy was dead, the caravan broken, and rerouted to Charon despite the long delay. Carlo grasped the truth of the coming winter and glared at the servant, fury rising fast. Shaking, gripping the table, he saw even mansion stores would soon vanish, leaving famine behind. A servant suggested seeking John if Sharon and Havan refused, citing his strength and full stores. At once, the Count seized the youth by the head, the boy stunned by the sudden violence. He smashed the servant into the table, roaring accusations as blood scattered across the surface. Screams filled the room as the servant begged mercy, the butler watching in frozen terror. Still gripping him, Carlo ordered Colin's entire family erased, cursing while the manager recoiled. Fleeing the office, the butler warned maids away as crashes and screams shook the mansion. The maids whispered in fear, and he hushed them, asking if they wanted the Baron calmed. With sharp authority, the Countess demanded entry, servants hesitating, fearing death and chaos. Calm and certain, she ordered obedience, assuring all was under control, and the door opened. Ryan witnessed Carl beating the servant, blood streaking the floor, screams echoing, candlestick clenched. She smiled and called to her husband, composed, as if the brutal scene meant nothing. Stepping closer, she asked him to release the boy and grant her a moment. Touching Carlo's shoulder, she urged him to stop raging and speak of serious matters. As she questioned why he avoided neighbors for aid, the butler dragged the injured servant out. She proposed sending envoys to negotiate with the Lord if pride stood in the way. Carlo paused, anger tearing at him, yet her words carried weight despite his boiling heart. Startled, he asked if she meant to go herself, and she smiled, requesting his consent. In a sudden motion, he grabbed her hair with a bloodied hand, crushing her escape. Holding her tight, he snarled, asking if she planned to abandon him with endless troubles. Meeting his stare, she calmly asked what Carlo would do if she truly wished it. He roared that she must never consider it, his voice filling the moonlit mansion. Outside, winter ruled, bare trees circling the estate, light snow resting on the roof. Ryan chose to visit John regardless, and he bowed, asking if the journey was hard. Shielded by her fan, she noted their long absence and asked if he was truly a Viscount, his joy evident at her visit. Near the castle, she said they failed to congratulate him properly, and he answered warmly not to worry. He reminded her they had sent a gift and asked if she regretted parting with it. Smiling, she replied she hoped the gift placed Yana in an awkward position. She explained she wanted another surprise, but the Count insisted this would help, leaving no room to argue. The hero reasoned they handed him the dripper just to silence him, and he felt sure Rian was true nobility. Walking the corridor at an unhurried pace, the Countess finally chose to reveal why she came to Brock. Folding the accessory, she stated she wished to inspect Lady Marie Chambers to recover a missing item. Startled, the man widened his eyes and thought, could it be that Rian had not come for the ghoul, which was so necessary? Laughing softly, she reminded him that his stepmother Yana never returned what she once borrowed. Near the doors, the Viscount told her to act freely, as he never touched those rooms and nothing changed. Gesturing to leave, he offered an escort, but she replied that showing her the room was enough. Still, the hero insisted on staying close, while Rian studied him in silence, gaze sharp and heavy. Inside the room, draped in covers, Yang asked plainly what the Countess sought there. When told he could help if informed, she refused firmly, saying the item must not be touched. Apologizing, she asked him to leave her alone inside, promising to call him when done. Turning to go, Yang agreed, though the secrecy made little sense to him. Outside, he murmured orders for a servant to watch Rian, and the youth bowed and complied. Inside, old bed covers slid to the floor one by one, dust rising in a long, untouched space. The servant asked if he could assist, while Rian opened boxes, her back turned to him. Annoyed, she snapped that he should obey the Viscount order, open the jewelry box, then leave. Facing the cracked mirror, she muttered angrily that she would find it herself, unnerving him. Soon the room fell into disorder. Jewels, shoes, letters scattered, yet nothing appeared. As Yang worked in his office, Romandro entered asking where Rian was, and Yang answered calmly. The expert noted with surprise she did not come for the ghoul, and Yang shrugged without answers. Glancing at his watch, the man sensed talk would shift to seed soon, and Yang later agreed. Openly curious, the inspector remarked Yang had set a price already and wanted to hear it. Yang replied slyly that cost depended on how Mariloff treated them when aid was needed. Ryan suddenly entered smiling, apologizing for the long search she never expected. Excited, Yang asked if she found it, and she answered regretfully that she had not. Sympathetic, he invited her to sit and take tea before leaving, hoping to discuss business. As she greeted the expert, the Viscount signaled servants to bring refreshments. Leaning close, Yang whispered for a servant to tell Barrack to clean the old chambers. Soon a white and blue tea set arrived, and cup in hand, Rian admitted the truth. Speaking of rumors, she said she knew Yang owed the palace, surprising him deeply. Smiling, she claimed nothing escaped her notice, and offered help, shocking the hero. Instead of money, she proposed buying some goli and asked Yang view on the deal. Yang smiled back, admitted dislike for the idea, and Romandro choked on his tea. Thanking her, Yang answered firmly they already planned how to pay the debt. Doubting him, Rian pressed again, and he confirmed, noting the ghoul cost about 5. Nulle. Studying the set, She remarked seeds once held no value, and Yang agreed. Fixing her with a look, the Viscount asked if saving gold mattered over lives, and she watched. He added that if she still wanted Gola, she should ask his price, sparking her interest. Yang replied cheerfully it was 50 gold per bag, making Romandro spit tea back. Earlier, Yang calculated seed profits carefully and still found the price worthwhile. The expert turned pale, realizing Yang, who swore not to overcharge, now demanded 50 gold without hesitation. At that moment, Hannah entered Lady Marie Chambers, startled by voices and not expecting anyone inside. Spotting Barrick, she asked his purpose there, and the guard answered he followed the Viscount orders. Curious, the maid asked what he sought, and Barrick called the Countess strange, admitting he did not know. As he searched through items, he muttered it should be here, while Hannah paused to think. She suddenly pointed upward, asking if he checked the ceiling, catching him off guard. A carved gilded soft stool stood nearby, and they chose it to carry out the search. Rubbing his aching head, Barrick disliked the idea, yet knew the hidden space must be checked. Standing on the stool, lifting Hannah, he opened the ceiling hatch as she searched blindly. She cried out sharply, saying something was there, and Barrick stared in disbelief. She pulled out a powder compact shaped like a cookie. Stunned, such a small thing mattered. Back on the floor, Barrick wondered why Martha hid it there, while Hannah called it unusual. With a quick motion, Barrick opened it and studied his reflection in the tiny mirrors. A strange scent hit him, freezing his body as his thoughts turned heavy and unclear. The sharp powder smell made him sway, and Hannah watched in growing fear. As she asked if he was well, Barrick collapsed, followed by a sudden sharp blast. An open powder box smoked on the floor as Hannah tried to rouse the fallen guard. Elsewhere, in the hall, Rian weighed the price of 50 gold per bag of gully. Judging the harvest, the sum strained the county, and she balanced risk and gain. Seeking leverage, Jean claimed that within 2 months the crop could save Marilov. Setting her cup down, Rian reflected, while Yang stressed the need to protect the people. From her reactions, Yang saw she cared more for the missing item than the seeds. He added that he and the expert acted for residents, recalling Marilov harsh pricing. Hearing complaints about missing grain on the list, Rian pressed her lips in displeasure. Touching her temple, she said the final word lay with the Count, though Brock sought profit. Gratitude echoed beyond the doors as the Countess prepared to depart. Suddenly, Hannah burst inside, pale and shouting that disaster had struck. All eyes turned to her as Jan pressed for answers and heard Barrick found the object. She explained it was a powder compact, and inhaling it knocked him unconscious, shocking all. Rian sprang up at once and rushed out, Yang barely calling after her. He chased her through the bright corridor, shouting her name as she refused to stop. Grabbing her arm, he urged calm, but she screamed, demanding release and struggling. She tore free with a sharp pull as Yang reached out again. Hannah and Romandro hurried over, seeing Yang fall, asking if he was unharmed, and he said yes. Yang looked toward the Countess to ask after her, then froze, eyes wide. Catching her foot on the steps, Rian fell awkwardly, sprawled as she tried to rise. Yang noticed bruises on her leg and assumed the fall caused them. Lady Marie Chambers lay wrecked, covers and belongings scattered without order. Barrick lay unconscious on the bed, pale and weakened by the unknown powder. Rian sat bound to a chair, and Yang turned to her, deciding it was time to talk. Looming over the bound Countess with Hannah and Romandro nearby, Yang demanded a full account of events from the very start. Forcing calm, the woman claimed it was ordinary powder and questioned why she was restrained at all. Holding the compact, the maid behind Yang explained that such effects made the substance highly unusual. She added that skin-toned powders were rougher and never caused anyone to lose consciousness before. Offended, the Countess asked who the girl was, and Yang answered she was a well-educated family member. Rian stared at him with open malice, while Yang held her gaze, waiting for a proper explanation. He then asked the maid to fetch a wet towel, and Hannah bowed before leaving at once. She nudged Ramandro to leave with her, isolating Yang and Rien, and though confused, the expert followed. The room fell silent, Barrick still unmoving on the bed. As Yang studied the Countess closely, pulling up a chair, Yang chose honesty and pointed out several details that troubled him. Sitting across from her, he said she clearly knew what a dripper was, fitting for an aristocrat. He pressed that she understood its value, and, at this, Rien bit her lip in tension. Staring into her eyes, Yang compared facts and traced her origins through careful logic. Speaking plainly, he asked if she came from the distant Rajan Mountains beyond the county. Doubting himself, he asked if she belonged to the Dara people, and she snapped back with anger. Realizing she knew their appearance, Yang felt his theory confirmed as Ryan shifted uneasily. She finally confessed she was born near the mountains, befriended that people, and had a dryad mother. Shocked, Yang understood she was half fairy, stranger than any guess he had formed. He recalled such beings as mystical, cruel guardians who consumed loved ones to avoid loss. Unable to accept her mother ways, Rien cut the tree and fled, leaving her father unburied. Yang asked how she reached this land, and she said slavers captured and sold her after escape. Raising her bound hands, she admitted knowing the dripper value, though not its full use. Startled, she asked how Yang knew so much, and he answered vaguely, citing distant hearsay. Night settled outside, stars rising, and Yang asked if Carlo knew her truth. She said no. After hearing her story, Yang wondered why she hid her past from her own husband. He then asked if she truly intended to help him carry out his plans. Noting his reaction, she asked if gratitude was due, and Jan said it depended on intent. With a sharp motion, she lifted her dress hem, revealing something that stunned Yang. Her legs were covered in bruises, and she admitted her husband was violent and unstable. She confessed her low birth trapped her in marriage, saying she could no longer endure it. She needed the powder compact to deal with the tyrant and live freely. Her betrayal purposeful. Barrick still lay motionless on the bed, too much time passing without any sign of waking. Fearing the powder was lethal and meant for the Count, Yang panicked that Barrick might die. Seizing her arms, he demanded to know if it was poison, and she denied it calmly. She explained it was a hallucinogenic sleeping powder from Havan that briefly stopped breathing. Neither she nor Marie suffered harm, surprising Yang that his stepmother had used it too. Ryan added Marie may have planned it for Durgi, testing it on herself first for reasons unclear. Facing Yang, she blamed everything on him, Marie husband bastard and her son rival. The confession weighed heavily on Yang, yet he felt many pieces finally align. Remembering his stepmother's state below, Yang wondered if hatred of Marilov bound mother and daughter. She stated firmly that all she sought was the right to choose for herself, something denied to her since childhood. Lifting her tied hands, she added that she came with a proposal and wished to avoid open conflict. She claimed her friend enemies were her enemies, seeing cooperation with Jan as natural, trusting he would release her. If Yang ignored certain matters, she would help clear the palace debt and support him, asking only that he look at her palms. Yang recalled Carlo's younger siblings, knowing her title would vanish if he died, yet she insisted, it meant nothing. Seeking clarity, Yang asked if the chance would remain after her help, and she admitted she could not know, sensing it was time for her return. Yang weighed accepting the deal or letting her walk away. A sudden noise outside snapped him back, and both turned sharply toward the door. Opening it, Yang heard shouting as someone demanded to see the Countess, restrained by servants. Servants and the expert blocked the man, who demanded to know what the Viscount had done to her. Hannah touched Yang's shoulder, trying to calm him, but the intruder raged beyond reason. Stepping out, Yang said the lady was occupied and asked the man to wait patiently. Clark noticed the ropes on the Countess' hands as she followed Yang, fear flickering in her eyes. Teeth clenched, face flushed, Clark filled with resolve and chose to act without hesitation. Hearing a threat about worms, he sneered, demanded meaning, and charged straight at Yang. Swinging wildly, he tried to strike, but Yang blocked him easily and met his stare. Calling on magic, Yang formed a fireball and drove it into Clark's chest with force. The impact drained Clark's strength, his footing slipping as he collapsed toward the floor. Witnessing the sudden clash, the Countess screamed in shock and terror. Inside the room, Barrack slowly stirred, sensing noise though his eyes stayed shut. Clark lay defeated on the floor as Rian rushed to him, Jan, Hannah, and Romandro surrounding them. Another servant burst in shouting accusations, leaving the expert confused by the chaos. The servant declared Clark killed Colin and burned the carts, and Jan demanded certainty. Turning away, the Countess shouted her hatred for Mariloff, but Yang corrected her calmly. She accused Jan of attacking instead of thanking him, and he replied he only defended himself, Clark merely unconscious. As night settled, Yang asked how she knew of Colin, and she explained the gambling house aftermath. Yang pressed about Carlo actions, but she said the old man did nothing and likely knew nothing. Thinking this through, Jan could not grasp the Count's indifference toward his own domain. He ordered Clark carried to his room, and a servant lifted the fallen man without protest. Yang and Rian watched in silence as they left, each lost in private thought. Seeing her distress, Yang asked if her bond with Clark went beyond duty. Understanding his meaning, she said it was not as he thought, refusing to face him. Unsure how to respond, Yang agreed softly and fell into silence. Turning back, he asked her to recount everything fully, seeking final clarity. Untying her hands, he accepted her aim but worried she would never receive gold after Carlo's death. He warned that discovery by the Count would ruin him, as he allowed her path forward. They needed a way to move Mariloff gold without placing the Countess in danger. She smiled knowingly, agreeing, while seeing beyond his words. She believed Yang aimed to sell her Gola at any cost to gain reward and fame. As the moon rose, Carlo paced the courtyard with servants, waiting anxiously for his wife. The maids stared at their master back, shaking with fear as pressure and rage rolled off him. He kept a calm mask, yet cold spread through his blood. All knew his cruelty when plans failed. Hooves suddenly thundered outside as a carriage arrived, carrying the Countess back home. Spotting his wife, Carlo turned sharply, anger rising as his control thinned by the second. Smiling and holding a bag, Ryan apologized for staying late in Brashi. Saying she had much to explain, she offered the gift, leaving him confused and tense. Snapping in fury, he demanded answers at once, his voice shaking the maids nearby. Without pause, she said she sold Clark for goulash to avoid famine, delayed by seed price disputes. Asking if he wished to taste it, she ordered it served and suggested dinner discussion. Soon, soup and salad arrived with red wine, prepared using the seeds she brought. Realizing she traded a servant for plants, Carlo guessed 15 gold value but pressed for truth. Calmly, she said the price was 50 per bag, accepted as humanitarian aid. Calling it nonsense, Carlo eyed the goulash, found it decent, and chose to try. After tasting it, surprise replaced anger as the flavor caught him off guard. Chewing slowly, he admitted it was good. While Ryan sat beside him, smiling quietly, she added the capital rumors were true, and seeds sprouted a month after planting. Carlo then questioned what kept her so late with the Viscount and Brosh. She replied that he might have noticed she was arranging matters through January. Earlier, she understood Jan's hints and asked if he wanted her to persuade Carlo. Jan demanded more, chasing profit, saying Mariloff had no choice. Roads closed. She listened. After hearing him out, she called the plan solid and agreed for a compact and Clark's safety. Pouring wine, she continued the prepared story meant to calm her husband. After the deal, she searched Marie Chambers, found nothing, and assumed it lost in war. Confused, Carlo asked why she wanted to trade her belongings, and she said they were hers. A servant entered to clear dishes, but Carlo snapped, ordering him out at once. As he turned away, barking orders, Ryan seized the moment and dusted powder into his glass. Smiling sweetly, She met his gaze as he turned back and spoke coldly. He warned there would be no second chance, threatening to cripple her if she returned again. She knew he would never see her again, soon feeding worms beneath the soil. Raising her glass, she told him not to worry, dreaming of long-delayed freedom. By morning, Clark awoke shouting, demanding answers and asking about Yang plans for Ryan. Yang stepped closer to speak, and hearing his voice, Clark froze and listened. Slamming his fist, Clark begged mercy for Ryan, asking Yang not to harm her. Dropping to his knees, he said she protected many from Carlo wrath inside the mansion. Shocked, Yang asked if she truly helped others, doubting her kindness and selfish image. Showing mercy, Yang told him Ryan had returned home, leaving Clark stunned. Yang added Clark was a guarantee in dealings with Marilov and told him to wait. Realizing he was only a pawn, Clark looked broken, eyes heavy with pain. Watching the doors in silence, Yang noted Clark's submission and drifted into thought. He worried about Ryan's fate and actions, unease tightening around his heart. A memory flashed of him escorting her to the carriage, warning her carefully, knowing her husband's rage was real. His eyes lingered on her bruised leg, concern rising as he almost spoke about her condition. Reading his worry, the Countess said she was fine for now and stepped inside without hesitation. Turning back, she said she waited many winters for this moment, asking if a few days could stop her. With that, the door slammed shut, wheels rolled, and the carriage pulled away, leaving him alone. The carriage moved toward Marilov, horses steady, while Yang watched silently, weighing their pact. Convincing himself the plan would work, he turned back and re-entered the estate. Noticing he stood near Clark's chamber, he chose to check the guard, whose state remained unchanged. As the doctor listened to Barrack Hart, Yang anxiously asked about the warrior condition. The doctor said he only slept. Asking if a hallucinogenic pill was used, Jan warned it could kill. Calming him, the doctor said the dose was small and Barrack would survive. He added Barrack must be watched closely, as sleepwalking was possible. Shocking Romandro. Hiding by the door, the expert nervously suggested tying Barrack, unsure what else to do. Barrack suddenly opened his eyes wide, startled by dreams, yet stayed silent. Yang softly asked if he was awake, and Barrack weakly questioned why he lay there. Yang explained the powder from Rian Compact caused his collapse, and Barrack frowned. Barrack said he felt no pain, only strange sensations, which Yang could not grasp. Cutting him off, Yang said hallucinations could blur dreams and truth, but the danger lay elsewhere. He said everything looked distorted, imagined people, and admitted feeling extremely ill. Trying to rise, Barrack lacked strength and dropped back onto the pillow. Romandro peeked from behind the door, frozen by fear, afraid to speak. Meeting Barrack eyes, the expert shakily asked if he recognized him. Grinning wildly, Barrack called him a dog, making Romandro scream in terror. Barrack leapt from the bed toward the inspector, who begged unseen warriors to stop it. Observing calmly, the doctor said Barrack's strength was fine, and Yang noted his swordsman training. A week later, a letter arrived from Marilov. Carlo asked to buy more gulu, signaling success. Yang wrote back politely, thanking the Count, shaping each letter with care. After review, the expert said 100 bags would sustain the county. Yang added they would not sell any bag below 50 gold coins. Reading this, Carlo learned Jean forgave old conflicts and suggested renegotiation. Grinding his teeth, the Count knew he must bargain. The price was painful. Days later, the Marilov couple arrived at Brock Estate, carriages filling the yard. Watching from the window, Jan sensed urgency, while the expert said today would decide all. In the hall, Yang thanked Rian and Carlo for coming. Romandro seated beside him. Carlo awkwardly asked if they disturbed him. Yang replied their matter came first. He asked why they came, clearly not for goulash, sounding amused. Tapping the sofa, Carlo said Brock calculated exact seed needs. Citing the large order, they questioned the high price, doubting its worth. Yang answered the price stood firm. the product lasting long. Romandro listening closely. Yang added this was not wild gulu, but cultivated by locals, justifying a fair price. He studied the numbers hard, then asked if the man knew these seeds sprout anywhere, yet die the moment snow arrives. He pressed that this would be the only major deal. Later, Marilov could survive on his own. That meant one choice: sell more guli or raise the price to increase profit. He glanced outside and said the weather felt wrong. Soon, large harvests would fail. That was why prices soared. They planned a greenhouse to expand yields. Yang stated proudly that each bag would cost no less than 50 coins. Alone with the Countess, Carlo questioned why anyone would pay 5,000 gold for mere weeds. She answered with worry. This year was especially harsh. The territory needed saving fast. While Yang and Romandro handled urgent matters, others talked freely, unaware their words carried beyond the doors. Ryan turned to her husband and asked what maximum price they could demand for one bag. After a pause, he replied it was not worth even 1 coin, calling the plant a useless weed. He faced his wife and said their limit was 35 gold coins for guli seeds. Watching her reaction, she weighed it silently, unsure Yang would accept. His actions showed hunger for a larger share. Touching the Count's hand, she said if the price dropped to 40, they should agree instantly. She reminded Carlo that the hero warned snow would kill the seeds, making gully rarer and pricier. She proposed buying seeds for eating and planting, some big, some small, and the Count reflected. The door burst open. Jan and Romandro entered apologizing, while Carlo noticed the tea had gone cold. He excused the delay and asked Hannah to brew fresh tea. She bowed and obeyed. Suddenly, Yang noticed the Countess's earrings, his face showing genuine surprise. The purple ornaments gleamed sharply, catching light, shaped like an unfamiliar symbol. He recalled asking 50 gold per bag while they offered 35, glad he raised the price early. Ryan suddenly stood and spoke firmly, pulling his focus back to the official meeting. She said the price was excessive and sounded like an attempt to control the ghoul market. At that price, it felt like he avoided a deal, yet he met her gaze calmly. Smiling, Yang said he would offer new terms, choosing to play by their rules. He struck the table and declared 1 bag for 40 gold coins, final and fair. In exchange, he demanded Carlo sign an agreement to stay out of their economy. The Count stiffened, confused by the request, since he could have demanded the same. Dark thoughts surfaced, wondering if the youth planned theft with barbarians, recalling the warrior guard, calling John a fool in his mind. Carlo smiled slyly, knowing he could alert the capital. Deciding Braca's economic freedom meant independence. Carlo agreed, but countered with 30 gold coins. Yang reminded him the price was 40. The Count raised it to 31, but that cut was refused. Under pressure, the Baron offered 32, then 33 coins, trying to break him. Yet Yang stood firm, grinding his teeth. The man burned with anger at how unyielding the young mage remained. He barked out 35 and refused further terms. Ryan saw his nerves pushed to collapse. Jan finally yielded on the price to diffuse tension. Romandro smoothly shifted to contract terms. Talks resumed as the Baron asked to replace fresh with a week after harvest, demanding schedule clarity. Accepting the advice, he proposed rewriting the contract to define the fruit's average diameter. Sensing the Countess tiring, Yang suggested she rest briefly in another room. Ryan asked her husband for leave. He waved her off and told her not to strain him. When Yang offered to escort her for air, the Count barely restrained his fury. His eyes burned red, unable to accept a servant approaching the Countess, protest rising fast. Romandro interrupted, asking if the Count listened, stressing the contract's importance. In the corridor, Yang and Rian heard muffled debate inside. Neither showed interest. The door closed. Yang thanked her quietly, knowing how hard she fought his consent. As they walked, she asked about Clark. Yang said he lived well and ate only there. Wanting insight on nearby lands, Yang turned to Ryan, choosing his words carefully. He asked if she had seen Carlo's younger brother, curiosity clear in his tone. She said she saw him twice, living east in an old manor, tempered just as foul. Jan reasoned that if Carlo died, only that brother could claim Marilov. With no close kin, no one would suspect Ryan of murder or seizing power. She suddenly said she was cursed. Her mother spoke of dryads bound by promises. A promise once made demanded payment. Memory pulled her toward the tree. She swung the axe hard, strike savage, wood splitting under blind fury. Birds scattered beneath stars. Echoes rolled through the silent forest. Sweat poured as disbelief hit. Escape felt too easy. Passion clouded reason. Her hands shook. She knew the forest guardian was dead. The axe fell. She feared Carlo's death would alert his brother and lead to her sale. She spoke to the void, asking if fear alone twisted her thoughts. Yang answered honestly, unsure himself, searching for a way to stop it. He asked if Ryan ever promised her mother anything, doubting the curse. Near Barrack's post, Yang said belief alone shaped what followed. He claimed faith in broken bonds made them real. Doubt would undo them. She pulled open the heavy doors, entered behind the Viscount, confused. Inside stood Clark, stunned, disbelief frozen across his face. Ryan mirrored his shock, seeing the servant she once left as collateral. Shame tightened her throat. She swallowed hard, lips pressed thin. She turned to flee. Clark questioned her. Ryan said there was no choice. Meeting his eyes, she admitted selling him, only checking he lived. Betrayal struck. Barrack watched in silence, pity stirring. Action impossible. Stepping closer, he asked why they were here. Confusion plain. Alone later, the warrior raged at an age trading lives for seeds. Back in his office, Jan asked about progress. Romandro said talks ended. He passed the papers, edits marked in burgundy ink, the workload immense. He flipped through the documents, scanning each clause with focus, confirming the contract stood clean with no hidden flaws. Jan apologized for lacking an official seal, said he would sign anyway, and the Count trusted the ghoul transfer would happen today. The Baron declared he could pay 1,000 coins now, with the remainder sent later through the Heyman Bank channels. They clasped hands. The protagonist thanked him, stating this agreement marked a turning point for both lands involved. Carlos announced his men would load the seeds at once, suggested heading to the bank, and the specialist agreed. Raising his voice, the Count ordered supplies loaded, pulled a chest from the carriage, as Jan quietly told Barrack to assist. He added the warrior should let workers place seeds as they wished, and warned them not to exhaust themselves. Before leaving, he asked for the carriage prepared, so once the gold was verified they could depart. The guard asked which bank. He turned back, asking if burial had more than one such institution, baffled by the strange question. Time passed and they arrived at Heyman, a wide chamber set in rigid order with refined restraint. Smiling and shaking hands, the bank manager greeted John, a striking woman who carried herself with confidence. Her gaze fell on the chest of gold, and she remarked she had heard about their arrangement with Marilov. The hero stated 1,000 lay inside. The clerk marveled no check existed, while Barrack stared in silent awe. The expert confirmed coldly that wealthy people treat money this way, trying to pull the warrior back to focus. An employee stepped in, shut the chest, and lifted it with ease, unsettling the youth due to his odd presence. The armored knight asked the manager if he could take the funds, and she gave her approval without pause. Barrack asked in fear what it was, and Romandro answered by asking if the boy had never seen one before. The armor was forged from magical stone, immune to flame, blades, and simple spells, holding immense force. Feeling power ripple, the expert noted the money was safe with such protection, though the guard irritated him. Barrack agreed thieves would never even glance toward the bank, and Yang added, the night ended robberies before they started. Heyman served as a shrine, so even during the Civil War, investigators and countsmen never dared enter. Smiling, the manager recalled crowds once seeking refuge at the gates, Robbers would have died instantly. She led them to her office, asked them to wait, offered snacks while her staff counted the coins. Sitting at the table, Romandro said tax collection had begun, yet it still fell short of clearing the debt. He spoke of looming troubles next year, holiday costs, and the burden of barrack upkeep and food. He looked at the hero, offered Yang a place in his capital home during the upcoming journey. Remembering the recent marriage, the youth worried about discomfort, but Romandro said his house had many rooms. He reassured him calmly, stating they had already gathered 40% of the emperor's total due. Still, he warned against easing up. As the hero noted, taxes had risen from the ghoulie burden. The inspector then asked why they failed to save more and seek a better long-term answer. Concerned, he pressed on whether taxes would rise again, thinking of Brack County's people. Taking his hand, the hero said he would leave for a time, trusting the expert to understand. Winter preparations filled the present, but spring would bring heavy thoughts tied to higher prices. Anger would follow, with people blaming the common-born governor for harsher demands from the center. Knowing Romandro worried, the youth said it came from his own stubborn nature, so there was no need. He added there was a more efficient way to earn coin, leaving Romandro visibly taken aback. Explaining further, Yang recalled Hana's advice that people would soon seek to sell gulus. She cautiously asked if the Viscount feared Mariloff might grow seeds himself and spread them. She then proposed allowing only roasted gola sales, a plan set after sealing the agreement. He concluded that growth took a month, and by season it was wiser to sell raw seeds. Romandro grabbed his shoulders with open delight, saying the young man foresaw everything, which explained the sales rights clause. Slightly flustered, the bank manager peeked inside and called to him, hesitant to interrupt the discussion. She announced the check was nearly done, and asked him to sign a certificate confirming the money's authenticity. While signing, he asked about issues. She answered that all was fine and the vault would be filled soon. Returning the papers, Yang said Carlo still needed to transfer 2,500 coins and hoped for early verification. The manager noted his mastery of financial documents despite being a commoner and assumed expert training. After leaving the bank, Yang asked Barrack to learn more about Mariloff's younger brother. Hearing he lived in an old mansion, the warrior shuddered, imagining ghosts and bats closing in. Romandro said farewell, planning to visit shops for gifts for his wife and child. Yang suddenly called him back, asking if there was any news about Moline. Romandro said he tried to learn about the old man but was told to wait due to palace workload. He asked why Yang remembered Moline now, admitting he often forgot him in prison. Yang felt it was strange and doubted the palace truly handled the matter. Elsewhere, Gale sat in his brother's office, calculating gains if the hero sided with them. Marev glared with malice, yet the prince stayed calm, certain of himself. Weeks earlier at the imperial palace, the prince studied documents, shaping future plans. Noise outside broke his focus. Seeing his brother, he asked why he was there. Watching Gale, he thought his brother chose the wrong door, but silence followed. After a pause, he said sharply, "What fool warns a servant of arrival?" Irritated, Marev said he was busy, demanded clarity. Gale asked about Moline. Marev said it was curious, seeing no link to an old man in Braca's dungeon. Gale swung his leg, told him to stop pretending, said John should take Moline and his people. He added that after the hero ceremony they would visit the Ministry of Magic, implying much. The prince understood but suspected Gale followed Wesley's influence and chose intimidation. While filling journals, he wondered why Gale cared about Moline and his followers. He had planned to kill them, but Gale, sensing interest, told him to drop it. When Marev asked about the strange smile, Gale paused, searching for words. He then said he returned from their father with unpleasant news. During Chief Justice talks, Marev was to nominate Halod, confusing the prince. Gale produced a glass vial, saying the Ministry of Magic created it recently. He called it the Elixir of Truth, gray liquid, forcing honest speech. Marev froze, shocked by the implication, unsure if poisoning was suggested. He slammed the chair aside, rose gripping the desk, rage draining strength. He demanded if Gale meant to use it in court, stunned by casual magic use. Gale calmly said their father approved and watching the oaths would be interesting. He added that to secure Hallett as judge, inviting them to New Year celebrations mattered. The prince knew truth from lies, suspecting the potion suppressed will, not loosened tongues. Teeth clenched, he saw Gale would go to extremes, targeting the judiciary. Holding back anger, he asked if Gale was certain. The prince noted some ministers might resist. Smiling, he likened it to human fire, chaos first, then acceptance of its value. By declaring Hallett would stand at the front of the chaos, he pushed Marif deeper into fury, the tension cracking the room. He rose from his seat, hoping his brother would finally think straight and choose a path that served them both. Burning with anger, the prince said it was pointless to pretend Gale offered a choice. The potion was their goal regardless. Crushing the papers in his grip, he resolved that if it came to this, he would kill Melina and abandon the judge candidacy. Facing his brother, the prince said this, thinking was exactly why he despised his methods and reckless decisions. Stepping closer, he said choosing a man with such a clean name only to quit now would waste everything they built. He added that Marav treated people like tools, spoiled by privilege since childhood, a claim that stunned the prince. He slammed the table hard, papers flying, shouting that Gale understood nothing about who he really was. Bowing with cold courtesy, the prince said farewell, hoping no grim news would soon come from the Ministry of Magic. Alone at last, Marev trembled with rage, hating his younger brother while knowing he lacked the power to act. A servant cautiously looked in, saying nothing, lingering at the doorway to avoid fueling the prince's anger. Gathering courage, he asked if everything was fine, but the prince said the butler should mind his own affairs. His eyes dropped to the paper under his palm, the one he had been gripping, and a dark decision formed. To release his fury, he tore it apart in sharp motions, imagining Gale shredded with every piece. He then ordered an urgent meeting, and the servant hurried off to carry out the command. Taking a fresh sheet, he wrote that Mr. Molina's execution must be halted, as other plans required him alive. Night settled as the carriage raced through Bracha, moonlight washing rooftops while stars softened the dark. When Jan read the prince's letter, he assumed Marav delayed the execution because Gale had interfered again. Caught off guard, the hero never expected mercy for Melina and could not grasp why this ordinary official mattered. Loyal or not, the man was only an aged courtier. Either Gale cherished his people or Melina held real value. The thought grew that Brasha itself hid a secret, something changing beneath the land he had yet to see. Resting a hand on the map, he felt the answer lay within their territory amid the spreading upheaval. Lost in thought, the carriage rolled into the square near the estate he planned to visit after the bank. As he stepped out with his guard, Carlo greeted him and asked if the Viscount had finished his affairs. He answered calmly with an apology, saying checks were needed, and behind him a red mark stained Ryan's cheek. Deciding the Countess could not wait to seize everything, the young man remarked that such behavior was cruel. Extending the documents, the Baron asked Jan to review them, and Jan with Barrick read closely. The bank letter warned that bandit raids plagued several regions, blocking caravans through the mountains, saying Havana had exhausted its paper supply. Carlo asked to delay payment, but the reply warned of trouble. Confused, the man asked if gold would be refused, and the answer came that it broke the agreement. Respecting the Viscount's principles, the Count accepted the stance, yet Jan refused any deal causing loss. Sensing the strain, Carlo hesitated, trapped between the contract and the hunger of his people. He turned to Ryan, ordering her jewelry as collateral, deciding rings and earrings were enough. Without protest, she removed each piece, silent and compliant, as if fear kept her from arguing. Watching her, Jan and Barrick were stunned by how easily she surrendered her valuables. Yet Jan's focus fixed on the stone in her ring, his eyes widening as recognition struck. The yellow ruby looked hauntingly familiar, and he strained to recall its origin. A pot of silisk surfaced in memory, a chain found within, and he knew it was part of Ryan's set. Seeing his reaction, the Countess asked what troubled him, and he asked about the stone in her ring. Turning to her husband, she said it was a gift from the Count, unsure where Carlo had obtained it. After brief thought, the Baron admitted he could not recall clearly, only that he bought the ornament from a capital merchant. He remembered the caravan trade and the presence of an alchemist, which made the hero remark that this detail mattered. Alchemists were known for chasing natural laws over magic, often branded madmen or heretics by society. The Count objected, noting that abroad such men were accepted as living workshops for rare materials. As the young man studied the ornament, Carlo said he wished to witness their craft firsthand, given their fame elsewhere. Believing the stone was alchemical work, Yang questioned why a matching chain was hidden in his flower pot. Handing over the jewelry, the Countess asked if it sufficed, and he said the items would return once the check arrived. A servant rushed in reporting the bags were loaded, and Carlo answered that it was time to head home. Rian extended her hand with grace, thanking the Viscount, who replied warmly, pleased with the agreement. Fixing him with a sharp stare, the Countess said they now had to wait 30 days for what they expected. Carlo asked what she meant, and she replied about the ghoul, then claimed exhaustion and urged leaving. He studied her darkly, sensing something hidden, yet stayed silent, restraining his urge to expose John. Without words, they moved toward the carriages, ending a long and decisive day for the county. Late at night, beneath a full moon, the carriage rolled beyond the borders of Bracha. Varric asked anxiously what if the jewelry proved false and the check never came, but the warrior dismissed the worry. As they departed, he said failure to honor the contract would only justify a formal complaint to the palace. Once the Count left their land, orders would go out restricting sales to prepared food and imposing a tax. Entering the estate, the bodyguard asked about Clark, and Yang said he would stay, useful in time. The orphan nervously asked if they truly would not discard him, and the man answered only with silence. After a pause, he said Barrack could act if he wished, provided no one was harmed, and the warrior rejoiced. The next morning, the Mariloff butler arrived with the agreed check for seed purchases from Count Carlo. Removing it from the envelope, Jan inspected it and ordered Hannah to bring Ryan's pledged jewelry. He invited the servant to sit and wait calmly, and the man bowed, thanking him respectfully. Suddenly, Jan asked if the servant's name was Salmon, startling the old man at the memory. The servant cautiously admitted rewriting the letter many times, thinking that might explain it. He had secretly sent messages from the estate, agreeing to any terms, yet events unfolded otherwise. Shaken by fear, he wondered what would happen if the Count learned this and what John intended. The Viscount said they needed a butler, but the man replied he was born in Marilov and wished to die there. See, understanding. The young man smiled and offered another role as a teacher, stunning Salmon further. As Hannah carried in the jewelry bag, they discussed that Carlo's permission would still be required. Jan assured fair pay and said Clark could be returned if the butler desired. Bowing deeply, the old man promised to discuss it with Count Marilov, unwilling to decide alone. A maid entered with the jewels, and he gestured for her to approach and place them on the table. Smiling, the Viscount introduced her to Simon, and she greeted him politely, confused by the honor. Bowing again, the man said he understood and would relay everything to Carlo. Though she was puzzled, when the butler returned, a crowd filled the center of Marilov, blocking the streets. Looking out, Saman asked the coachman why so many gathered, angered that his way home was cut. Without a clear answer, he suspected the Count had truly bought the ghoul from Bracha. Entering the study, he spread the jewelry on the table before the Countess for inspection. The Count angrily ordered his wife to check everything closely, suspecting theft, but she dismissed the idea. He watched Rian with suspicion, thinking her recent behavior felt wrong and increasingly hard to trust. The farewell exchange between his wife and Jan felt strange, stirring unease about what connected them. A servant broke his thoughts, saying the young man announced their deal, and Carlo realized he had blocked trade with Brack. Anger flashed in his eyes as darker possibilities formed, twisting into ideas he could barely grasp. What if Braj had sold seeds inside his lands for years, while he remained completely unaware? Calling the young man a scoundrel, he smashed the cup, shards scattering as Carlo burned with fury. The butler begged him to calm down, explaining they only sold prepared goulash meant solely for eating. Confused, he wondered if food shortages still existed, while the Baron clenched his jaw in silence. Saman added that Yang never discussed this with the Count, seeing no issue, which made Carlo erupt again. Slamming his fists, he demanded what would happen if seeds sold cheaper after all planting was done. Outraged, he realized they should have considered this from the start when forming economic ties. Trying to soothe him, Rian said there was still time and they did not know the young man's true aim. The butler then said the hero asked his help training servants, and the Count asked him to repeat it. He added that good pay and Clark's return were offered, but he sought Carlo's approval first. She knew this concerned her, yet could not grasp if Jan wanted a trade or when this would end. After listening, Carlo ordered a new message sent, choosing to take control of the situation. Eyeing the broken cup, he ordered a dinner invitation sent as thanks for the seed trade. Still angry, Carlo said he would issue a warning, puzzled by the young man using the center. Staring at the chest, Barrick stood stunned, never having seen so much money gathered. Watching the gold, he questioned if they truly earned this in one day, feeling unreal. Yang remarked that everyone proved sharper than expected, amazed by profits from Mariloff. Smiling, he said he was curious about the total and ordered the gold counted and sorted. As the chest opened, Yang said Clark could help if needed, but Clark refused, calling it dull. While counting, the bodyguard hesitated, then decided to ask his master something important. He awkwardly asked whether Yang would take him to the capital or leave him guarding the estate. Hearing this, Yang fell silent, realizing he had never considered the question before. Sitting beside him, he said the choice was barracks, whether to go or remain behind. Barrack asked what he could learn there, and Yang said much, as palace archers were skilled. Surprised, Barrack wondered if they surpassed the unearthly clan, and Yang said comparison failed. Pretending to recall the source, Yang paused, then chose to joke instead. With a serious face, he said even northern elites fell short of Imperial Guard captains. Barrack laughed, saying Yang could not lie, and Yang apologized, amused by being obvious. Inside, he hoped it came soon, recalling Atan's heirs defeated by Imperial Guard captains. Still stacking gold, Barrack asked how many leaders there were, and Yang said usually 3. Barrack agreed the palace was vast, but Yang said skilled people filled the entire capital. After a pause, Barrack decided firmly that he would go to the capital with him. Smiling, he said settling there could raise his level and asked Yang's view. Yang agreed simply, already planning big things and trusting his warrior. He thought joining the Central Army fit him, as the Empire could not lose such talent. Hannah entered with news from Mariloff, and Barrack remarked the Count had too much free time. Opening the envelope, Jan expected trade terms and found it odd that Carlo had not confronted him directly. Seeing the dinner invitation, he told his bodyguard to come along, and the warrior clearly brightened. The maid dropped a bag on the table, told him to count it too, and Barrack's face shifted instantly. As the warrior counted, the maid offered to prepare dinner clothes, and the Viscount agreed. Suddenly recalling something important, Hannah turned to him, and he focused, ready to listen. Spotting the chain on Jan's neck, she asked if he would wear it before the Count and Countess Mariloff. Confused, he said yes, and she replied that she would find a way to conceal it. Remembering Jan's suspicions about Carlo, she feared the matching jewelry might be noticed, but he dismissed it. Still insisting on caution, the maid pressed on, and he finally agreed to hide the pendant. On the way, the Viscount said Clark would join them and asked her to prepare him, which she did. Knowing Clark was Madame's only friend in the manor, he felt bringing him back ensured her safety. Barrack suddenly shouted that he was done counting, then froze, clearly shaken. With 11 hours left before Count Marilov's death, they arrived at Carl and Ryan's home and sat. Watching Barrack eat eagerly, the Baron asked why he came, and Jan said he trusted him completely. Internally, the Count recalled telling Jan to come alone and bitterly regretted it. Eating slowly, Jan noticed the Count enjoyed the goulash and seemed pleased with both meal and deal. Lowering his head, Carlo admitted it was his favorite food lately. Better than nothing. With a sharp tone, he said Jan allowed seed trade, meaning commoners would soon know the taste. Jan replied calmly that good things should be shared and thanked the Count for the purchase and taxes. Since Carlo invited them, Jan announced Clark's return, and the Countess nervously sipped wine. Had he known Clark's value to Marilov, he would never have accepted him. But nothing was written. Choosing not to object, Carlo slapped the table and moved to another subject. With open hostility, he asked how John dared approve ghoul trade right after their agreement. Saying they would remain neighbors, he warned that repeating this would cause problems. Yang failed to grasp the accusation, as he never targeted buyers from Marilov. Resting a hand on the table, he asked why he should refuse neighbors wanting seeds. Because of their agreement, he could allow it, believing the union established peace. Carlo stared in silence, anger visible as he searched for a response. Agreeing reluctantly, he said Jan's immediate consent after the deal could be misunderstood. Jan explained this was why he came, proposing promotion of goulash and banning its sale. They could handle it themselves, but lacked manpower, since supply follows demand. After listening, the Count drained his wine, and Ryan warned him not to drink too much. Setting the glass down, Carlo declared raw seed trade illegal in his territory. Staring hard, he hoped Jan would do the same in Brack, and Jan agreed to issue the decree. Standing up, Carlo said he had work and asked his wife to host Jan. Alone with the Countess, Jan watched her eat skillfully and stayed silent. Concerned, he asked if she was fine, and she replied that the food was delicious. He then asked if she used the cosmetics from last time, and she said she had, even today. The weather was pleasant, and the Countess noted Jan brought Clark, whose value exceeded gold. Thanking him, she said taking the servant back without payment would be wrong. Remembering his attention to her ring before, she decided to offer it to the Viscount herself. Still, the Countess wondered why Jan cared so much about an artificial stone born from an alchemist's error. He admitted he owned something similar and pulled out a chain hidden beneath his shirt. Seeing the pendant, Ryan asked to inspect it closely, and he agreed, hoping for answers. Handing it over, he said he had worn it since childhood, yet the stones felt made by the same hand. As she examined it, a servant outside covered his mouth in shock, barely holding back a cry. When the meeting ended, the butler ordered the table cleared, and servants rushed through the hall. The young servant stood frozen while maids hauled dishes away, sighing at how much was eaten. Noticing his strange state, someone asked what had stunned him so deeply. He said Jan and the Countess were not close, only meeting briefly, which confused the old man. Tense, he confessed seeing Rien touch the Viscount's neck while they were alone. Hearing this, the butler stiffened, grasping what would happen if the Count learned the truth. A maid dropped a plate, shattering it, and the servant's words echoed through the room. Silence fell heavy over the hall, the tension tightening with every passing second. Suddenly, the maid and another butler shouted at the boy, calling his words madness. She cruelly reminded him how Carlo struck him before, and how only the Countess saved him. They said her mercy kept him employed, scolding him harshly, until Salmon told them to stop. Gripping his head, he ordered silence from everyone, fearing what would follow. He warned that if the Count learned this, neither they nor the lady would be safe. At that moment, Carlo stormed in, demanding what he was not meant to know, and terror spread. Turning pale, the butler could not hide his fear, which rippled through the gathered servants. Stepping closer, the Baron ordered him to speak. but the old man stayed silent. Boiling with rage, the Count demanded why everyone was silent, pressing for the truth. In the dim corridor, Rienne walked alone, thinking of her plan and longing for freedom. Suddenly, the butler called out to her, and she stopped in surprise. Simok, standing before her, he said the Count summoned her at once, offering no explanation. Confused, Rienne asked what was happening and why it was so urgent. His cheek still red, the servant stammered, sweat forming as he searched for words. Choosing honesty, he said Carlos suspected her connection with John, and her eyes widened. Shock froze the Countess, unable to grasp how her husband learned of the plan. Startled, the butler asked if it was true, and she cried that it was nonsense. Pressing on, Salmon questioned her choice, knowing Carlo's nature, but she screamed that it was unbearable. Panicked, she realized what Carlo's suspicion meant and what he might do. Crying, she saw herself trapped in the mansion forever, with no escape. She suddenly ran down the corridor, and the butler chased after her in alarm. Seeing her breathless, a servant asked what happened, and she ordered a carriage or horse. Salmon caught up, saying she could not flee, but she refused to face her husband and chose escape. A Mariloff warrior stepped in her path, blocking her way on Carlo's orders. Grabbing her arm, Punola warned her not to resist and to obey the Baron. She struggled and protested, demanding who he was, but his grip did not loosen. She fought wildly, screaming to be released, while the butler apologized helplessly, unable to intervene. Suddenly, the Count's voice thundered behind them, ordering everyone to disperse and end the chaos. He declared that no one would leave the mansion without his command, and the Countess cried, sensing death. At the same time, Clark returned to Mariloff, nearing the building as strange sounds reached him. He stared at the windows, sensing something was wrong with Madame, unable to name it, yet certain. Glass, heels, and jewelry littered the floor, chaos replacing the mansion's usual order. Yet the corridors lay empty, and as he moved through them, no servants appeared. Picking up speed, fear tightened his chest, and he resolved to save the Countess at any cost. Near the Count's chambers, he saw the butler and a soldier blocking the entrance. Pale with terror, Saman ordered him away, but Clark demanded to know where his mistress was. A sudden noise erupted inside, followed by the Countess's screams, freezing them in horror. Clark lunged forward to help, but the warrior blocked him and forced him back. Through a narrow crack, he glimpsed the Count's distorted face, a sight he knew too well. Worse still was Rienne's state, leaving him staring in stunned disbelief. Exhausted and injured, she sat on the floor as her husband gripped her hair, trapping her. Accusing her harshly, the Count claimed betrayal with Jan and Clark, while she denied it desperately. Blood marked her face as she screamed, and he dragged her by the hair, demanding answers. Throwing the door open, Carlo ordered Clark inside, saying he would finish everything tonight. Understanding the danger, she screamed for Clark to run while he still could. Knowing escape was pointless, Clark stepped forward, refusing to appear cowardly. His body shook with fear, yet he chose not to abandon the Countess. The door shut, leaving the butler and warrior waiting outside, dreading what followed. Far away in Braz, the day remained calm, sunlight pouring through quiet windows. Hannah entered Jan's library with a letter from Mariloff, and tension crossed his face. Hesitating, she revealed it was a death notice, her voice trembling. Jan's eyes widened, assuming Carlo had died as planned with Rienne. In silence, Clark felt it was finally over, holding no regret. Beaten alongside the Countess, he stared at Carlo's body sprawled before them, blood everywhere. A sharp hairpin protruded from the man's neck, driven deep. The castle halls stood silent, only blood drops marking the horror inside the office. Later, after learning of Carlo's death, Jan and Barrack arrived in Mariloff, stunned by the scene. Ryan sat weeping on a chair as the butler and soldiers tried to console her. Seeing John, The battered and bloodied countess turned toward him. Horrified by her state, Jan asked what happened. Barrack close behind, staring blankly at the devastation. She said he could see everything himself. Carlo's belongings lay scattered, blood staining floor and carpet, signs of a violent struggle. Jan asked if Carlo was dead, and she said a doctor examined him after Clark struck his throat with a pin. Jan silently marveled that such a small weapon spared her criminal blame. A warrior suddenly addressed him, pulling him from his thoughts. Looking up, Yang learned the knight was Punula, who bowed and greeted him. Startled, the young man asked if he had sent the message, and the knight confirmed it, saying he needed to verify matters. He stated firmly that investigating his master's death was his duty, and all involved would be punished. As the countess stared fiercely, Yang frowned, confused by the investigation, yet understood he had no choice but to comply. Without hesitation, the knight directly asked what kind of relationship he had with Rian Marilov, hinting at romance. Caught off guard, the hero widened his eyes and asked what the knight was implying. Then the woman said everyone suspected an affair. Barrack coughed, and Jan thought the claim absurd. Asking where Clark was, he demanded his presence, but Punula said the young man was confined. Ryan angrily ordered Clark brought in, yet the knight refused, saying the inquiry came first. Powerless to change this, she fell silent, burning with rage as the Viscount observed. The brooch at Jan's neck glimmered as he asked if Rian herself could explain what happened. She said the Count paid for his cruelty. The knights failed their duty, and now insult neighbors, shocking the soldiers. Calmly, Jan said the Countess would manage the estate and punish them, though they protested. Barrack stepped forward, shielding the Viscount, drawing his saber, ordering Punula to move aside. Jan thought removing Rian for the Count's brother would bring endless trouble. The knight stared in confusion but remained still, taking no action. Whispering to his guard, Jan ordered cleanup, and Barrack asked if soldiers should be removed. Jan told him to stop and fetch Romandro instead, and the orphan obeyed. Turning to Punula, Rian ordered them out, wanting privacy with the Viscount. She commanded the soldiers to escort the expert and leave, her tone sharp, and they withdrew. She told the butler to bring tea, insisting on proper reception despite events. Obeying, they exited one by one, boots echoing across the tiled floor. Soon, only Barrack, Jan, and the Countess remained, free to speak openly. Holding her head, she said she was losing control, and Jan urged calm, saying her rights mattered first. Eyeing blood drops, he asked if the Count's brother knew of the death, and she said not yet. He told her to keep the Count's seal until the palace expert arrived and act normally. Meeting her gaze, he promised support if the knights betrayed her. Suspicious, Rian asked what he wanted in return, sensing a bargain. Crossing his arms, Jan said he did not know yet and considered it carefully. He then asked for a donation, lacking other ideas, and she agreed, standing. As she moved away, she said it would be better than money, since her knights could handle that. Opening her jewelry box, she said she could not offer much but would honor her word. She took out the ring that had drawn his attention, saying it was meant only for him. Showing the ring, she asked if it pleased him, noting it matched his pendant in origin. Confused, Barrack asked if Jan would refuse it, and Jan noted the guard still stood nearby. Reaching for the decanter, Jan said he would take the ring and leave. Sliding it on, he feared it was too tight to remove, yet smiled, saying it was fine. Joking, Jan asked if Rian had a knife to cut his finger, and the orphan ran for help. Firmly, John ordered haste, saying they must act before Marilov's knights did. Clasping her hands, the Countess whispered Clark's name, thinking of his fate. Fixing her gaze on Jan, she asked what would happen to him, pleading for mercy. He studied the battered woman and understood the charge. The killing of an aristocrat, a crime judged severe, punished without trial or mercy. She answered only with silence, bruises staining her face, eyes heavy with pain, disappointment pressing down on her. Ryan's voice rolled through the corridor as she asked about exceptions, but Yang knew none existed. Still, he recalled an old tale, a king once born a slave, whose first kill was his own master. She clung to hope and asked for his help, but he said he would leave soon and could not invite grave trouble. She refused to yield, claiming someone like him could overturn fate, yet the Viscount saw no path to save a slave who killed nobility. With iron resolve, the Countess said he already had. The bastard crossed borders, survived, and rose as family head. After speaking, she froze in sudden wonder, as if a sharp thought struck her, while Rian fell silent. Seeing her odd stillness, Yang moved closer, uneasy, fearing her condition had worsened. Pressing a hand to her chest, Rian swore she would rule this land at any cost and claim it as mistress. The confession stunned him, and she asked in confusion if it truly could not be done. He reminded her she carried no Marilov blood, that only children with the Count could have changed fate. With Carlo dead, she was an outsider, and the rightful heir, his younger brother, would block her claim. To rule, the law itself would need rewriting, an act nearly impossible within the territory. Weak yet unbroken, face and dress soaked in blood. Rian met his gaze with fiercer resolve. She knew clearly that without becoming mistress, true freedom would never reach her. Staring through the window at the street, she felt like a caged bird, craving freedom above all else. Yang could not share her feelings, yet he preferred her rule over Carlo's younger brother. No one could predict Marilov's fate under that man or his warriors. For Yang, Rian stood as the safest choice. Still, while the key of succession stayed with the younger brother, rash moves risked disaster, so he chose caution. He briefly considered seizing Marilov himself, risking Gale's interference while proving his value to Marov. First, he decided to meet the younger brother Carlo and judge the man directly. He told the Countess he would notify her relative of the death, knowing only the man lived on the outskirts, and asked his name. As memory returned, Rian said his name was Dave, a reclusive believer who spent his days praying at the altar. He wore a black cloak, favored solitude, and shared his brother Carlo's cruel nature. Before long, Yang and Salmon reached the younger brother's castle, its presence dark and unsettling. They stepped into the corridor and scanned the area, nerves tight, as no signs of life appeared. Spotting an old servant, they startled him, and he asked their company, learning they brought the neighboring lord. The butler asked if Dave was home and offered to summon him with the news, but told them to wait while he prayed. Hearing this, Yang felt shock, unable to match such faith with the cruelty described. His eyes drifted over books on the table, wondering who Carlo's younger brother truly was. Salmon had seen him before and knew from Carlo that Dave thirsted deeply for knowledge. At first, the Count praised this hunger as a gift, then later cursed it, leaving Yang puzzled. The butler admitted Dave once read a forbidden book, a meaning Yang could not grasp. With fear tightening his voice, the man said the book spoke of the god of the underworld. A strange shadow stretched across the wall behind Yang as the confession struck him cold. He had never heard such claims and asked again, struggling to understand what they implied. Dave appeared on the stairs, descending slowly, robed and holding a cross, saying he had received God's answer. At his sight, the butler announced grim news, unsure how to speak the words. After a brief silence, the Count said someone must have died, judging by their tense faces. The stunned old man could not grasp how Dave knew, and the hero understood. This truth defined the grim news. As the servant described the night's disaster, the Count released a sound that resembled laughter. He clasped his hands and pressed them to his head like prayer, while the young man watched in silence. Turning back, the Count asked who traveled with Simon, and Jan introduced himself as a Viscount without a surname. Recalling chaos and scandals from the neighboring lands, the man recognized him as the one from Braca. An imperial expert now stood among them, summoned by Countess Rian, yet Dave saw no clear way to assist. Jan explained that the woman wished to meet him, shaken and tense, with the castle heavy under pressure. The Count frowned, questioning why his sister-in-law shunned family and summoned an outsider. He declared they would return to the mansion and prepare at once, his silence only deepening the irritation. Watching him leave, the young man understood why rumors painted this man as both noble and vile. He studied the cluttered desk, baffled how anyone worked amid such disorder. Hours later, the carriage carrying Carlo's younger brother, the butler, and the young man reached Mariloff. Spotting Romandro in the courtyard, Jan quickly introduced him and Baraka to Dave. Startled, Dave asked if this was the Imperial Palace expert and offered his condolences. Hand to chest, he said this was family business. He would go first. The rest should follow calmly. With that, the Count moved to the carriage, while the inspector bristled at his sudden authority. Watching the carriage, he said he knew of Carlo's death and asked if Clark was responsible, which the hero confirmed. The young man also worried about the soldiers, sensing they might seize control of the mansion. When told Dave worshipped the god of the underworld, Romandro shouted in outrage, demanding sense. Barrack asked what it meant, and John explained it was a foreign faith spreading among common folk. Once labeled heresy, the sect had grown stronger and far more influential. It even sparked a holy war beyond burial, leaving countless dead. Romandro asked if it was the most violent sect, and the hero admitted it worsened everything. To him, Rian ruling the territory seemed the better path, offering clear advantage. With Dave in power, Brock's future looked uncertain. Negotiation would vanish. Sighing under the weight of it all, the expert agreed, while Yang pressed for action. Romandro asked if he truly had a plan, and the hero said options existed, but time was short. Hearing this, Barrack steadied himself, gripping his weapon with resolve. Drawing his saber, he smiled and said, killing everyone was simplest, earning an ironic remark from the Viscount. Standing nearby, he explained they had no right to act, and the Countess must lead first. Though difficult, speed was vital, and he asked his guard if the plan was clear. From Carlo's chambers came the cries of his brother, sounding rehearsed and hollow. Romandro entered another room where Rian sat unmoving, eyes fixed as if enchanted. She anxiously asked for John, and the expert said he would arrive soon after handling matters. Leaning close, he whispered if Dave was inside, and she said yes, feigning grief. He murmured that the hero sent something for her, speaking softly to avoid listeners. Ryan needed to keep her husband's seal. Only then would Mariloff truly be hers, she realized. First, a report would go to the capital naming the new lord. Then, the palace would decide. Watching carefully, she asked if she must still keep the seal. After his confirmation, she turned it in her hands, sensing the authority bound within. As the Countess examined the seal, the expert stated she had no alternatives. Refusal meant exile from Mariloff. After that, the knights would be dismissed, and Rian asked about the 3 men waiting behind the doors. He stressed order above all. Any death on Mariloff land must enter the report. Otherwise, it did not exist. He asked if she grasped his meaning, aiming for future cooperation that benefited both sides. Ryan answered firmly that she would consider everything and shield herself and Jan by taking responsibility. She asked about Dave, and Romandro replied that the hero would handle it, telling her to trust him fully. She was also required to pay the mandatory fee of $5, 000 gold coins under the law. She had to ensure the soldiers were reduced to half, so the treasury could sustain them. The expert clarified she could refuse, but Yan kept voting rights. Agreement meant a future contract. Cornered, Rian admitted there were no other paths and accepted every condition set by the Viscount. Suddenly, mention of Clark reached her ears, and she froze, bracing for grim news. Clasping her hands, she asked if there was any way to save the young man. Romandro said there was, but the answer died as the meeting was abruptly interrupted. Dave entered, wiping tears, offering condolences to his sister-in-law for husband and brother alike. The Countess snapped that he ignored her all day and spoke only because an expert was present. Making excuses, He claimed shock drove him straight to his chambers after the death. Seeking calm, Romandro asked the Count to sit. Much remained unresolved, and Dave bowed in agreement. Under the Countess's sharp gaze, he already knew the slave who killed Carlo sat quietly in the dungeon. With eagerness, he urged the expert to raise inheritance in the report and detail all events. The expert then asked directly if Dave believed in the god of the underworld, testing the rumors. Startled, Dave denied it at once, asking who dared spread such claims. Gripping a cross, head lowered, he said he rejected that god, calling it heresy in the empire. Sensing tension, he proposed a simple succession rite first, then his brother's funeral. The expert objected, insisting the funeral must come first, as etiquette demanded. Romandro questioned Dave further on records and learned he would be the 9th family head. Nearby, Rien stayed silent, detached, focused only on survival and starting anew. Suddenly, an image of Clark appeared before her, holding flowers, dressed in strange attire. She went pale and whispered his name, swaying as awareness slipped away. The expert called to her urgently, and she apologized upon returning, asking what he said. Romandro told her to inform all residents and manage the mansion's affairs. In a harsh voice, Dave cut in, declaring this would not happen. He demanded to know why a departing man handled estate matters and insisted control be given to him. Ryan snapped that the Count was long expelled and would not know where to begin. Told to mind her tone, she lashed back, saying the funeral was not held and he chased the titles. She added he was cast out for heresy, invoking morality, and his face stiffened. Enraged, he lunged at Rien, but the expert stopped him, the strike clearly personal. Calmly, she said his actions proved his Marilov blood, and he shouted she knew nothing. Standing firm, she asked what he could say of his brother who married her, calling him just as mad. Furious, he tried again to strike. Romandro intervened, and the Countess summoned the knights. Asking if they would protect her, she waited, but the warrior said no action until truth was known. Gripping the seal tightly, she said that with everyone speaking nonsense around her, only one path remained. She announced Romandro confirmed her authority until the funeral and ordered the 3 knights dismissed at once. One warrior stared in disbelief, asking what this meant, thinking it was a crude joke aimed at them. A violent crash echoed from the corridor, stones scattering as if the walls themselves were breaking apart. A knight flung the door open and demanded what was happening, unable to grasp the cause. Heavy footsteps rushed down the corridor with confidence, yet the dark passage showed no clear figure. Beric appeared smiling beside a clan warrior, carrying a fallen knight as if nothing was wrong. Furious, Dave demanded an explanation, but the expert calmly said help had arrived to secure Ryan. Confused, Dave asked if this truly troubled him, calling such acts extreme and unnecessary. The warrior screamed in shock upon seeing the bleeding corpse cradled in the bodyguard's arms. Beric explained the knight blocked their way and demanded entry over his dead body, so it ended there. Jan emerged suddenly and stated nothing unusual happened while he was gone. Standing beside the bodyguard, he said he was pleased, then smiled calmly toward the Countess. Seeing John, the warrior shook with rage, as Punalu promised the young man would not interfere. From the corridor, Dave shouted demands for answers, while the staff stared in stunned silence. Looking down at the body, Jan said they insulted him and accused him falsely when he came to support Riant. Hand to his chest, Jan said this was his first time facing such claims, and blood settled the matter. Dave asked if innocence was always proven with lives, and Jan said it certainly was not. Smiling, Jan added that in his case, survival was the only way to justify himself. He noted that vile thoughts vanish when their owner dies, stunning both the Count and the warrior. Tapping Beric's shoulder, Jan told him to finish it and return, and the bodyguard drew his weapon gladly. Passing the knight, Jan saw his legs trembling with fear and felt his clear dominance. Terror drained the warrior's resolve, while Jan felt satisfied and left to avoid another killing. The knight and Barrack faced each other alone, like a duel ring, eyes locked in cold judgment. The clash erupted violently, shards flying past the Countess's face, yet she did not flinch. Dave lunged toward his sister-in-law, shouting that she ruined their family. Jan tried to calm him as Romandro restrained him, but Dave screamed for him to be silent. Ignoring the outburst, Jan said Dave had insulted the Countess and warned him of what followed. Screams and battle sounds burst from behind the doors, though no one saw the truth inside. Fear twisted Dave's face as he looked away, unwilling to face the result and slowly calming. He sat down on the sofa, while the expert sighed, noting the warriors seemed finished. Suddenly, Jan said one person was missing from the mansion, and orders would be given to find him. Sitting calmly with crossed legs, Jan addressed the trembling Count, who expected another trick. Smiling, the Viscount asked for a moment, saying he wished to make an offer. He first apologized for the chaos, glancing at broken dishes scattered across the floor. He added those people no longer belonged to Marilov, though Dave questioned that claim. Formally, Jan asked him to listen carefully before making any final choice. Turning to the Countess, he said the same applied to her, and Rianne watched him closely. Speaking directly, Jan asked if Dave and the lady truly wished not to live together, and she said she did not. Jan concluded that one must yield to the other, or simply leave the mansion altogether. Jan said he hoped Dave would choose that path, the words striking the Count without warning. Dave leapt up, shouting about manipulation and demanding how a Viscount dared speak to him this way. He stared at the doors, asking if no one stood behind them, wondering if he had been fooled like a child. The doors burst open, blood streaking the floor, proof of a clash just ended. A Heavenly Clan warrior leaned out and asked if Yang summoned him, his face spattered with blood. The Count recoiled in terror, and the Viscount ordered him to leave and clean himself. The boy obeyed, alert. Yan continued, saying it might be better if no Marilov remained, though that could trouble the Countess. Studying the documents, the hero said an expert would inspect everything before granting her a title, a slow ordeal. For that reason, Dave staying far from the region was ideal, and the man bristled with anger. He asked if the underworld faith truly came from Toulon, suggesting they go there instead. Ryan asked anxiously what if Dave returned or reported to the Emperor, but Yan told her not to fear. Dave would be watched by Havana escorts, costly yet far safer than freedom. Smiling, the hero said the key now was Dave's choice and whether he would interfere. Dave stared back in fear, the turn crushing his confidence and hope. He clasped his hands and prayed to the god of the underworld, refusing to join political schemes. That evening, Jan returned to Brack Castle and worked in the library, lamplit, books spread wide. Hannah asked if the books should stay there, and Romandro agreed, turning toward her. The expert said the capital would be stunned, and Yang agreed. A slave killed his master. Carlo's brother was a heretic. He added the ghoul agreement would shock them too, since replies showed deep doubt. Sensing hesitation, Jan asked if the message truly came from the capital, and Romandro stalled. Then he revealed the palace ordered John to send Melina to the center, an outcome unexpected. Yan thought Marev lost to Gale in a mental clash, but he felt indifferent. With regret, he ordered a carriage prepared, and the expert asked if he was certain. Gathering his papers, Jan said he saw no other path and did not care about the old man. Ryan wished to share the Gola with residents, and Yang said free trade must be allowed. If all went well, debts would clear before summer, and the Viscount thanked the expert sincerely. In calm spirits, they planned a capital trip once Marilov settled and order returned. Thinking of family, the expert hesitated, then decided to ask Jan something personal. He recalled a woman among flowers and wondered how Jan would handle his mother's. Caught off guard, Jan faltered, briefly lost while sorting his thoughts. He said he invited her, but she chose the forest, and he wanted foresters to check on her in winter. The expert pressed that they would leave soon, yet Jan said distance would exist regardless. The man remarked that magicians depart east and return under stars, still backing the Viscount. He thought Wesley, sharp-tongued and relentless, would never leave Jan alone. Jan noticed Hannah standing quietly and addressed her with a formal command. Tomorrow she would go to Mariloft to study butler duties, as previously promised. Shocked, she asked in disbelief, pointing at herself. She asked if Yang truly meant to appoint her manager, and he confirmed calmly. Flustered, she said she knew nothing, questioning his trust, and he assured her she would learn. Overcome with emotion, she asked to step outside briefly, and the Viscount allowed it freely. The girl bowed and slipped out of the office instantly, leaving her master alone with Romandro. The expert asked where Beric was and why he had not returned, and Jan said he stayed with soldiers. A falcon would signal trouble. Unease settled in, even knowing it could take time. The bodyguard's long absence felt wrong. Elsewhere, the warrior stood inside a grim dungeon, like a mine buried deep underground. Sweat streamed down his face as he cursed quietly, feeling he had caused something terrible and must fix it. Sword raised, Beric demanded answers about this place, fear sharp on his face. Stepping into the corridor, Hannah burst with joy after learning she would train as a butler, hardly believing it. The expert doubted her ability, but Yang said she was capable and trustworthy. He added Nurserin and 2 aides would remain, while she rushed off bright-eyed, drawing confused stares. Romandro said he would leave only 1 person, but Mariloff remained unstable and palace orders would follow. The Viscount noted only unmarried servants stayed, and the inspector argued obedience required a wife. A falcon suddenly tapped its beak on the window, drawing the young man's full attention. Sensing danger, he knew something was wrong with Beric and rushed to respond. Seeing the bird, the expert asked if it came from the Heavenly Clan and what the note said. Reading it, Yang realized the warriors with Beric barely understood Burial's language. Spotting the word Monet, he guessed it meant Molina, though the meaning stayed unclear. Soon, the Viscount and others moved through a stone-filled underground mine, searching for the bodyguard. Torchlight cast long shadows across walls and ground, old rails marking past mineral transport. Night deepened, the moon rose, and the falcon flapped nervously, sensing danger. With falcon perched and lamp in hand, a warrior led Jan toward the mine, holding Beric. Jan anxiously asked about his magical swordsman, but the knight hesitated, unsure how to answer. He muttered that the orphan was fighting inside, leaving Jan confused about who faced whom. Scratching his head, the knight struggled to explain the situation clearly, guiding him onward. He said understanding would come once John saw it himself. From ahead came shouts of a warrior trying to stop Beric, failing to do so. The chaos was unclear. Beric fought fiercely while a soldier begged him to stop. Eyes wide, Yang sensed strange energy in this place and could not believe it. Near a stone formation, Beric struck at it with his sword, but it didn't break. Noticing the Viscount, he turned and greeted him, exhaustion and worry on his face. Beric asked what it was, but Yang snapped back, questioning his certainty. The orphan said he had ideas but was unsure, asking if Yang truly did not know. The glowing stone ahead reminded Jan of a magical mineral he recognized. Beric asked again in shock, and Yang recalled they once used a similar stone to listen in. This mineral held unique energy, able to move souls across bodies and time. It could store voices, track places, hold endless space, and more. Jan asked if Beric felt anything, since he sensed magic instantly, but the orphan said no. Quietly, Yang noted Beric was gifted, but still inexperienced. Looking at bodies trapped in stone, Jan asked what happened to the knights who followed Beric. Beric said they chased enemies until a strange purple slime appeared. He caught one knight, but the man panicked, calling him a monster and ordering him away. Seeing the boy trapped, the bodyguard moved in to free him, sword raised, advancing with careful steps. A thick, unknown liquid suddenly sprayed through the air, terrifying the warrior as it dragged at his body. In seconds, His legs hardened into glowing stone, as if the slime had been altered by some force. He screamed and struggled, asking why he could not escape, seeking rescue, soon turning fully to stone and dying as Barrick watched. After thinking it through, Barrick said it began as sticky liquid, then hardened, likely changed by an external factor. While the other warriors stood with heads lowered in shame, the orphan cried out from sudden pain. Turning to Jan, he asked why he struck him, but the Viscount urged calm and asked what Barrick would do in his place. He warned the liquid could return, and Barrick might drown in it, speaking from fear of death. Facing the group, Jan said recklessness and blind courage defined them, openly shaming the knights. Pointing at the Heavenly Clan warriors, he ordered them to report everything to Nurserin, despite their protests. The bodyguard said the stone must be costly if magical, but the Viscount answered that it was priceless. Entranced, Jan decided to study the mineral further, recalling old knowledge tied to it. Deep in thought, he ignored the frightened swordsman calling to him, confused by his master's silence. The mine held large amounts of the mineral, shimmering in shifting colors, as if it formed naturally. Forming a plan, Yang decided his ideas were feasible. Action was now required. As he left, he ordered everyone back to the mansion and sealed the mine. While Barrick asked about the body, Jan said nothing could be done now and ordered withdrawal, his plan taking priority. The warriors exchanged confused looks, unable to grasp his reaction or intent. Stepping ahead, Jan realized studying these stones required help from the Ministry of Magic. Only they could assess underground veins, scale, value, and unknown properties beyond his knowledge. Wesley, the Minister of Magic, supported Gale, and Jan knew this, hoping to use that link. He now understood why officials focused on Brock among all borderlands. Even without certainty, Gale saw potential in the county and moved to claim it. Troops were trained to repel barbarians, creating pressure that demanded palace involvement. After tax scandals and discovery of magic stone mines, events aligned perfectly for Gale and the mages. Leaving, Jan ordered the mine sealed, assigning someone to inform the miners. He knew that upon return he must verify everything to confirm his suspicions. Was Milton's arrival chance, or a calculated strike to reach the underground passage? Entering the dungeon, Jan walked a long corridor of cells lit faintly by torches. Resolved, he wanted to face his enemies and uncover their true aim toward Brack. Seeing him, Mac asked what happened and why he came. The prisoners tense except their leader. Locking eyes with the old man, John said a palace letter arrived, concerning Molina. Still seated with a book, the man calmly asked what it said, showing no concern. In a firm tone, Jan said he was ordered to oversee him, as he would soon depart for the capital. Hearing this, the prisoner froze mid-page, stunned by the thought of leaving the cell. He stared at Jan, doubting the truth, suspecting deception. Studying the lines, he thought of freedom and future. Politics no longer mattered. Watching Molina, Jan thought this explained his efforts, yet wondered why he yielded so easily. Jan read everything in his manner and posture, keeping his expression controlled. Molina and Gale knew of the magic stone mine, which drove their struggle over Brack. Winter settled in, Burial Castle ringed by snow, heavy peaks, and frozen trees, the scene unreal and silent. Watching the blizzard beyond the window, Marev sat alone, weighing the future of the state. Childhood memories surfaced, the queen holding him close as snow fell softly outside. Years had passed. He was now a prince, still loving winter, yet burdened by constant thoughts. A servant broke his focus, cheerfully noting the first snowfall of the year. Turning to him, Marev mentioned the coming new year, and the butler said the main wing was in uproar. The steward spoke daily with Mrs. Delane, who now handled the festival arrangements. Marev frowned at her boldness, puzzled by the noise, but the servant reminded him this was once the emperor's role. Now she oversaw it as the favored one, and Marev asked if his father had approved. Gesturing to the piled papers, the servant said her presence eased their burden greatly. He added that the prince worked late, and handling festivities alone would be impossible. Marav wondered what choice remained, since while he and Gale lived, she could never rise as empress. The topic surfaced many times, but with the princes present, it always faded into silence. No one could claim that place while their mothers lived. No sons existed but them. Gazing outside, he asked when Romandro and John would arrive. No letters had come, only hope for the holiday. Marav then asked about Molina, and the servant said he might arrive before the Viscount. Nothing was confirmed, but likely the administration would send the old man away, and someone would be dispatched. Seeing events align and supervision assured, the prince paused, lost in thought. He turned to the butler by name and asked quietly if there was truly no solution. The manager lowered his head in silence, sweat forming, unsure himself what could be done. He finally said matters would be simpler without the truth potion. No one could interfere then. As Marav listened, he explained results were judged by reports, filled with mage-only terms. Others opposed it as well, but Marav noted the administration had stayed silent. With Melina's staff now present, all that remained was the new year, and sending Jan there would ease gathering information. Marav thought of earlier days, free of secrets and schemes, a simple childhood. Years ago, the Ministry of Magic claimed divine inheritance and remained neutral. One incident shattered that balance, pushing them from the palace center. After Wesley rose as Minister of Magic and gained power, the balance broke like glass. Marav asked for reports comparing the truth potion, and the butler handed over documents. Studying them, the prince struggled to understand. References pointed to a strange mineral. The servant explained it was a rare, high-grade magic stone found recently. Lacking resources to study it fully, Marav asked if its effects on people were tested. The butler said no issues were reported, noting the ministry received 15 kilograms. Marav replied that was little, asking if other stones were not mined in far greater amounts. The butler said Ruron differed, discovered only last year, making it extremely valuable. Its deposit location was unknown, rarely near common magic stone sites. It behaved oddly, said to be liquid that solidified under external magic. Touching it could cause harm, though no such deposits were officially confirmed. More bubbles meant greater magic response, yet its solid form could not be scratched, its purpose unclear. Hearing this, Marav asked how it was processed, and the steward said likely through magic alone. After hearing everything, Marav realized the stones might reveal a mage's true strength and hidden limits. At the same time, Yang explored the mine with a lantern, studying the magic stones and testing their nature, watching their sheer number and glow. Romandro felt stunned and pleased, eyes wide with disbelief. Overcome with excitement, he claimed the Viscount must have ruled a peaceful empire before, while Barrick told him sharply to focus. As the bodyguard calmed him, Yang and the mine manager continued inspecting the strange material. The manager admitted ignorance, saying miners crossed this tunnel daily, yet never noticed the stones. Yang reassured him, saying the vein was recent and the workers bore no fault. The manager asked if Yang truly had no answer, and Yang replied he had several theories. Studying the pile, Yang judged the deposit massive and buried deep within the mine. Regaining composure, Romandro asked if Yang knew the stone type, but Yang said he could not classify it. He had only seen refined samples before, making raw identification difficult. Romandro studied Yang, noting he could not reach the ministry. Then a sudden thought struck him hard. He wondered if this explained Prince Gale's obsession with the territory, though it remained conjecture. With unease, he said discovery would worsen the fight for Brack, and Yang agreed without hesitation. Still, Yang noted one relief. Only they knew of the vein. Secrecy was possible. Their focus shifted to the manager holding the lantern, and suspicion briefly surfaced. Dropping to one knee, the man swore silence at any cost, and Yang thanked him calmly. Romandro resumed examining the stones, trying to grasp their origin and formation. The manager then asked permission to inspect them himself and requested space. They stepped aside, and he drew a small hammer, intent on testing the stone. Kneeling close, he tried chipping a fragment to see its inner structure. Barrick warned it was useless, saying even his sword left no mark. Yet the manager persisted. Finding a seam, he tapped carefully, shards scattering as echoes filled the tunnel. Sliding in a pickaxe, he revealed a purple liquid binding the stones, seeping upward. Barrick rushed forward, saying it matched what the soldiers saw, then froze as it hardened instantly. Yang demanded an explanation, and the manager confirmed the liquid emerged from below. He added that when Barrick touched it, the substance solidified at once. Accused by glances, the orphan protested his innocence, swearing he caused nothing. He swore by the stolen sweets. Yang ignored the theft and ordered him to stay close. Yang asked if the liquid remained unchanged after Barrick withdrew, and the manager said it stayed solid. Romandro asked if anyone had ideas about the stone's properties. Yang noted that magic stones always respond to magic, leaving Romandro visibly startled. He explained they react to external magical force, often emitted by gifted individuals, much like the solution needed to replay recordings from the brooch used on Melina. Turning to Barrick, Yang asked for every detail of the chase that night. Barrick said he thought the knight fell into sticky liquid, but it hardened as he struggled. Now they faced the stone holding the corpse, trying to understand why it existed here. After reflection, Yang concluded it reacted to Barrick's magic, despite his denial. Barrick was a magical swordsman. Energy flowed through him even if he sensed nothing. Yang recalled the stone's name and realized it solidified when exposed to external magic. He abruptly ordered everyone to step back, leaving the group confused about his intent and the reason. Jan said he would try splitting the stone, and Barrick thought the Viscount had lost sense, using bare hands. As Jan pressed his palms to the surface, Barrick muttered only explosives could break something like this. A sharp yellow magical glow flared beneath Jan's hands, flooding the mine with blinding light. Romandro and the orphan froze, unable to grasp the reaction or what the Viscount triggered. Jan himself stared wide-eyed, shocked by the result, yet focused as the change continued. The stone softened and broke apart, fragments bursting outward as the mass split under his grip. Startled, the expert leapt back, shielding his head. The manager collapsed. Only a small remnant remained. Barrick asked anxiously about Jan's condition, and Jan answered calmly that there was nothing wrong. Jan stared in disbelief, realizing he stood close to the fallen warrior, the magic shell gone. Romandro cried out in fear. The manager nearly fainted. Barrick asked for warning next time. Studying his palms, Jan found it strange he used only a faint thread of magic. The reaction overwhelmed him, far stronger than expected, revealing power he never knew. He could not understand why the stones reacted so violently to such a minor touch. Barrick tested it himself with no effect. Confirming the magic answered only January. Seeing Romandro gather fragments, Barrick asked why and learned each piece was worth gold. Hearing this, the orphan stared wide-eyed, stunned by the value and opportunity. Flailing his arms, he yelled for a broom outside, while Jan told the manager he would soon depart. The manager said he knew of the trip and would keep extraction running during the absence. Jan thanked him, then announced the mine would close temporarily, leaving the manager shaken. To calm him, Jan promised full wages and asked him to handle minor payments as stones lay exposed. In a grave tone, Jan demanded secrecy about today, warning of consequences beyond repair. The manager nodded tensely, swearing silence, fear clear in his eyes. Soon, a warning sign rose at Monet Mine, barring entry to all unauthorized people. The valuable stones were packed into wooden crates and loaded onto carriages at the estate gates. Servants shouted for space as they carried them, shocked by their unexpected weight. Jan noted their heaviness, only 5 boxes present, yet 10 carriages stood ready. Checking documents, Jan asked Barrick about the mine, learning the manager awaited orders on chips. Jan ordered the fragments separated from Earth, sensing future magical use. Jan then said Barrick would go to the forest today, asking if this involved his mother. He needed her told of his departure, and if she wished to travel, Beric would escort her. Jan warned this might be their last meeting, the capital offering slim chances of return. Beric asked if John would go himself, and Jan said Romandro and his men would attend. Those remaining would see Madame Rien often, and John hoped harmony would hold. Papers suddenly slid from the towering stack, dust rising as they hit the floor. Jan's nose itched sharply. He covered it, grimacing as a sneeze threatened. Accepting the workload, Jan began sorting documents to ensure order during absence. Beric watched silently from the side, thinking about his next assignment. A servant shouted that the carriage was ready, and John replied he would come down shortly. The door opened. Hannah stood in butler attire, saying Romandro waited below. A light touch landed on her shoulder. She spun fast, surprise cutting through the hall. She saw Beric, asked what was happening. He asked if she was leaving for Mariloff too. Calm and steady. She said she would return late after training. Asked again. He said nothing unusual. She studied Jan from behind. His dull posture, dark circles. The bodyguard said he looked drained. The manager agreed, said Jan barely ate lately, guessing sickness without proof. She froze mid-step. Thought struck hard. The orphan noticed and called her name. She grabbed her head, recalling the butler must protect the master's comfort and health. She sprinted down the corridor, yelling she must cook well and become the ideal housekeeper. Beric watched, stunned, sighed, thinking her pace would break her mind soon. Inside the mansion, calm held firm. Outside, clouds pressed low. Cold snow fell. Someone suddenly tore through the hallway, dust lifting, carpets nearly flipping. Hannah burst into the kitchen, shouted at the cook moments before lunch. Startled, Meadow asked if she was leaving. Hannah said she had to go. She fired orders. Prepare rich meals of pork duck beef until the master departs. While running off, Hannah shouted the master looked worn out, needed only healthy food. The maid stared at her odd rush. Madhu ordered village meat for the Viscount. Worry spread. Everyone asked if John was sick, imagining grim outcomes. Word raced through Braca when servants demanded meat for the Count. People said Durgi's illegitimate son ruled now, still fearing for his health. A blizzard roared outside. Fierce wind twisted weather. Trees bent under force. In the carriage, Yang held his ear, confused, silent, listening inward. Romandro noticed, asked what was wrong. Yang said he was fine. The expert said other letters were handled. No reply came about the Count's funeral. Thinking it through, the group guessed someone hid the truth to avoid discovery. The carriage flew onward. Unaware, Dave chose to marry Madame Rien. In Mariloff, black flags lined streets. Carlo's death dragged the city into mourning. People whispered, shocked a slave killed his master, guessing what led there. One man said he heard the Count beat his wife. The slave intervened. Arguments filled the streets. Some doubted facts. Others said Carlo adored the Countess. Everyone asked about punishment. The slave was sentenced without trial for killing a master. A youth claimed a bond existed between servant and Rien. Laughter drowned him. He insisted it was true, learned from an estate worker. No one believed. As rumors flooded the city, snow slowly blanketed Mariloff's streets. In her chamber, the Countess slept deep on her vast bed, unaware outside. Her body lay loose. She was awake already, choosing rest over rising. The butler asked about food. She refused. Appetite gone after events. The manager worried, noted she skipped dinner too. Rien stayed silent. She sat, asked if her actions seemed strange, since others expected different. Somber, the manager searched for words, felt she was not wrong, hoped change. At last he said she looked unhappy. Strange, since power was her choice. She accepted that her abusive husband was dead, yet no joy came. Unlike her past escape, sliding into slippers, she asked which caravan would take Dave to Toulon. The servant answered, a joint trade group. Preparations were complete. The cost was 200 gold, including advance. The Countess felt relief. Before leaving, She urged them not to drop the matter and to pass her request on. Jan would arrive soon. She turned back, stressing every detail must be explained. Nothing missed. This mattered most to her. Alongside Dave, another traveler was assigned. Clark, still confined in the dungeon. Inside a sealed room, Dave knelt on the floor, trapped there the entire time. Hands clasped, he prayed to underworld gods, feared his future, dreams of rule collapsing into nothing. Heavy silence crushed the mansion halls. Even maids avoided their usual whispers. Then they saw Rien leave her chambers at last, shock rippling through them. Ignoring their stares, the Countess walked straight ahead, heading for Clark's cell. The maid snapped to attention, bowed low, silent, returning to duty. Dim torches lined dungeon walls, casting weak light over prison like corridors and cells. In one cell, Clark sat curled, head down, fate decided, waiting. A sound made him look up, his face marked with small wounds, traces of past events. Ryan stood before him, gaze sharp, while he crouched low, watching her closely. The Countess told him, with regret, that he would depart with Dave and the trade caravan in days. She added the route crossed Havan, and Clark struggled to accept this escape from judgment. Stunned, he repeated the city's name, memory stirring. The place felt known. She asked if he knew it, and Clark admitted it while kneeling at the bars. He said it was far away, sorrow clear, and Rien felt despair, hiding her wish to stay. She bit her lip, searched for words, failed, believing this choice was necessary. Gripping the bars, she said the palace needed proof Dave arrived, asked him to go. He pulled back. She seized his hands and cried that he must return, her voice carrying hope. Clark froze, then felt warmth, glad Rien cared so deeply because he wanted her too. Holding her hand, he sensed something deeper than duty. Emotions bound them beyond servant and mistress. He loved her, followed every order, bowed his head, yet kept her hand, while she answered with silence. At last, Mariloff calmed down, long-awaited peace settled in, and daily life slowly regained balance. The living room stood prepared for guests, 2 blue sofas placed neatly, elegance and restraint filling the space. With a wide smile and graceful curtsy, the Countess welcomed John warmly, eager to discuss their business. The Viscount kissed her hand politely, noted their long separation, asked after her health. She said all was well thanks to him. She invited him to sit, then turned to Romandro to ask after him, and he answered with calm courtesy. The table awaited them, a fine tea set arranged, warm steam rising as a rich aroma spread softly. She handed him the documents, explaining the envelope held 5,000 gold coins as agreed before. She added that her army had been reduced by half and that other agreements would be honored. The hero asked to see the estimate, and she replied it was written on the back. Yang read the papers, smiled at the profitable cooperation, then asked if her aides had warned her. Confused, she asked if they meant to scold her for selling land, shocking the workers nearby. She reassured him that management would face no issues, and any discomfort could be seen as personal payment. He answered calmly that it was simple curiosity, and that service was exchanged as agreed. Romandro extended the folder, saying he would present it at the palace, and asked her to verify it. After reading, she said there were no lies inside, nothing hidden, and she approved everything. Asking to have it sent, she wondered if experts would arrive, but Yang said no major trouble awaited. Hearing this, she wished to place her seal on the document she had carried all along. Joy and pride filled her as she marveled at how easy it felt. Sensing her growing authority, she wondered why her husband spent whole days on such tasks, seeing his age as harmful and slow. Watching the guests, she felt glad for such neighbors, every deal unfolding in a pleasant mood. She also remembered the friendly people of Mariloff, whom she deeply respected and valued. Through their labor, food filled the county stores, even reaching Ghoul in abundance. Smiling, Yang said this eased much worry. Winter was harsh, and the seeds arrived just in time. Bowing, The Viscount asked about Mr. Dave, and the Countess said he was in the wing, ready to depart. As a blizzard raged outside, they discussed the caravan, and she praised the trading group. She explained the team would include 5 workers and 2 agents, fair prices, honest hands. She planned to send Clark with them, judging it best for the slave and herself. All others would return only after Dave reached Havana and remained under secure guard. Speaking evenly, the expert said he trusted her, but insisted they prevent any issues. In truth, the risk was shared. Discovery of the Count would bring trouble for all involved. Understanding this, Rian smiled and assured him the people chosen were capable and reliable. Staring ahead, she said she ordered them to guard Dave closely and prevent escape. Thus, the Baron would be handled as a dangerous criminal, confined under strict mobile watch. She added this order came from her and Sir John, granting him formal freedom. Laughing, the hero remarked that such a journey suited a believer like Dave. Still talking business, they moved into the corridor, absorbed and unaware of their steps. Turning back, Ryan asked if they should visit Brother Carlo once more and see him off. Merchant carriages waited at the gate, horses ready, the long road already calling. Workers locked him down. Dave thrashed and screamed, twisting hard, spitting curses, demanding release as his strength failed him. Spotting the Countess with servants and John, he raved, calling them demons, accusing them of thinking escape was possible. Ryan raised her hand, showed a middle finger, smiled coldly, said life would be better now, wishing never to meet again. Dave called her insane, shouted about divine punishment, fought uselessly, finally grasping that all his power was gone. As the hero warned merchants of road thieves, the Count barked at him, raging over how he dared decide this. Shackled legs trembling, Clark stepped toward the caravan, slow and stiff, bound in iron, leaving with them. Among the clan crowd, Clark met Ryan's gaze. The noise faded. The moment froze in heavy silence. With quiet sadness, she asked if all was prepared. The slave bowed, answered obediently that everything was ready. After a brief pause, she said it was time to go, choosing departure over drawn-out farewells. All boarded the barred carriages for Dave and Clark. The convoy moved out, a harsh road awaiting. Trade wagons rolled beyond Mariloff's gates. The Countess watched, holding on to hope of seeing Clark again. Loss weighed on her. She shut her eyes, refusing to watch the young man disappear. She turned to Jan and Romandro, suggested food and wine, proposing a small celebration of the day. Facing the managers, she asked about future visits. They answered gladly, calling it a fine idea. Without warning, she said she needed help. The hero turned sharply, focusing on her words. He wondered if his former body had died, if any farewell or burial ritual had ever happened. He knew the answer already. None would mourn a fugitive emperor, a branded traitor to the empire. Pulling him back, Rian invited him inside from the cold. The Viscount agreed and followed. A sudden thought struck him. He chose to call to her, intent on settling it at once. He asked firmly about the Count's funeral. The question stunned her. Words failed her. Avoiding detail, she said he already knew, clearly shutting down the topic. Night fell. The moon rose. Their carriage headed back to Brack after the long Mariloff day. Romandro eagerly asked how he felt, yet the Viscount noticed the man's face had grown redder. Laughing, Romandro admitted he saw double. The Viscount replied that he had said that 3 times. Still joking, the inspector claimed he was drunk, seeing the Viscount with 2 heads. Later, the carriage halted at the mansion gate, wheels groaning as they stopped. The coachman announced arrival. Jan stepped down, thanked them, told them to rest. Before he reached the door, servants rushed him, shouting in panic, leaving him confused. They lifted him, insisted he could not walk, said he had a fever, the cold worsening his state. Irritated, the hero demanded answers, unheard, as they carried him through the hall. Something strange on the hall floor caught his eye, stopping him in surprise. Gift boxes filled the center. He asked what they were, certain they had not been there before. Coughing. The maid said locals heard of his illness and sent gifts. Yang was stunned. Studying them, he thought winter hardship meant little would come of it. Opening boxes, he saw real offerings inside. Realizing people had found a way, joy surged. He ordered them stacked and moved to his bedroom, instructing staff to say he was healthy. A servant suddenly announced a guest for the Count. He asked who it was. John shouted from the balcony, cutting the maid off before she could finish. Waving wildly, the guard announced his mother had arrived, living long in the forest. She stood nearby in shock, meeting her son's gaze with pride. After waiting so long, she rushed down the stairs and wrapped him in a tight embrace, leaving him stiff and flushed, yet quietly relieved and glad. Tears shining, she said she missed him deeply, while Yang asked how she survived the cold. Guessing her life had been harsh, she objected at once, saying she should worry about him instead, and he could not grasp why he deserved such concern. Holding his hands, his mother said Barrack told her everything, asking in disbelief if he truly saved the nation with the gully. She added that she heard he now ruled the territory, loved and trusted, proven by the many gifts sent to him. Brushing away tears, she overflowed with pride, and the Viscount again realized how vile Durga truly was. Romandro whispered to ask who the woman was, and the hero turned, only then remembering the palace expert, politely extending his hands. He said she was his mother and introduced them. Noting Romandro had heard of her, he explained she lived in the mountains and came due to winter, mentioning her years gathering ghoul, which impressed the expert. Flustered, the woman said formal speech was unnecessary, feeling too young for it, yet Romandro stayed respectful. He reached out to greet her, smiling as he introduced himself as the new palace expert. Slowly, proud tears filled her eyes again, unable to believe her son's path had turned out so well. Though she could do nothing for him, she shook hands gently, openly proud of Jan without hiding emotion. Snow crunched loudly as a warrior of the otherworldly clan entered the hall, still assigned to guard duty. In the office, Nurserin asked in surprise if the Viscount had already returned from Marilov sooner than expected. The hero asked if the warrior had come back from the observation deck, and Bellamy confirmed it calmly. Glancing at his mother, the young man noted the Viscount never mentioned a sister, praising the lady's beauty. Smiling calmly, the hero replied that she was his mother, expressing pride in her strength and form. The hall froze instantly, disbelief spreading, and for Nurserin the shock hit hardest. Seeing their reaction, Yang recalled the clan believed his mother dead, since he had never spoken of her. He now wondered how they would react learning she was from the lower class, while Philia felt uneasy. Nurserin stared at him with defiance and confusion, waiting for a clear explanation. Stunned, the warrior froze with widened eyes, unable to accept that such a young woman was a Viscount's mother. Jan and Philia felt fear and awkward tension, struggling to find words in the heavy silence. Explaining he had reasons to hide her, the hero asked for a chance to explain everything properly. Stepping forward suddenly, the woman cried that she told her son to say nothing, as if fearing punishment. Hands shaking, she begged them not to blame the boy, leaving him shaken by her reaction. Discouraged, Nurserin stayed silent, yet his expression showed he meant no harm. Abruptly, he said he already knew, shocking the Viscount and Philia, who wondered how the secret leaked. Confused, Yang pressed him, and the warrior explained locals spoke freely, telling him everything over time. Rumors spread of the Count's illegitimate son returning from the desert with an otherworldly clan, his mother gone before peace talks. At first, he assumed it was part of preparation, since the plan was set before the desert journey. The hero asked if Cockanier knew, and the warrior answered that his chief knew everything he did. He admitted hoping to meet the Viscount's mother before leaving, never imagining it was the youthful Philia, rushing forward. The woman thanked Nurserin for trusting her son and keeping the truth hidden. She earnestly asked him to keep working with her son, leaving Nurserin slightly embarrassed. After a pause, he said she need not be so polite, as such kindness felt unfamiliar to him. Waving him off, Yang invited the warrior to rest, wanting time alone with his mother. But the fighter stopped him. Unexpectedly, he asked permission to offer advice, freezing the hero as he listened closely. Nursaren said the stars had shifted strangely of late, many falling from the sky to the ground. Treating it as an ill omen, he warned the young man to stay cautious on the road to the capital, trusting deeply in the signs written across the sky. He explained that stars represented those who lit the world for others, likening them to John and stressing his rare importance. As he departed, the Viscount thanked him for the counsel, adding that his own life was secure and not worth concern. Turning back with a sharp smile, he said he would become the sun itself, not a fading star bound to vanish. The bold confidence caught Nursaren off guard, his eyes widening, yet he chose silence over response. Bowing low, he decided the young man would shape fate in the great desert and wished him a safe path ahead. Moonlight flooded the frozen sky. Stars burned bright, marking Yang's final winter night in Bracha. Entering the kitchen, the hero told his mother to let servants rest, but she insisted on cooking and sharing dinner. Smiling warmly, she asked if he wanted barley porridge like his childhood days, and he agreed without hesitation. Hannah gently showed the dishes and stores, while Philia thanked her sincerely for such careful help. Surprised, Philia asked if Hannah had carried her son's message, and the manager marveled at being remembered. Hand to chest, Philia offered heartfelt thanks for faithfully carrying out every request her son had given. As the grain simmered, she asked how Yang had lived all this time alone in the forest. Calmly, he said he was fine and asked if she had grown lonely in the quiet grove. With food secure and Durgi gone, he offered her a home there or another house of her choosing. Brushing back her hair, she said she needed time, no longer alone after meeting the warriors. Curious, she asked about the dark-haired man they encountered earlier in the hall. Yang explained he was the younger brother of the otherworldly clan leader Nursaren, a proven and brave fighter. He added the man would oversee the territory during his absence, and Philia smiled, understanding fully. Worried, the Viscount asked if danger had touched the forest, but she reassured him and eased his concern. Pouring porridge, she mentioned lost travelers and wounded visitors, which made Yang pause in surprise. Thinking back, Philia recalled 3 names: Ricardo, Nav, and Erica, all worn down by hardship. Images of armed warriors led by a woman flashed in Yang's mind, and he recognized the Imperial Army. He asked if they had suffered greatly, and she said many comrades were lost and home was unreachable. Setting plates down, she answered his question, saying they were traveling toward Havana. Hope filled her eyes as she gathered courage to ask a question long held in silence. Nervously, she asked if she could write to him while he was away, wishing to stay connected. Holding his hand, she said letters would calm her fears, as worry followed him wherever he went. After a pause, Yang agreed gladly, understanding how much this meant and how rare their meetings were. He asked her not to take offense if replies were slow, as duty in the capital would consume him. Embracing him tightly, Philia said she would wait in Bracha always, believing this was her fate. Night settled over the city. She wished him safety, and green plants defied the winter cold. At dawn, Jan rode to the mine for magic stones to present to the Emperor, crowds moving busily around. Hannah stepped forward and handed him the jeweled brooch she had crafted as requested. Thanking her, he ordered all servants back inside, warning them against the biting cold. He said he trusted Hannah to lead through winter, and pride rose in her eyes. She vowed to protect the mansion and fulfill her duty fully, but he urged restraint. Romandro asked anxiously if supplies were complete. Yang confirmed they were, and Barrack agreed. Approaching Nursaren, the Viscount said farewell, and the warrior clasped his hand, wishing him fortune. Their firm grip sealed trust and alliance, as the warrior named him the Great Shah of Bracha. With that settled, the Viscount boarded the carriage with Romandro and Barrack, casting one last look through the window at those who came to see them off. watching his mother and the warrior beside her. He told Philia to live freely, reminding her she had earned it after enduring so much pain. The gates creaked open, and the hero ordered the departure, saying the road ahead promised to be anything but dull. In the heart of the city, people waved farewell, calling out for him to secure a new name for the territory. Servants, his mother, and Nursarin wished for his swift return, hiding tears as the weight of parting pressed hard. The young man and his bodyguard smiled faintly, calm and heavy at once, unsure if they would ever return here. Offended, the orphan asked why no one shouted after him, only after the Viscount, as the carriage rolled on. Before long, the caravan entered a snowy forest road, a fierce blizzard tearing through the trees. Inside the carriage, Beric grew restless, unused to long journeys after a lifetime spent in chains. Slumping beside John, he complained of aching limbs, prompting Romandro to offer switching with the coachman. Still grumbling, the warrior asked how much farther they must go, and the expert reminded him 4 days had passed, 10 remained. Trying to ease him, Jan asked for patience and said they would stop overnight in a village today, leaving the orphan stunned. He warned there would be no mansions or luxury inns there, urging modest expectations, and the bodyguard sighed, listening closely. The inspector said they would soon reach Karenna, and Beric admitted he had never heard the name. The man explained it was an ordinary small town, and the Viscount asked if he meant Longen, Zakov, and Karenu. Earlier letters from Count Mariloff warned that robbers had appeared here, attacking travelers and looting freely. Beric reacted in disbelief, thinking Carlo lied. But the Viscount said official papers were rarely forged. Alarmed, the orphan stammered, struggling for words as cold sweat formed across his face. Suddenly excited, he suggested they might be attacked, and Jan asked if he had never seen bandits before. The orphan pressed on, saying these lands were close and encounters were possible, and the Viscount saw his point. With sharp focus, the Viscount said they carried much cargo and few knights, so silence and speed mattered. The horses kept charging along the snow-covered path, fatigue clear despite their relentless pace. Abruptly, the coachman asked about nearby villages, and the hero said to wait while he checked the route. He then asked Romandro to study the map again, and the expert calmly agreed. Suddenly, Beric noticed movement outside and told everyone to look, saying they had already arrived. Crossing a narrow bridge, the caravan entered a small village hidden among snow-capped mountain ridges. Studying the map, Romandro sensed something wrong. The village was unmarked, and Yang asked when it was drawn. With concern, the expert said it was made last year and had guided him safely to Brock before. Beric cheerfully said any place was fine for rest and suggested exploring, but the Viscount warned him. He realized that if the palace map lacked this village, the Empire knew nothing of its existence. Suspecting a robber hideout, he ordered the coachman to turn back and return to the previous road. Everyone complied, shouting instructions while turning carefully to avoid sinking into deep snow. Space ran out, and the coachman said the horses must be unhitched and the carriages turned separately. Yang agreed. Growing bored, Beric decided to use the delay to stretch his legs and take a short walk. As the hero spoke with the coachman, the orphan drifted away toward the forest, easing stiff muscles. He descended a small slope among snow-laden trees, the winter silence closing around him. A strange sound suddenly broke the calm, and he grabbed his weapon at once, ready to strike. Seeing bushes shift, he demanded his foe step out and stop hiding, seeking a direct fight. No answer came. The movement ceased, and the forest stood still as if untouched moments ago. Without warning, a shadow like an animal leapt from the snow, its true form unclear. Beric drew his sword and lunged forward, stance low and aggressive, blade cutting through the cold air. A small white puppy suddenly stood before him, staring up with wide eyes filled with fear. The warrior froze, eyes widening, expecting a bandit, never a harmless, fluffy creature. Snow clung to the tiny dog as it stood there, tongue out. Awkward and strangely comical, Beric reached down to pet it, guessing it fled the village. Then the puppy spoke with a human voice. Shock locked his body, the world falling silent for a heartbeat. Yet the dog said nothing more. Exhaling slowly, he blamed imagination, until the puppy scolded him for touching its head. Hearing clear words, Beric recoiled, hands flying to his face, convinced madness had caught him. At the same time, the coachman told Jan the carriages were almost turned and ready to depart. He suggested checking the wheels on the ice, but the Viscount said the trip would be short. Jan insisted on resting men and horses, deciding to move slowly while Beric chased the dog. Hearing shouts, the hero turned and called out, as Beric ran back holding the puppy proudly. Lifting the trembling animal, he excitedly claimed it could speak like a person. Assuming nonsense, the Viscount stared blankly, while the expert advised ignoring it. Irritated, the hero told him to stop talking foolishly, but Beric argued that talking dogs existed. Standing firm, he swore he heard the puppy speak, as Yang locked eyes with the animal. Leaning closer, he urged the dog to speak again, but it stayed silent, staring back wildly. The group waited in tense stillness, yet nothing happened, only a few harmless barks. Unable to watch longer, Romandro asked for a cigar, while Yang stayed grim and silent. Saying time was short, the Viscount ordered the dog released, but Beric insisted it was amusing. When the orphan joked about eating it, the puppy bit his hand hard to escape that fate. Crying out, Beric dropped it, and the dog vanished into the forest before anyone reacted. Turning back, the animal insulted them all, despite their calm and respectable appearance. Human speech from the beast froze everyone, eyes wide, minds refusing to accept it. Moments later, the puppy vanished into bushes at incredible speed, leaving nothing behind. Beric shouted in excitement, asking if others heard it, while the expert doubted reality. The coachman laughed it off, mocking Romandro, and urged everyone to move on. Curious, Yang asked what happened, and Beric snapped that he only knew it bit him badly. Yang suspected a creature or hidden entity, though the form was far too small. A strange energy brushed his senses, drawing his gaze outward, yet nothing appeared. Seeing his unease, Beric asked what was wrong, and Jan mentioned a foreign presence. Looking around, Beric wondered if the puppy lingered, but the hero ordered him inside. Unease lingered, a dark premonition clinging, no matter how he tried to dismiss it. Nearby, within the snowy forest, unseen eyes watched them closely from behind thick trunks. At sunset, they reached Karina, a village tucked against the mountain hills. Romandro's people unloaded slowly, guarding valuables, each focused on their task. The expert asked Beric about his condition, and the guard said his arm was fine. Angry, Yang scolded his recklessness, questioning grabbing a dog, but Beric defended himself. After arguing, they guessed strange magic caused the animal to speak. Even together, Yang could not grasp how a mage could hide in such a small village. A woman suddenly approached in the courtyard, known as the Quick Pig, greeting them with practiced ease. Concerned by their baggage, the Viscount asked about space, but the hostess calmly said few guests stayed now. Inside, the hero assumed winter caused the emptiness, yet she admitted summer brought no better trade. The common room appeared plain and orderly, wooden tables and stools lining the hall without excess. From behind the counter, the hostess asked if they stayed one night, and the Viscount confirmed it. After counting horses, wagons, bags, and people, she named 1 gold coin, bathhouse and meals included. The hero poured several coins into her palm, hoping it sufficed, and her eyes lit up instantly. Bowing deeply, she promised full service and asked about heating bath water. Yang agreed and ordered more firewood. Beric suddenly shouted for food, hunger overtaking him, so she asked patience and led them upstairs. Inside, she told them to relax in their finest room, and the bodyguard immediately claimed the large bed. Carrying a tray of soup, she offered a light meal before dinner, seeing their exhaustion clearly. Before she left, Yang raised a question, stopping her to ask something important. He explained they passed a village missing from the map and asked if she knew anything. The hostess assumed he meant Daniel, and the hero repeated the name, surprised. She explained the village vanished from maps after all residents died years ago, left untouched due to cost. Yang asked why they died, intrigued, while Barrick focused on eating the soup. With unease, she said bodies lay in orderly rows, a sight no one could forget. An imperial investigator concluded poisoning, though the bodyguard dismissed that claim outright. She trusted the report fully, stressing the agent came from the Ministry of Magic. Hearing this, the hero grew thoughtful, wondering what truly happened there years ago. She believed a magician handled it personally, since the entire village was lost. Speaking with awe, she said such magicians could summon storms, her eyes shining with belief. Noting Yang's presence, Barrick laughed quietly, knowing such figures wielded far greater power. Since then, she said people kept careful hygiene, assuring guests the matter was long closed. Yang pondered this, knowing the ministry lacked staff, questioning why a small village drew attention. Special cases usually fell under Erica's team, not wandering magicians. Bowing again, the hostess left to prepare dinner, and Yang thanked her for the soup. Alone, Barrick asked if the talking dog lived there, and the Viscount agreed quietly. The bodyguard joked it might have eaten the dead villagers, but Yang stayed silent, holding bread. Barrick noticed Yang watching and offered some, but the hero refused. Barrick complained the war disturbed the creature, claiming it only showed interest in Yang's strange power. Irritated, he recalled being bitten and swore revenge next time, though Yang doubted him. A knock followed. Romandro entered politely, then lingered in the next room, saying only beer was available. He planned to visit another tavern, asking if they needed anything. Yang handed over gold, allowing purchases, but warned against the coachman drinking too much. He added Romandro should also restrain himself, reminding him of tomorrow's departure. Dropping onto the bed, Barrick declared himself fed, warm, and unwilling to return to palace life. After a pause, the Viscount noticed the bodyguard already asleep. Night deepened, and Yang wondered how to rest with Barrick sprawled across the shared bed. Lying beside him fully clothed, the hero soon drifted off, ending the long day. From deep sleep, a strange sound reached him, distant yet sharp, leaving him unsure if it truly came from below. Alarm surged. He snapped awake and leapt from the bed, sensing something was wrong on the first floor. He grabbed the bodyguard's shoulder and told Barrick to wake, but Barrick muttered about late dinner instead. Fully awake, Barrick realized his master would not wake him at night without real danger nearby. His hand slid to the weapon at his belt. Sleep vanished, muscles ready to respond. He moved to the door with purpose, settling into a battle stance, waiting for whoever approached. Barrick took cover beside the corner, hidden from sight, while Yang stayed still, weighing his next move. They locked eyes in silence, tension thick, a creeping unease tightening around them both. The apartment doors suddenly burst open, yet no one entered, deepening the sense of threat. A stranger crept forward, bare feet scarred with odd abrasions scraping the floor. Catching a shadow on the wall, Barrick swung instantly, sensing a possible robber nearby. The outline was wrong, though, dark and thin, closer to an elf or something non-human. Barrick thrust his blade forward, stopping the intruder in one sharp move, steel touching a shoulder. Seeing the target clearly, the warrior cursed and pressed harder, halting the strike. Yang watched in shock, staring at a human-shaped figure that felt unreal, like a dream. His eyes widened, mind racing, unable to grasp how an undead being appeared here. Before them stood a living corpse, elf-like, in torn clothes, one shoe missing, one eye glowing. The creature opened its ripped mouth and released broken, shapeless sounds. Recognition struck Yang suddenly. The tone felt familiar, stirring an uneasy memory. A puppy's image surfaced, accusing them of harming its people, the voices nearly identical. The thought that the dog and the corpse were linked left the Viscount stunned. A robed man with a sword stormed in, asking if the carriages below belonged to them. He eyed the boy's fine clothes with greed, asking their origin. Blade hidden behind his back. Beric halted, cursing under breath, trying to understand why undead and a criminal appeared together. Judging by the wagons, the stranger assumed wealth and tightened his grip, ready to strike. He stepped forward, but the corpse blocked him, arms stretched out as if summoning aid. Unaware of the danger, the robber failed to grasp what the creature truly was. Seeing the stagger and growl, he mocked the corpse, asking if it forgot how to walk. Without hesitation, the robber swung his weapon, showing no mercy. Blow after blow crashed into the corpse, strikes heavy and brutal like club swings. The force sent the creature collapsing at John's feet, leaving him frozen in shock. As it died, tears filled its eyes, mouth opening as if to speak, yet no sound came. Its fading pupils reflected the Viscount's face, watching with quiet regret. In its final moments, it saw pure astonishment on the young man's face. The light vanished from its gaze, its second life ending abruptly. Between Beric and the attacker, the corpse lay motionless on the floor, blood spreading. The robber raised his guard and advanced slowly, intent on finishing quickly. Beric struck cleanly, knocking the weapon aside and slashing the attacker's arm. The impact hurled the man sideways, yet he barely kept his balance. Staring at his bleeding wound, the robber heard Beric remark that now he understood being stabbed. With his sword buried deep, the orphan snarled, demanding how the man found them, crimson staining the steel. The hero stood frozen, shock locking his body as he watched the scene unfold. A sudden noise beyond the window pulled his focus, forcing him to move closer. Peering outside, Yang saw robbers overrunning the village, flames rising, screams echoing, people dragging children away. He called to Beric about the attack, but the bodyguard replied calmly, as if this was expected. Masked figures flooded the streets, sacks of loot slung over shoulders, daggers flashing in their hands. Yang understood then. The presence he sensed before was theirs, and they had been led straight here. The warrior stretched his gloved hands, calmly setting a plan he had already prepared. With dark satisfaction, he said it was time for the sword to drink again. Yang stared at his companion in silence, shaken by the cruelty he now witnessed. They clasped hands, sealing silent cooperation, and Yang said he wanted answers, ordering a few left alive. Down in the lobby, wooden chairs shattered as bandits tore the place apart. Reaching the inn, they attacked guests who begged uselessly, the raid unfolding without mercy. The hostess was robbed as well, screaming as she resisted, ignored like the others. Spotting movement upstairs, one bandit shouted for anyone above to come down at once. A sword slashed into his knee, piercing clean through, blood spilling before he could react. Howling in pain, he tumbled down the stairs, his partner staring in confusion at the embedded blade. As the others froze, Beric leapt from above, crashing onto the wounded man like a beast. His boot slammed down, driving the man's head into the floor without hesitation. Keeping pressure, he crushed the robber's face, already turning toward the others. The remaining bandits gaped in disbelief, unable to grasp what had just struck them. Finishing one, Beric braced as the rest charged him together. He ripped his sword free from the wound, the blade drenched in scarlet. Eyes burning, face and weapon stained, the bodyguard plunged back into battle, satisfaction clear. Meanwhile, Yang stayed behind, examining the fallen undead while the path was cleared. Studying it, he realized this was only the second time he had seen such a being. Necromancy came from the east, rare in burial, appearing mostly where wars raged. Confused, Yang wondered why locals knew nothing of such a monster. Had raids never happened before? The voice echoed in his mind, familiar, pushing him to connect the events. He became certain it was the same dog, though the link remained unclear. Stepping over the corpse, Yang moved into the corridor, resolved to uncover the truth. Descending the stairs, the sounds of slaughter below unsettled even him. Watching Barrack fight, he noted the skill, briefly worrying none would be left alive. So a servant rushed in, screaming for the Viscount to flee, shaking in terror at the scene. When the fighting ended, bodies lay everywhere, and Yang told the servant it was over. The servant shouted back that the real problem was worse. The carriage and luggage were gone. Hearing this, Yang and the orphan froze, stunned by the loss. Outside, fire spread through the street, flames leaping from house to house, bursting into the stable. Yang and Barrack searched desperately, hoping the transport remained. In an instant, hope died in Yang's eyes. Trapped at last, his fears proven true. The ground beneath him was empty. Only scattered hay and his shadow remained. Everything else was gone. Gripping his head, the orphan cursed, realizing all their baggage and imperial gifts vanished with the carriage. Those losses meant magic stones, documents, and gold, not mere supplies, leaving only hollow absence. Yang ordered someone to find Ramandro, while he moved to gather everyone, fearing for their safety. Confused, Barrack asked for instructions, but before Yang answered, they were interrupted. Sensing guards nearby, the robbers prepared to flee. Yet the noise drew the hero's attention. The Viscount coldly ordered their capture and allowed lethal force, driven by the need for revenge. With Jan's approval, the orphan's eyes burned with battle hunger, the core of a true swordsman. He leapt high like a wild beast, dust swirling beneath his feet as he struck forward. Closing distance in long strides, he rushed enemies who mocked him, unaware of his nature. As one tried to block him, the warrior swung freely, cutting through anyone in reach. He warned that fleeing meant death, declaring this reunion their final meeting. Like a relentless butcher, he delivered strike after strike, blood scattering as he fulfilled his vow. Furious, one bandit charged him, shouting insults, trusting blindly in his strength. Before contact, Barrack seized his shirt, locking him in place without effort. With a violent throw, he hurled the man aside, smashing him through a table. Gasping on the floor, the robber weakened, while the Viscount watched, certain of his end. A sudden scream drew Yang's gaze, the servant trembling in terror as something else appeared. Turning, Yang saw another undead advancing slowly, emitting harsh, unsettling sounds. Its face was hollowed away, red eyes glowing, the body decayed almost entirely. The servant asked in panic what it was, and Yang replied by asking if he had never seen undead, stammering in disbelief. The man froze as the creature kept coming. Raising his hands, Yang used magic to restrain it, the undead choking on strange noises. Tears formed in its eyes as power crushed it, mouth opening, words never forming. Fire consumed its face as Yang increased pressure, showing no hesitation. Burnt fragments scattered, and the undead collapsed, lifeless once more. The servant asked anxiously if Yang was unharmed, and he answered calmly, ordering him to find Ramandro. Without delay, the boy ran off shouting he would return, and Yang watched him go. Alone, Yang considered how the undead went unnoticed, though that was hardly surprising. Magicians were distrusted already, necromancers even more, strange signs easily overlooked. A sudden thought struck him. This could be a clue to something hidden. His eyes caught a pouch on a fallen robber's belt nearby. Stepping closer, he opened it, searching for answers linking the chaos together. Something unusual protruded from inside, and Yang checked carefully to confirm his suspicion. When confirmed, his eyes widened, alertness surging as disbelief set in. Inside lay a thin strand of pale hair, its owner unknown, perhaps tied to the undead. Staring at the corpse, Yang wondered if it belonged to him, and why it rested in a robber's pouch. Outside, the fire slowly faded, villagers emerging to stare at the ruins of their homes. Wounded lay everywhere. Children cried for parents, while Yang and Barrack recovered horses and scraps. Rubbing his tongue, Barrack complained bitterly about cruel people and mentioned being bitten by a dog. The Viscount pressed him to move faster, the expert and search party still missing. The warrior asked what if Romandro was already dead. He snapped back, demanding he repeat it to his face. The orphan waved it off, telling him to ignore the comment. A knight suddenly yelled, asking if they were locals or travelers, his voice pulling every eye toward him. The young man stayed composed, said they were passing through, and asked if the speaker commanded the guard. The warrior bristled at the casual tone, thinking only his mercenary restraint kept the youth alive. He named himself Captain Karina, thanked them for assistance, then followed protocol and requested documents. The hero presented his identification, saying they traveled with a bodyguard to the capital for the new year. He added they sought an imperial palace expert, and when Ulan read the papers, horror and awkwardness hit him. He bowed deeply, apologized for his rudeness, grasping their status and the foolishness of his earlier doubt. Yang questioned their inaction during the raid. The captain said they guarded 3 cities and trouble flared everywhere. The Viscount sneered, asking if running an inn meant guarding it, since their failure cost him his carriage. Irritated, he demanded the mayor, and the knight stalled, searching for an explanation. Romandro appeared without warning, shouting his return, cheerful despite the grim scene around them. Jan anxiously asked about his condition. Romandro said a wild party nearly sent him to the grave. The bodyguard smiled, saying he looked fine. Romandro shouted back that he almost died. Angered, he spoke of the theft, unable to imagine worse. The Viscount concluded a forest attack matched the raid. He asked about the others. Romandro said all were fine, except the coachman remained missing. He ordered clan to gather the robbers' bodies and summoned the mayor, intent on clearing matters. Mounting his horse, the hero said he would ride to Danal and return quickly. The expert asked where that was. Jan explained the abandoned village seen yesterday looked like a bandit nest. Romandro missed his intent. He stated firmly he would find the dog recently sighted, the same one that bit Barrick. He shouted for the expert to handle the aftermath. Romandro watched them depart. Crying out desperately, he begged the Viscount to recover the carriage, lost on the road to the palace. Without looking back, the hero and warrior drove their horses onward, chasing one more mystery. At the abandoned village, the moon rose, stars followed, and the cold cut deep. Barrick shivered, muttering that catching the robbers would end them, wishing they had kept the carriage. The hero raised his palm, magic light forming, saying without the theft they would not be here. The glow stunned the bodyguard. Yang turned and told him to stay close so he would not fall. He asked how to make such light. The Viscount said it was basic, focus energy and hold it. Asked why they used a lantern before, the hero said simply it was because he brought one. Moving between houses, he recalled poisoning caused the deaths, explaining the lack of battle signs. Still, the place looked too intact for abandonment, unsettling Jan and sparking questions. He stopped short and faced Barrick, the bodyguard ready for orders. At a large 2-story house, the hero told the warrior to enter and check inside. The orphan hesitated, confused by the choice. The hero offered to go himself. Then Yang explained a dog door was there, meaning the target could be hiding within. Barrick clenched his fist, asked about opening it. The Viscount warned him to enter carefully. The puppy was wary. Ignoring the warning, the warrior smashed the door with one brutal strike, driven by battle hunger. He rushed in, scanning for the beast. Only heavy silence answered. "I'm glad," he said. "There's no one here, which means there are no problems either." The hero only sighed in reply. He scanned the neat room once, then said they should start a full search without wasting time. Keeping the glow steady in his palm, the Viscount moved into the kitchen, his bored bodyguard trailing behind. His eyes caught a photo frame, and he motioned for Jan to come closer and check it. Holding it up, he said these people lived here once, and the dog they sought stayed with them. The blue hair and pointed ears in the image struck him as familiar, matching the same undead figure. A sudden voice called out. They spun around in shock, unready to find anyone else present. A dog stood behind them, scolding their intrusion, calling them rude, then lunging to attack. Varric mocked her heavy steps, and the puppy snapped back about the criminal's long tongue. Yang calmly apologized for entering and for earlier trouble, stunning the warrior with his tone. The animal bared its teeth and held ground, while the Viscount said he only wished to ask something useful to both. Without warning, the dog's front paws lifted, as if seized by an unseen force. Staring at the light in his hand, the puppy asked how he was tied to the Ministry of Magic. The hero said he was a magician, but had no link here, and suggested they part ways. Yang then asked if the people in the photo were her owners, hinting they came from Astana. The dog jumped in excitement, asking how he knew the city, and he pointed to blue hair and clothing. She spoke of valley folk as calm as clouds and free as wind, certain he understood everything. Sensing her trust and calm, the hero lifted the animal easily in his hands. Bringing her close, he remarked that necromancy traditions there passed through generations. The Viscount sat down, asked for details, and introduced Varric standing nearby. On the floor, a human shadow withdrew from the puppy, naming himself Hashiran Tokunte, asking to be called Hash. Sitting across each other, the hero asked permission to raise the question troubling him most. In the photo, he saw a boy who seemed to become undead and raid with bandits. He asked if the puppy worked with them, and she flared up, calling it nonsense. Looking again at the mantle photo, he asked if it was her owner. She firmly denied it. Pointing at himself, Hash admitted the person was him, the blue-haired youth with pointed ears. Varric touched him and asked if it was true, wondering why Hash spoke like a child despite his age. Yang explained Astana people live longer, guessing the young man was near 30. Enraged, the puppy bit the bodyguard's finger again to stop the insults and contact. The hero pressed on, asking how someone from Astana ended up here like this. With a sad look, Kosh said an invitation from the Ministry of Magic once reached their city. His grandmother led the faction, receiving a royal order to bring the boy for burial rites. At first, everything felt new and exciting. His eyes burned with hunger for knowledge. Backed by the ministry, he studied necromancy. The cities felt like another world entirely. The joy faded when Minister Wesley proposed using necromancy on living people. Necromancy belonged to corpses. Anything else broke universal law and bred destruction. Conflict erupted among necromancers. His grandmother and others fled and hid in this village. One day, mages found them, stormed the homes, tearing everything apart, hunting traitors. Kosh lay frozen in fear as they sneered, asking if the Ostankins hid here. Furious over lacking praise for their research help, one mage ordered reports sent to ministers. Seeing him on the floor, they took him for an ordinary child and told him to come along. He stayed silent. Their twisted, hostile faces filled the boy's pupils as they asked if he was a test subject. One robed girl stepped forward and cast a spell, forcing his body into a puppy's form. This was the price of his grandmother's betrayal. The magic was absolute, trapping him as an animal. In sorrow, he blamed himself for resisting the truth, knowing the past could not be undone. Kosh explained that Ruki was the only living creature present, so the spell failed to act properly. The other mages never realized whose body he entered and assumed the boy had died. Afterward, they poured something unknown into the well and vanished from the village forever. Jan grasped the severity. First the village was wiped out, then the crime was carefully hidden. Necromancy warped Hashi's body into undead form, and he watched it rise in terror. From then on, he followed it closely until robbers appeared in the forest and the body vanished. Confused, Yang asked if the criminals took it, but Ruki said they hesitated at first. The robbers were frightened, unsure if discovery would bring guards and punishment. They tried twice to destroy him, but failed, so they chose to carry the body away. Eventually, they learned to use the spell, and he began seeing through undead eyes. Each new corpse expanded his vision because he himself was a necromancer. He witnessed everything at the inn and remembered John clearly. Confessing this, he lowered his head, weighed down by shame. Still, he asked the Viscount and bodyguard for help, needing someone to protect his body. The hero felt pity, but his own burdens forced him to pause and think. Beric, moved by sympathy, pulled out dry bread to feed the animal. He offered the food to restore strength, but the puppy clamped onto his hand, shouting in pain. The warrior cursed Hash as ungrateful and shook his hand furiously. Yang saw their goals aligned. The puppy would find his body. They would recover the carriage. He asked if the dog knew the robber's location, cutting off the scuffle. The puppy agreed eagerly, claiming a dog's sense of smell could track them by scent. Guided by Ruki, they rode hard through mountains and forests under nightfall. From a hilltop, they spotted a robber camp below, proof of the puppy's sharp senses. Yan planned to scout and then ride to Karen for support. Beric asked about time and numbers. Unable to gauge enemy strength, the bodyguard vowed to kill them all to protect the documents. He demanded if Yang cared about Romandro's work, and answered himself that he did not. Holding the dog, Yang asked if Kosh could confirm his body was taken this time. The puppy sniffed and sensed magic within the central tent, suggesting it was there. A massive tent stood at the clearing's center, ringed by guarded figures. The orphan waved his sword, shouting about the carriage and expert. Yang urged him to calm down. As they descended, the warrior prepared for slaughter, but the Viscount ordered the leader captured. With blazing eyes, the bodyguard promised to clear the path for his master. Below, the robbers lit a fire to cook when an odd sound broke the calm. They looked up to see a figure flying toward them with weapons drawn. He landed nearby, shockwaves scattering crates as he charged straight in. Choking on dust, one robber asked if anyone was seen, guessing it was a villager without a guard badge. Before any reply came, a lightning strike hit his neck, his eyes widening as pain took him. Blood sprayed outward. The remaining robbers locked in shock, frozen by what they witnessed. Screaming, the man collapsed. Beric knelt as voices shouted, asking what he was doing. Refusing to hesitate, another bandit charged the orphan, raising a heavy, sharp axe. Beric rose calmly, unaware of the threat, moving like it was an ordinary stroll. When he finally looked up, the blade hovered near his face, his speed saving him. His sword swept sideways, blocking the strike and hurling the attacker away. Feeling unnatural power, the bandit panicked, unable to grasp why no damage was dealt. Beric vanished in a flash, reappearing behind him, dust marking the path. Near the man's face, Beric asked if he came to Karenu with the others, as if checking for someone missing. The warrior swung again, rage burning in his eyes. Shouting that everyone annoyed him, he struck down another bandit before any response. The rest charged, and the orphan asked if more were hiding, calling them out from tents, raising a blood-soaked blade. He reminded them he warned that fleeing meant death. Terror broke them. Screams filled the camp. Jan watched from the hill, Hashi in his arms. Seeing the Viscount tense, the puppy asked what was wrong, then asked what he thought of Beric. Yang said his temper would cause trouble in Astana, yet added burial was no better. They must move. Even for a magic swordsman, the orphan was brutal, fearless, and hungry for blood. Slipping between tents and survivors, Yang moved unseen toward the camp center. Near the target tent, he apologized to the dog and said he would check the carriage first. A bandit overheard them and tried to call for help. Yang struck first, magic flaring, a bright force slamming the man down. In seconds, the body fell, clearing their path to continue the plan. Inspecting the cart, the Viscount saw nothing missing, documents intact, tension easing. Eager to reach the center tent, the puppy ran ahead, leaving Yang behind. A massive shadow blocked him, angrily demanding the source of the noise. The leader emerged, a huge bearded bandit, irritated and confused by chaos. He looked down, asking what else was wrong when he spotted the trembling dog. Grabbing the scruff, he demanded how it got there. Kosh froze in fear. Staring at the animal, The bandit assumed drunk guards missed the puppy entirely. His eyes then caught Jan near the cart, and he asked who the young man was. Barrick spoke sharply, drawing focus. The robber stiffened at another stranger, stepping forward with a blood-drenched sword. The orphan asked if he led them all. Smiling wildly, Barrick looked deranged, soaked in blood, eyes burning with revenge. Unsure, the leader froze, as if facing a demon, unwilling to fight. He tried to speak, but only broken stammering escaped his mouth. Near the tent, he shouted accusations, claiming Yang and Barrick conspired and sneaked in. Refusing to listen, Barrick gripped his saber and charged without pause. Snarling, the bandit yanked his weapon free from his belt. Barrick's strike shattered it mid-swing, yet the man still clutched a broken piece. They locked eyes, teeth clenched, circling close, hunting for an opening to resume the clash. One hand touched the ground. The orphan swung the broken blade as the villain cursed and pressed forward. He suddenly let go of the saber, crouched, and reached for the remaining hilt to keep fighting. Sensing the strike coming, Barrick used a technique and drove a kick into the robber's jaw. Shock hit hard. The sword fell. Blood spilled from his mouth. His body staggered and nearly collapsed. Clutching his face, the leader tried to steady himself, and Barrick said that food tastes better when you're hungry. Wiping blood away, the man froze at the words, pain drawing tears into his eyes. Refusing humiliation, the criminal shouted at the warrior and surged forward in rage. Closing the distance, he slammed a fist into Barrick's face, pouring fury into the blow. Barrick showed no emotion, smiling as he licked blood from his lips, almost savoring it. Seizing the moment, he grabbed the villain by the cloak, ready to chain several techniques. Revenge burned in his eyes. Gripping tight, he swung the saber to finish it. Sensing the end, the leader stared wide-eyed at the hilt rushing closer. As the thought of madness crossed his mind, a crushing strike forced blood from his mouth. Near a tent, Jan stood unmoved, silently watching, struggling to keep his calm. Seeing the brutality, he shouted not to kill the man, saying he still had questions. Suddenly noticing the puppy was gone, Jan scanned the area in alarm. He called out. No answer came, and he wondered where Hacha had run. Stepping toward a nearby hut, he froze at the doorway, catching a strange sight. An unconscious undead sat on a throne-like chair, a dog before it, ignoring the hero. Ears drooping, the beast finally understood death, a concept spoken of so often before. Looking at his body, he knew only burial remained, the natural end. Listening, Yang asked if Kosh was ready. Warning that dust meant no promise, the soul stayed. The beast said he did not know how humans took control, so the undead must be destroyed. Silent, the hero weighed the choice, considering every future risk. A magic sphere formed in his palm. He said he respected the puppy's decision. Power flowed from him, tearing apart the human form of the beast. Flesh fragments fell to Hashi's paws. The Viscount watched in stunned silence. For a moment, vision returned. The soul pulled free. Tears filled his eyes. Seeing the ruined undead body, he knew there was no return. Dead, yet not truly gone. Night deepened. Torches lit the camp, while Barrick dragged the leader toward a tent. A sudden thought struck him. His gaze shifted, momentarily distracted. Spotting a sword embedded in the ground, he decided to claim it since his saber was ruined. He stepped over, gripped the hilt, and pulled as if drawn by instinct. Lifting it free, he studied the gleaming blade, something he had never seen before. Strange energy radiated from it, and he sensed hidden power waiting for battle. Admiring it, he said it rivaled darkness, turned to John, who replied irritably that he was not an encyclopedia. Barrick guessed it might be a blacksmith style, or decoration, or forged with magic stones. Testing the grip, he noted the blade was light, balanced, and fit perfectly in his hand. He exclaimed that he wanted to take it, surprising the Viscount, but insisted his weapon was broken. The hero agreed and said he would ensure the warrior paid the price once they returned to the village. Passing the carts, Beric realized the sword was gone, but the hero said all goods would return to Corin or go to the city treasury. He added that the cost would be taken from food funds, which angered Beric further since he valued good meals. Doubt tore at the warrior as he cursed and considered leaving the saber, while the Viscount failed to grasp his obsession. Turning back, he asked if the sword mattered that much, and the bodyguard said blood and cold shades would never show. Warriors sometimes met weapons chosen by fate, and this blade felt like one of those rare moments. As the robber lay helpless, the Viscount told the orphan to finish it and suggested calling Romandro and the guards. Suddenly, rough wheezing sounded behind them, the villain waking and forcing himself to move. With a boot on his back and saber ready, Beric said it was time for a serious talk. The villain thrashed and screamed insults, but the orphan told him to save his strength. Pressing the blade to his throat, the warrior asked if he still refused to speak honestly and tell the truth. Holding his hair tight and never lowering the weapon, Yang demanded that he answer every question truthfully. Fixing his gaze on the criminal, the Viscount said his throat would be cut and his path would end otherwise. He asked how necromancy was used on a necromancer, but the man showed clear confusion. Taking it as evasion, the orphan tightened his grip, and the leader begged, saying the undead chased him alone. Sitting down, the hero pressed again, yet the villain admitted he did not know the reason. At first, he thought it was only a thing, a body that survived heart strikes, so he kept it to sell later. Hearing this, Yang asked if they aided the robbers, and the man confirmed their cooperation. He added that merchants claimed proper use of bodies could create many more undead. They needed corpses. Killing was their work, which led them to raid and burn the village. Frowning, Yang concluded a deal existed. Slave traders taught spells, robbers supplied bodies and sold results. Struggling, the bandit shouted that he knew nothing more and only wanted easy money. Calmly, the hero asked the organization name, and the man said it was Pacons. Spinning the sword, Beric smashed the hilt into the man's face, drawing a scream of pain. He asked if the leader dared disrespect his master, and the man clarified it was the company name. Smiling faintly, the bodyguard glanced at Jan, thinking such protection already justified his keep. The hero asked about the ritual, and the leader said 10 corpses with hair made one normal being. Hearing this, Hashi felt dread rise, realizing they spoke of his former human body. Stepping closer, he said the spell fit him. Every caster had a method, and he had hair. Turning to the beast, the Viscount asked if it wished to hear more, and the dog agreed as flesh master. Without hesitation, Yang ordered the criminal to describe the ritual fully, leaving nothing out. After thinking, the villain said he could show it with a body, tying the undead as it grew unstable. Flesh burned on the pyre, and he continued, saying purification came first, then flowers and incense. Head lowered, the puppy watched silently as the body burned away, like the ashes of his past life. He later confirmed it was truly his ritual, one he had performed many times without doubt. The hero decided they had learned enough, and it was time to bring everything to an end. The sun rose above the forest camp, marking the moment to return to the village. Meanwhile in Karen, people already spoke of soldiers destroying the bandit camp completely. One resident claimed a lone stranger had killed all the villains by himself. Turning back, the people noticed a stranger in their village, and suspicion began to spread. Avoiding attention, Yang and Beric pushed through the crowd, wiping dried blood from their faces with cloth. Someone suddenly called out and blocked them, forcing both to stop, confused by the interruption. Smiling brightly, a girl excitedly shared rumors she heard, asking how to reward them, others praising their actions. They crowded Beric with thanks, eager to repay him, while the Viscount stayed silent and distant. Seizing the spotlight, the orphan bragged he was far stronger than the noble, shocking the onlookers. People rushed to Yang with gratitude, but he said he had not acted for rewards. Beric shouted angrily that he did everything, but Yang urged him forward. avoiding argument. Inside the inn, the bodyguard yelled about lost praise and forgotten glory. Seeing them safe, the expert beamed widely, his worry finally easing. He hugged Barrick, praising his work and rejoicing that documents and belongings were recovered. The guard captain saluted and thanked them for dealing with the bandits, drawing their focus. While Barrick escaped Romandro's grip, Yang refused ceremony and pushed straight to business. The man added he brought the mayor and asked if the young noble wished to meet now. Yang told Barrick to eat first, saying they would wait, exhausted and needing rest. Soon after, a stout, dignified man entered smiling, introducing himself as Mayor Onyx of Karina. Sitting down, Yang asked if introductions were needed, but Onyx said he knew of the aristocrat traveling for the new year. Yang coldly asked what the mayor did while his city burned, forcing a flustered apology about troubles elsewhere. He called the mayor closer, wanting to look into his eyes and confirm suspicion of lies. Avoiding conflict, Onyx stepped forward, shaking with fear. Yang stared him down with fury, despising such careless rule over territory. Studying him closely, the hero judged the mayor newly titled and inexperienced. He bluntly said the man smelled of alcohol, stunning and humiliating him. Laughing nervously, Onyx admitted he drank to calm himself before the meeting. Yang silenced him and asked about the legal fate of robbers under Karena law. The answer was death, the highest sentence for bandits and murderers alike. Rising, Yang said he had more questions for the bandit leader and asked to see his cell. The mayor stammered, and Yang asked if his request caused concern. Bowing deeply, Onyx said all was fine and promised to prepare horses and coachmen. Those bandits knew the ritual too well to be ignorant of undead matters. Yang resolved to question the leader himself and end this story completely. After Yang left, the mayor and knight finally exhaled, impressed by the young man's sharp mind. The commander said John was busy with holiday duties and would leave at sunrise. Karen believed they were deeply involved in warfare, Barrick's strength convincing him. The mayor replied such power was expected among magic users, especially inheritors. If an advisor reported poorly, trouble would follow, so everything had to be flawless. Watching the knight, he noted Yang's insistence confirmed his suspicions. He cautiously asked if it meant what he feared. The knight agreed their guess was right. Realizing the noble would not relent, he suggested meeting him, hoping his anger cooled. In the dungeon, the mayor announced their arrival, and Yang recoiled at the leader's state. The official said he scolded him hard and he passed out, adding Yang could strike him again if desired. Turning sharply, the hero snapped that questioning was pointless if the villain could not answer. Pale and sweating, Onyx stammered without clarity, this outcome clearly part of his failed plan. Yang ordered paper and pen at once, and the mayor hurried to obey without protest. He briefly thought the road ahead was grim, perhaps better suited for professional interrogators. Moments later, the mayor returned with a notebook and pen, handing them over submissively. Writing an address, the hero ordered interrogation results sent there within 2 weeks. He tossed the note back, demanding answers on how the blue-haired boy joined the robbers. Gripping his shoulder, Yang warned that silence meant a report sent to the imperial palace. Leaning close, he added that loose talk would bring a personal visit. To seal it, Yang asked if he understood, and the mayor nodded shakily. By evening, the caravan prepared to depart. Carriages lined up outside the inn. In the room, Yang asked Kosh about his plans, the puppy sitting quietly, lost in thought. With sadness, he said his grandmother was gone and buried, leaving Astana as his only path. Yang recalled the beast mentioning a relative who led a magic-focused sect. That meant allies and enemies alike, and perhaps another reason to avoid Wesley. Suddenly lifted by resolve, the puppy stepped closer to make a request. Standing by the chair, he asked Jan to take him to the capital, since it lay on the way. Confused, Jan asked what he planned to do in Astana while trapped in a dog's body. Losing hope, the puppy slumped to the floor, burdened by his condition. Lifting him up, Yang promised to take him home and help him settle safely. While eating, Barrick questioned traveling together in cramped space. John replied he should not lie down. Looking into the puppy's eyes, Yang hoped Kosh would remember his name and kindness. He then asked who was present on the day of true rest and what that person was called. Wagging his tail, the puppy answered, grateful for the help given. The dog bounced with joy. Yang smiled, while Barrick ate in silence, clearly displeased. Morning came, luggage packed, the carriage ready to leave Karen for the capital. Coachman checked supplies, warning that snow increased higher up, urging steady travel. Approaching the carriages, Barrick said Kosh was missing. Romandro asked who that was. Yang explained meeting him in the village, but the expert still looked confused. A small dog sprinted in, carrying a human photo in his teeth. He leapt into the carriage. Yang said everyone was ready and ordered departure. The convoy rolled between houses as residents watched with excitement. They wished the noble a safe journey and hoped for his return. From the window, Yang caught the mayor's mocking stare, glad to see him gone. Turning back, he saw Romandro tense and asked if animals scared him. The expert denied it and hid. Smiling, the puppy greeted him, pointing to himself and saying his name was Kashara Takuntai. Romandro stared wide-eyed at the talking dog, stunned beyond words. Coughing, he apologized, admitting he once doubted magic, but believed now. Taking the paw, he said he was glad to meet him and introduced himself as Romandro, palace advisor. He then asked what happened in the abandoned village and how Kosh appeared. As the carriage creaked forward on wooden wheels, the expert repeated in disbelief, "Are you truly speaking about necromancy?" Thinking it through, Yang recalled the Ministry of Magic gathering such figures for years and questioned if this was official policy. The expert explained that the General Assembly approved it, so arguing over names no longer mattered. Moral debates existed, yet an undead army held value in war, and the hero with his guard listened closely. Political stances varied, but Wesley was a mage long before she entered politics. She understood the danger of broken taboos better than anyone, and Yang stared, wondering why this path was chosen. Sunlight poured through the window, spring air warming the scene as trees began turning green before the new year. The Minister of Magic lounged in her office, feet on the table, thinking about meeting the new Viscount. She waved to the butler and ordered the report removed, unwilling to drown in state matters. Pareto asked in open surprise if she truly felt no anticipation, unable to grasp her calm. He waved the papers near her face, speaking of necromancy results while plotting his next steps. Intrigued, she took the documents and began studying them carefully, sinking into their meaning. The servant found necromancers amusing, rivals at home, yet effective once forced to work together. She said this was the strength of the Burial Empire. They learned chaos would only doom them. Had they not sold their souls for study? Gathering together seemed almost enjoyable. Pareto listed each race's strengths and flaws, asking if the findings should reach the General Assembly. After sealing the papers, Wesley said the elders were growing curious and agreed to submit them. The butler held another folder and said it contained materials on living beings. Shocked by this, the minister demanded to review everything at once without delay. She took the file and read in silence, page after page, her focus unbroken. Tossing it aside, she asked why it repeated 10-year-old claims, and the servant bowed apologetically. He explained the difference between dead and living targets. The spell warped, and she shouted about wasted funds. Asking her to listen, Pareto suggested mind control magic, since Gale lacked full imperial blessing. He added that the prince was born of a concubine, not the first wife, which fueled her anger. She slammed her fist down and ordered him to stop speaking, refusing to hear more. Rising suddenly, she loomed over the table, papers scattering as her presence turned threatening. Teeth clenched. Wesley said she understood his meaning but refused to admit her error. Falling silent, he bowed and apologized, choosing caution over argument. The imperial palace blessing remained an unknown force born with the burial founding. Its details lived in founding myths, a power proven through generations. Those who inherited it were immune to magical mind control. Stressing this, she said many theories existed, yet it usually pointed to imperial blood. This description fit neither Gale nor Marev, as they were entirely different men. Even the aged emperor, ruling long with a brooch on his chest, failed to match it. She asked sharply if Pareto knew of the second prince shielding himself from mind control. That was why she studied necromancy, seeking a way around every barrier to gain power. She knew her love for Gale was unequal, as his feelings never matched hers. She often wondered when he would ascend, whether marriage awaited or it was illusion. Her life circled one question: would she become empress or remain where she stood? She could never escape the sense of being bound by the prince, hands held tight, freedom denied. She shut her eyes, waiting for fate to move, unable to act, left with hope and patience alone. She dismissed the servant's nonsense and ordered him back to handling the necromancers. The uprising was close, and results were still absent. A sudden thought struck Wesley. She called the servant back sharply, demanding the crucial details she nearly missed. With measured interest, she asked if Yang would soon reach the capital. A new magician affected the entire ministry. Symbols covered the ceiling as the butler replied calmly. If the New Year banquet notice was sent, arrival would be imminent. Barreto added that a viscount traveling from Brachia would surely pass through Karin, where the Astana clan hid. Recalling this, Wesley remarked they obstructed the experiment badly and felt relief the truth stayed buried. She mocked the king's weakness, believing escaped tales, while the servant reminded him an earthquake struck then. They agreed Gale must notice nothing. If knowledge reached him, suspicion would ignite instantly. She reviewed the documents again and asked if any department pursued January at all. The butler admitted interest was scarce, unsurprising since the majority backed Marev openly. Pushing away future worries, she instructed Barreto to start preparations for the coming magical ritual. With a sharp smile, she hinted that perhaps a newcomer would appear sooner than expected. Far away, the hero slept deeply beside Hash and the bodyguard, blind to the world around them. The carriage crept toward burial, wheels groaning from weight and the harsh mountain passage. Yang woke confused, the haze lifting slowly as he tried to grasp his surroundings. He rubbed his eyes and froze at the view outside. The streets were completely transformed during their sleep. He shook the sleeping warrior awake, who yawned, annoyed by the sudden urgency. The young man finally declared they had reached the capital, the vast city spreading before them. The carriage rolled beneath a grand archway, dense buildings circling a towering chapel at the center. Barrick pressed to the window in awe, while the expert laughed, noting a jaw about to fall. He reminded the orphan of their agreement to behave carefully in the capital, and received a firm confirmation. Irritated, the man grabbed his cheeks, demanding if the orphan remembered the etiquette lessons. Their bickering over conduct and table rules continued, convincing Romandro his worries were justified. Yang asked whether the expert would visit his mansion first before heading to the palace. Pigeons scattered above as the man said he wanted a bath and rest after the journey. Yang insisted meeting his wife mattered most, and Romandro denied that this fueled his rush home. Soon, the caravan halted inside the expert's estate courtyard, a tall white building filled with rooms. A maid spotted the arrival from the window, gasping when she recognized the carriages and her master. She sprinted off, shouting to her mistress that her husband had finally returned. Tearful and pregnant, the woman hurried forward, having waited endlessly for this moment. Overcome with joy, he embraced his wife tightly, memories of Brosh fading away. She asked anxiously how he survived and if it had been hard, and he admitted the hardship honestly. Driven by longing, he endured everything and now held her close, relieved to be home. Yang watched quietly with Hashu in his arms, while the bodyguard focused on unloading. Smiling, the expert introduced his wife Vivian to the Viscount and the warrior, and she greeted them warmly. She said she knew them well from letters and owed them much, but Yang insisted Romandro helped him too. Gesturing to Hash, The hero said his friend joined the journey. The dog greeted them, and she found him adorable. The staff asked if she was truly unsurprised, and she replied she had seen much before marriage. She blurted her surprise about heading to the palace now. Her husband said stopping first would pay off. Not like this. The stench from days on the road hit hard. Vivian pinched her nose and sighed. She summoned Minnie to draw baths, then waved them inside the mansion to recover. Facing the coachman and servant, the expert thanked them and dismissed them home. Romandro yawned through plans ahead. First a wash and food. Hours would vanish before noon. The carriage stayed by the gate. Calm lingered, yet a nagging sense said something was missed. The mansion living room felt muted. Black curtains, white walls, nothing flashy. Barrack sank into the sofa, praising the bath. Romandro agreed, savoring warm tea. She stepped closer, urging rest. Noon loomed, and the palace still awaited. Eyes shut, the expert begged 5 more minutes. She stared at his carelessness. Vivian laughed, saying their child would copy him. He jumped, protesting. The dog bristled. The warrior slept. Without warning, Yang ordered Hash and Barak to stay, learn the route to Astana. The man asked about rest. Confused, the hero asked if he should come along. The orphan scratched his head, smiled, declined. Along the road, they logged the dog's tale of magic stones. Special water was needed to read the brooch. Dressing up, the Viscount agreed. Supplies were needed too. He suggested a brief stop at the shops. Startled, the expert asked where he learned that term. The youth missed the point. Romandro explained the capital's habit. Officials and nobles all called it the city center. Seeing it didn't matter, he prepared to leave and asked Minnie about the carriage. She said it was ready. Romandro kissed his wife, promising a quick return. She warned him gently. Unease creeping back. Buildings filled every corner. Streets stayed calm. The city eased toward a holiday mood. Yang scanned the view, spotted Heyman Bank, noticed a fresh structure rising nearby. Inside, disbelief lingered. He was back in the capital, reborn into another body and role. Servants swung open palace gates leading to many halls, once ruled by the hero himself. Yang asked about visiting the Ministry of Magic. The expert agreed. Even the exterior told much. Drawing the curtain, he explained the first palace held the imperial family and officials, the second, the departments. The Viscount watched closely as he added the third housed workers and slaves. The fourth handled receptions. Suddenly, his teacher Nam's words resurfaced from the days of absolute trust. If forbidden power was used, another chance waited within the Ministry of Magic wing. There lay answers. Why he awoke in Jan's body, what became of his mentor, how he truly died. Shocked, the young man grasped that answers sat dangerously close, just one building away. The coachman announced arrival. The carriage groaned to a stop, doors opening. A thought struck him. This palace once belonged to Crone, whose body he had inhabited before. They stood at the east wing of the first palace, columns rising, the design stark. A guard greeted the expert. He said he came to report and requested his luggage. A servant asked about meeting His Highness Marov. Romandro said he had much to say in person. The soldier sent them inside to wait. The inspector asked if the prince was absent. Told His Highness attended a reception with the emperor. The man froze. Such timing was rare. He slapped his forehead, remembering what he forgot. Today marked the prince's public duties. Accepting delay, he told Jan they would wait. The guard led them onward. The hero asked tensely if Merev was inside, meaning other high officials had gathered too. Confirming the thought, the expert said the prince sometimes hunted in the forest with them. At other times, he favored art, and once artists exhibited their work, their fees rose immediately. High society interests were tightly woven, and hearing this, the Viscount walking behind fell into thought. Drawing the inspector's focus, he asked whether Gale would also attend, catching him off guard. Romandro realized with alarm that if Marev learned of the visit, the second prince would know as well. Still, there was little risk. Gale rarely attended receptions, and Yang quietly noted it. A tense silence settled between them, each lost in private thoughts and silent conclusions. The two princes were lifelong rivals, never allies, standing on opposite sides with clashing aims. This time, Marev attended the exhibition, asking the sculptor if this was the statue mentioned, noting few orders with a smile. Across the hall, Gale examined paintings while surrounded by officials. Seeing him, the prince thought it strange that his brother now appeared in high society. Before, he stayed hidden to avoid suspicion, but now the conflict had truly begun. Each prince had informants. Marev relied on his loyal butler for every report. Gale's closest ally and lover was the Minister of Magic, Wesley, who spoke only to him. Moving through the crowd, she leaned in and whispered of Jan's arrival, unheard by others. A servant also informed Marev that guests from Brasha had arrived, and though their ties were known, no one interfered. The manager added they were waiting in his reception room and asked about preparing a carriage. The prince ordered them to wait and told them to closely watch his brother and the visitors. Noting his pause, the artist asked if business pressed him, but Marev replied he would savor the moment. With a casual wave, he asked about the painting, and the master explained the use of crushed magic stone. Marev barely listened, far more intrigued by the bastard prince who conquered a vast territory. He chose not to leave the hall, deciding to act as he had during their last meeting. Sipping wine, he saw the failed provocation as useless on his brother and Wesley, yet useful to test January. He knew well that acting first would place him at a disadvantage in the eyes of others. He wanted to see how Gale and the minister would react if he remained completely still. Time dragged on, and the sun sank lower, casting orange light over the castle. The final rays lit the reception hall, where the hero and expert grew tired of waiting. Complaining of back pain, Romandro wished to lie down and ask the Viscount how he felt, receiving calm reassurance. Watching the untouched tea, the Viscount assumed the princes stayed together to avoid revealing intent. Still, he chose not to waver and decided to wait until the prince arrived for their meeting. The furniture and decor reflected neighboring cultures, likely meant to ease foreign guests. The books on display showed political ideals, and worn spines proved they were read. Flowers suited the sunny corners and quietly drew the hero's attention. Yet he wondered why they stood so far away, perhaps allergies or simple dislike. Otherwise, it suggested Marev was cold, distant, and meticulous by nature. A knock sounded, and the butler announced Prince Marev's arrival, urging the guests to prepare. Snapped from the long wait, Romandro straightened his tuxedo, excitement rising. Entering, the prince smiled and said it had been long since he last saw the expert, pleased by the meeting. He added that leaving family must have been difficult, and the expert replied it was an honor to stand in his glory. After greeting the expert, Marev turned his gaze to the new count of the Brasha borderlands. He fell quiet and locked his gaze on the bastard, a figure wrapped in palace rumors far beyond its walls. Jan pressed a hand to his chest, greeted His Highness warmly, smiled sweetly, and voiced deep respect. The prince spoke calmly, noting the inspector had drilled palace etiquette into the young man before they met. The man countered that the Viscount needed no lessons, praising his education. Then Marev invited them to sit. He asked about the capital with interest. The hero answered it earned the name Heart of Burial, just as told. The prince studied him closely and said many surely tried to stop his departure for the capital. Yet the Viscount stayed silent. He added that this was true, since he would not see them again for long, servants bidding farewell day and night. Warriors of the unearthly clan waved goodbye as well, while the young man kept silent about his mother, holding her image. Smiling, the prince remarked that after recent events, many in Brock now trusted and respected him. He suddenly asked if John truly believed himself worthy of lordship, and the expert immediately tensed. Romandro thought the question was a trap. Denial would shame him. Agreement would mark arrogance. Unexpectedly, the Viscount agreed firmly, chin high, without hesitation or embarrassment. He added that the prince himself made the choice, and who would dare oppose it? He said his only duty was to act perfectly in line with the prince's will, leaving Marev stunned. Marev noted silently that the young man held not only magic but sharp judgment and timing. At the same time, Yang saw how blunt the questions were, rooted in his low birth. Setting his cup down, Marev asked if the guests had reviewed the New Year program. Apologizing, the Viscount said they had just arrived. The prince replied he would assign a mercenary to explain. He chose to add that imperial celebrations were always grand, and this year would surpass them. First came Yan's title ceremony, then an event to evaluate his magical ability. Finally came the ministry transfer. He asked if the sum was gathered. Yang said no, shocking Romandro. Romandro could not grasp the lie. They possessed gold and stones. So why mislead the prince? Yang knew it was too early to show all cards, moving carefully toward his aim. After a pause, Marev said it was unfortunate and offered valuable advice instead. He asked if Jan had heard of magic stones, making the expert cough mid-sip. A butler suggested fresh air outside. The expert apologized and agreed. Yang and the prince remained alone in the office, locked in a quiet stare. The prince continued, saying the ministry would likely ask John's preference for placement. The Magic Stone Management Service lacked mages, focusing on training and spiritual work. Judging the Viscount, Marev said he showed research talent and belonged there. Laying hands on documents, he said he would assist with the first payment if sent there. Hearing this, Yang froze in shock, unprepared for such an offer. It seemed the prince aimed not only to help with funds but sway the meeting result. Yang knew Gale wanted the stone for himself, caring only for the ministry. Marev's intervention signaled deeper political intent, not simple brotherly opposition. This worsened matters, since a deposit lay in Braca and could vanish any time. Taking the papers, Jan thanked the prince and vowed to earn his support. As they parted, the prince said he need not wait for the expert and could leave at once. Jan said it was an honor to meet Marev and hear his stance. The prince replied calmly that he also valued the discussion and new acquaintance. Yang left the office into the corridor, weighing events and forming a decision. Seeing Romandro shaking, he said it was over and they could leave quietly. Relieved, the expert said it was hard after so long without meeting the ruler. Yang praised his resolve. Asked about the strange report, Yang replied that even palace portraits had ears. As they left, he reminded him to visit the ministry. The inspector urged haste due to reinforced guards. Out of nowhere, Yang asked about the crown prince, and the man froze, caught off guard by the timing. The truth was unclear, even to him. Despite living at court and brushing close to power, only Marov and Gale held weight. The third prince died years ago in an attack. The rest were children. If nothing shifted, the celebration would reveal everything. Romandro asked why Jan cared. He said curiosity. He wanted answers before the celebration, since the expert insisted clarity was coming very soon. Mara Varoshian, blue-eyed and blonde, matched the most common features of the imperial bloodline. Lost in thought, the hero searched his memory, trying to recall a portrait from that era. His memories blurred, yet he knew Marov and Gale, both defeated in the coup, would never rule. The future emperor would be younger, unseen, hidden in the background, raw and overlooked. The younger princes were born to Madame Delane, the sole favorite still close to the emperor. Along the road, Romandro mentioned she controlled every detail of the New Year celebration. Coughing, he added Prince Marav ignored her. Yang guessed the prince simply despised her. Each day he passed the emperor's portrait, but only now did memory force its way back. The carriage stopped abruptly, as if ordered by fate. The coachman stayed silent. Peering outside, the hero suggested leaving here, drawn by an unseen magical pull. Confused, the expert noted the ministry lay far away, baffled by the Viscount's impulse. He brushed it off, saying he needed a moment to stretch his legs and breathe. The expert warned he could not follow. Visibility mattered. If trouble came, run fast. Outside, strange energy pressed in. urging him to unravel buried secrets of the past. He believed that Wing held traces of Nam's magic, a path back to his body and time. A quiet sadness hit him, realizing he never truly said goodbye to Barrick. Standing by the carriage, he spoke to the expert, hiding his grief by not turning. He thanked him, asking him to watch the bodyguard. Romandro missed the meaning, laughing. The man said delay meant another scandal from the warrior. They should hurry. The hero only smiled, light spilling ahead, as he stepped into the unknown. He advanced toward a ministry building, blind to the world moving around him. Then he ran, desperate to reach the past and fix every mistake. The building blurred, desire burned. He wanted the Emperor's body and its power. Hope drove him forward. He rejected this body and the trap of politics. Niam was mentor and brother, remembered with reverence, a reunion still hoped for. He stopped near trees, crude wooden stands planted, dark cloth hanging silently. Horror struck as he saw the wing was gone. Every hope shattered at once. Light from the orb in his palm revealed emptiness. Even magic was absent here. A voice rose from the dark, asking if he was the Yang spoken of across the empire. Saying he was pleased to meet him, the traveler drew attention while staying hidden. The hero's eyes widened, reflecting the silhouette of the second prince, still unknown. Holding a large lantern, the dark-haired prince smiled broadly and named himself Gale, blocking the path. The prince studied the Viscount, having waited a long time. Stunned, the hero wondered if the prince had been waiting since their first meeting. He bowed without emotion and said it was an honor, surprising the prince with recognition. He added that Yang seemed lost, since the palace exit lay on the opposite side of this area. Fixing his gaze on the young man, he asked if Marav had sent him here, and if that was why the Viscount appeared. Watching him closely, he sensed how his brother irritated him, a minor barrier, a ripple already impossible to stop. The hero bowed and apologized, choosing to lie, saying it was his first palace visit and the paths confused him. The prince replied with sarcasm, noting that for a first visit, he walked with certainty, like someone returning. Dismissing the issue, he demanded an answer to one question, pulling the hero's focus tight and tense. Laughing lightly, he asked what the young man thought of the palace view, mentioning plans to cut trees for a new wing. He added that Marav claimed fairies lived there and banned any cutting, a decision that clearly angered Gale. The hero stayed silent, eyes forward, thoughts heavy, stunned by what he had just learned. He grasped that the Prince brothers were clashing over expanding another wing of the Ministry of Magic. Choosing a new approach, he feigned ignorance and said he did not understand the prince's meaning. Bowing again, he stated that only the Emperor could be his master, dampening Gale's enthusiasm. Still, he added that if cutting trees ensured a bright future, he agreed, earning a pleased smile. Gripping his shoulder, the prince said he thought him a peasant, yet he carried himself like nobility. Locking eyes, he admitted high expectations, noting that before lordship he was John, before that, a magician. Leaning close, he whispered that magic and ministry workers were small pieces, insisting cooperation meant progress. Clenching his fists, hiding anger behind calm, the young man said he would consider the proposal. He turned and returned to the carriage, aware the second prince was testing his patience. Back at the mansion, Romandro asked in disbelief during dinner if he truly met Gale in the garden. Anxious, the expert asked if he was unharmed and what else was said, but the hero dismissed concern. He calmly explained the prince spoke of the garden and asked about construction, easing Romandro slightly. Waving it off, he said the idea was old, just another chapter in the prince's rivalry. The hero reasoned that stopping Gale meant siding with Marav, yet Nam's magic required supporting him. Even the expert questioned the endless expansion, believing funds better spent on staff housing. Suddenly, Barrick shouted that Kosh stole his food again, demanding action, as Romandro ordered calm. The bodyguard and dog bickered, while the hero wiped his mouth, detached and silent. He apologized for not reaching Astana in time, saying the puppy must stay. The dog sighed about the warrior. Vivian asked eagerly if they reached the shopping street, and he answered they would go tomorrow. Taking his hand, she asked to join them, and Yang said her help was welcome. She promised to choose outfits and guide him to her favorite shop, praising him. Barrack stared in shock, smiling shyly. The bodyguard reminded them he existed. Yang allowed him along, and she agreed. Thrilled, the warrior did pull-ups, while Kosh stared intensely at something unseen. Yang asked what was wrong, but the beast said to ignore it. His senses had sharpened after transformation. The Viscount observed the bodyguard brimming with energy, guessing he had slept well, which he confirmed. Still restless, Hasha kept sniffing. The street scent familiar yet oddly foreign. Night settled in, the hero pleased by the energy, while the bodyguard questioned the sudden kindness. By morning, they chose to visit the shopping district for holiday outfits. Grabbing his shoulder, the hero told the bodyguard to wake up, confusing the warrior. Yawning, he said night watch exhausted him and he wanted meat, angering the Viscount after sleepless snoring. Defending himself, the bodyguard shouted he stayed awake till dawn. Nothing happened, and others told him everything. After thinking it through, he decided he worried too much, yet Hash's strange scent still lingered in his mind. He recalled the puppy sniffing for a long time, then brushing it off, blaming sharpened senses. That memory fed his doubt. He felt almost sure someone stood outside the window at night. He pushed the thought away, blaming paranoia after meeting princes. Even the dog said the scent faded. As the carriage rolled on, Barrack asked the route. Jan answered, blacksmith first, clothes next, then home. They soon reached the forge, the lady praising the craftsman, saying she trusted his work before. When the Viscount and guard stepped down, Romandro said he and his wife would wait inside. Moving ahead, the young man told the soldier to follow, and he obeyed, dropping the argument. A worker noticed them, assumed customers arrived, and went to call the senior smith. The man approached and asked his need. Yang replied that his sword needed sharpening. Asked to see it. Barrack smoothly drew the blade, steel flashing under the light. He asked the cost. The smith said 5 coins, admitting the metal was unknown. Workers gathered, arguing over the blade. Some said momentum, others monster stone, all stunned by its shine. Watching closely, Yang realized the thieves had stolen something valuable, not junk. The worker warned that without knowing the metal, no one could answer if it broke. Barrack rubbed his head, saying it could not get worse. The Viscount hoped for solid work. Giving a pouch of gold, the hero said they would return at evening.